And all these people who, 2-3 years ago, literally told us, hey, look, you need to get some kind of a startup ecosystem going in the, Mangaluru region. And Sanjeev, I think we are getting there now. So good to see that happening, and all thanks to a lot of support happening. We look forward to working with the government of Karnataka as well as the government of India in helping take our region as one of the most vibrant and dynamic innovation hub in the next 10 to 15 years. We have got this big program, 4,000 plus startups in this region. We have a decade vision, 4,000 plus startups from this region, at least 5 unicorns from our region, at least 250 angel investors, and at least $1 billion of investment should happen into our startups, and by 2035 we should have at least 5 billion in exits given from startups in this region. So these are the lofty goals that we have, and with Tiecons and with the ecosystem support, we will get there. Let the golden age of startup, begin from the Silicon Beach of India. Mangaluru will help with startups, with researchers, with industries, education institutions, so that we build world-class companies and global brands from this region. I thank you for coming for the inaugural edition of Tiecon Mangaluru.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rohit Bhatt, for being inspiring always and also giving your insight about the journey and what we look forward for. This is what exactly the Silicon Beach spirit is all about. Let's all once again give a round of applause to Mr. Rohit Bhatt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get a little fiery, because right now we begin or go ahead with the fireside chat. Well, it's now time to zoom out. India at 2047, the $1 trillion opportunity. Well, as India moves towards 2047, startups will be at the heart of how this country grows, innovates, and competes globally. This fireside looks at where India is headed and how founders can be a part of this journey. To moderate this, we have on stage already Mr. Rohit Bhatt. In conversation, we have Mr. Romal Shetty, the CEO of Deloitte South Asia, who works with governments and corporations across 40+ countries shaping digital and business transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Romal Shetty, and please put your hands together for the two gentlemen taking over this stage. Topic: India at 2047, the $1 trillion opportunity.
Good morning, Romal. Welcome to the Silicon Beach of India.
Thank you, Rohit, and thank you very much for inviting me to Mangalore. Always nice to be here. Nice to be in the roots from where I come from.
Thank you. And you have no idea how excited we all are to have you here, and for me, personally, to have this fireside chat with you, Romal.
Yeah. I should also then say that I'm equally excited that you're doing the fireside chat. I thought I'll do the other way around, but thank you.
So, Romal, we have curated a bunch of questions, and these questions are directed towards you because you run such a big organization. I think you're saying that you run an organization which has more than 140,000 people under you, and from a global vantage point, how do you see India's growth unfolding by 2030? We have got a lot of things unfolding in the world now at rapid fire pace. But what exactly do you see? What role will technology, digital service, and innovation-led enterprises play in shaping India's next 5-6 years?
No, I think India is probably at a significant. I mean, we are the fastest growing economy. We will continue to be the fastest growing economy for some time. I don't see any change. Of course, geopolitically, whatever is happening. But India continues, whether it's we will become the #3 economy by 2030. That is definite. I think we will go ahead of Germany. Our median age is still very young, 29 years old. What's also important about 2 or 3 trends, the per capita income will probably go to $4,000. It's about $2,600. And in a number of economies, it's been studied that when it moves beyond $3,500, the consumption will be much more significant than the increase in per capita. So I think that is one part. The second part is innovation. So if you see today, a lot of our Mars mission, Moon mission, the scientists are not coming from tier 1, they're actually coming from tier 2, tier 3. The kids of today, I think, are extraordinarily talented in India. Actually, I would say frighteningly talented. And when you look at the startup environment, I mean, you know, we've got some great startups. You mentioned quite a few. But when I look at even, forget the controversy around the 10 minutes and things like that, the issue to deliver in India in 10 minutes is actually engineering. It's an engineering marvel, not so much of, you know, everything else. So, and that is something that, and I can give you an example that where one of the largest banks in the country and probably one of the largest banks in the world was struggling with a global hyperscaler for a particular innovation, for a particular payment gateway system. And they just came back and said they can't do it. Whereas from a perspective of a small startup was able to solve that problem because they were faster. And I'm talking about a global hyperscaler who has billions in investment when it comes to engineering, right? So I think that poises very well for all of us. But just a couple of things that if we really have to get to 2047 and a Viksit Bharat, right, and you've got to get there, there are 2 or 3 things. I mean, innovation in R&D has to be significant. Our R&D is 0.6% compared to, you know, if you take Korea, if you take, you know, China, they're all in the close to the 4%, 5% category. We need to build more platforms and products, not only write code. Third is clearly, you know, in terms of just bringing in a lot of academia into the innovation front, I think is very critical. And lastly, you have to innovate for Bharat, not only for, because what's going to happen is that is going to be a big pyramid, and you'll have more than 400, 500 million people. So it's not necessary that we have to only look outside India.
Yes. Thank you for that. Innovation, research, you know, working closer with research, you know, it has got a lot of implication to our region because, you know, so many education institutions, you know, we have here. And I'll share an interesting tidbit from one of the panelists who gave an insight last night. But, you know, before that, you know, let's go to the next question. You know, we are seeing, you know, GCCs increasingly moving towards the emerging hubs, you know, not just the traditional metros. How do you view GCC growth to emerging hubs, you know, specifically, you know, in places in Karnataka itself, beyond the Mangaluru region? What will it take for these regions to measure up to the GCC's expectation when it comes to, you know, putting up a strong case for ourselves so that they can consider us? And, you know, small and large, you know, we have 15 plus GCCs in Mangaluru and Udupi region now, but, you know, these size would range anywhere from 50 to 1,000 people. Okay, it is fledgling, but, you know, it's growing, and but, you know, we are trying to understand what would the larger GCCs, you know, what does it take for larger GCCs to consider the traditional, you know, emerging hubs in Karnataka? So
really, India is the powerhouse for GCCs. So 50% of all global GCCs are in India. But if you look at it still from a potential, only 22% of the Fortune 1000, 2000 companies are actually in India in terms of GCC. So that means that potential is huge. Largely still American. We have European, but Asia Pacific is only 7%. So you look at Japan, which is probably needs the most technology remodernization that needs to happen across their companies. They don't have too many GCCs in India. I mean, Sony, of course, is big, and you have a few, Toyota and others. So one is the potential is huge. We had done a study with Goldman Sachs, and we did for the finance minister of the country. The GCC today, direct plus indirect plus induced employment is about $150 to $170 billion. by 2030, we can reach 600 billion. So 3 times more we can actually reach. And so that's first in terms of just the pure potential. But when you look at, and we specifically studied tier 2, tier 3 cities. So a few things from a tier 2, tier 3 city, and I was talking to Sanjeev and he seems to have the same idea as well. We said, can you create a digital economic zone? What I mean by that is create a zone where you have GCCs, you have GPU-based data centers, you have academia, you have startups, and you have all infrastructure sharing so that the GCCs don't have to build everything. They don't need to their own security, their own housekeeping, all of this in a plug-and-play infrastructure. First is that. Second is the top, for example, GCCs today, they may not directly come to Mangalore or, but for example, their next round of expansion, that is something that you could target them. Third is mid-market. Now we see a lot of $1 billion plus kind of companies across Europe, Germany, also wanting to come into India. So how do you quote them? So I think having a dedicated thing, I mean, like you've created a great branding with Silicon Beach, I think, and ensuring that they have the visibility with more co-working spaces and others, that I think will make a big difference as well to GCCs coming into Bangalore.
Understood. I think Mangalore is really, gearing up for that. You have multiple co-working brand in the city now, multiple infra being built, at least $1 million on your own strategy, fitting into, Deloitte's own future growth plans. And, you gave some interesting tidbits about the overall growth plans of Deloitte in the country. And what conditions do we need to put together? We have the CEO of KDM here, we have the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Brijesh Chowta also here, Captain Brijesh Chowta also with us. So, what do you think, Mangalore should do to, get a presence from Deloitte? We would love to have you and, support you in every way we can.
Right. So, I mean, Deloitte has 140,000 people in the country. So 1 in every 4th Deloitte employee in the world is in India and is an Indian. There are more Indians outside also. My ambition is in the next 3 years that 1 in every 3rd employee in the Deloitte world is an Indian. So we will hire about 50,000 more people. So today we do have offices in Bhubaneswar, in Coimbatore, in Lucknow, in Indore, in Jaipur. Mangalore is there. We came very close. We came very close in Mangalore to look at two of your exits. Of course, they exited, and hopefully, the good companies they've exited. But that was one part to see that, and we're constantly looking for any acquisition that we think is interesting, startup which is interesting because we also acquire startups. So that would be one part. The second part is really from I think, Mangalore has a talent, so I don't think so, both from a engineering, both from a medical talent as well. So we are just looking for the right thing. We will come to Mangalore. There is no doubt about it. It's only a question of time, so absolutely.
Fantastic. And you would have been sooner here if not for these two, gentlemen there, giving us a wide grin. Yeah, but yeah, good to know that, Romal. So my next question is, if you have to offer one piece of advice to policymakers, industry leaders, academia, we have them all in the room today, startups, in the coastal Karnataka region, what must we get right? Specific, points in the next 3 to 5 years to attract investments, GCCs and global firms like Deloitte in our region. So, we have got 3, threads of growth here in this region. The startup and the innovation hub that we are trying to build. The second, thing is, about getting IT services, global level IT services companies and GCCs to come to Mangalore, and, we are getting there. And the third thing is building a data center ecosystem as well in this. These are our 3 key pillars on which we are building we are betting the next growth of the region. So what are your, 2, 3, clear pieces of advice?
Yeah. So I mean, let's take data center for a minute, right? Just one part, data center alone will now require the energy consumption that a top 10 power consuming country will require. That's the amount of consumption of power that is actually required. So I think the infrastructure, the water, for example, of course, you're closer to the port and logistics, so I think it's very important. You do have the right kind of real estate, you have the talent, but bringing together, so two things, I think bringing together, because if you really look at the United States, at the end of it was a lot of the universities being very closely aligned with the corporates, being very closely aligned with the startups. I think that bringing that ecosystem, I think, is very essential for policymakers and for others. Second bit is, you know, as we were speaking, you spoke about a lot of hidden gems. And we spoke about the power of branding. I think that is also very critical for people to know what kind of gems actually exist in this whole region, so that then there's a lot more interest. Third is, you know, and I've said this and Sanjeev is here, but I've said this to Mr. Kharge as well, that and opening a GCC can take us sometimes 6 months. A GCC should take you 2 weeks. That's it. End-to-end GCC should take you 2 weeks. So people should be ready to have a plug and play, come in here, get it done, and not be worried about all the compliances, pollution control, this, that. I mean, you can obviously go back and look at it if somebody is violating it, but the speed of business, I think that is very critical. If that certainty is there, people will come. But branding and bringing your hidden gems out, you mentioned about medicine. I mean, can we build, from an India perspective, my view is, I think we have done great software, we've written great codes, but how do we build products? And we build every stack of the hardware and every stack of the software. Can we build that rather than, you know, getting it from somewhere else? So I think if these are some things that Mangalore can focus on, one or few areas, it could be medicine, it could be fintech. I mean, this is the capital of, you know, where banks came from. Some of our best banks in India came from. So just focus on where is the expertise, and then you'll also bring in a lot more people.
Understood. We got some really good advice on that. You know, yesterday in a panel with Mohandas Pai, Devdutt Verulkar and Prashant Prakash, we are going to act on it and identify these two specific areas as an ecosystem, what we can do. And to your other points, you know, Romal, you know, we are now ready, you know, as an ecosystem. If a GCC walks in and says, you know, I want to put a 500-seater, we are ready. We will get you in 1 week. That's how ready the ecosystem is, and that is, you know, that is a big progress, you know, the ecosystem has made in the last 2 years, getting all this, you know, infra in place. And please help take this message out to, you know, whoever you meet and whoever is showing an interest in our region. Lastly, you know, on a more personal note, what does it mean for you to engage with the Mangalore? You know, today, you know, you have the roots here, but, you know, you have gone on to become a global leader. And what does, you know, success for you mean, you know, in this region, you know, looking out into the future? Maybe, you know, what should success look like in a 2034 time frame?
All right. You know, I obviously, as I said, my roots are here. I'm closer to Kundapur. I mean, that's where, you know, obviously my hometown is. I've seen the entrepreneurship success of so many people. You know, people went into the banking industry, people went into, obviously, restaurant business, and many others, right? I think we've had so many people who have become so famous. I think to see this region prosper, and also from an India perspective, India will not prosper until its 100, 200 other cities also become very, very successful. So I think this is critical for us, for India, because it cannot only be Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore. It has to be these. So seeing your own, seeing from where you come from succeed, I think that is the greatest level of satisfaction. And hopefully, you know, if Deloitte comes in, or we obviously work with many companies, we bring in companies into Mangalore, I think that will be a great deal of satisfaction personally for me. Now, when I look at 2035, right, I look at finally what is it that, you know, we sometimes talk a lot about people, and, you know, even I talk about people, but what is the products that we're going to build? Are we going to build a world-class healthcare system, product, technology, innovation that can do things before anybody else has done, and frugally? I mean, the most important thing is, I think we can do things, we can do the Jaipur Foot and we can do the Arvind Eye at 1/3, 1/10, 1/20th the cost, which is being done at John Hopkins or anywhere else, right? So I think if that can be done. Second is, of course, really bringing in the innovation. I mean, this region is one of the best for entrepreneurship, and one part of entrepreneurship is innovation. So how can we build in some of the best innovations coming in for the country and for the world from from here? And of course, as we should have. You said about 5 billion or whatever. We should have a lot more unicorns, a lot more soonicorns. I think those are also critical. But the region has to make a difference to the entire country. I think that is what I look at, and it's 10 years, and I think that can be done.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Romalia. That is our endeavor at Mangaluru Silicon Beach program. At KDM. How do we make this one of the most vibrant innovation ecosystems, not just in the country but in the world, by 2047, and we will live at that, with that, that particular thought. It was such a pleasure to again, speak to you here. I'm sure a lot of people in the audience are also so happy to see you here, and thank you so much for giving us the time and being with us and answering these questions. Means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you, and all the best. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and that was truly powerful into what to look into where India is headed and how founders can be a part of that $1 trillion journey. May I please invite Mr. Rohit Bhatt to kindly give away the memento to Mr. Romal Shetty. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the mementos that have been given away to our panelists and to our guests, it is a beautiful piece of Kavi art, a form of coastal heritage art deeply rooted in our culture. It is handcrafted, unique and created using natural, sustainable materials, making every single piece one of a kind. Once again, we thank Mr. Rohit Bhatt and Mr. Romal Shetty for that amazing conversation and your insights to all of us. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to a keynote address. We have with us Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta from KDEM, a leader who sits right at the intersection of government, startups, investors, and global opportunities. He is the CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KDEM, the organization responsible for attracting investments, supporting startups, and driving Karnataka's digital and innovation economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. I thought I'll start with something else, but after looking at yesterday evening and today's morning, I will start with something like this. Kahan se chale the, kahan aa gaye hum? I remember my conversation first time when I had 3.5 years back with Prashant. Prashant Shinoy, kahan hai aap? Yeah, over a word call and saying, we're going to go beyond Mangaluru as a mission. And I want you to be the industry anchor with us and help us to put together a team of industry people here in Mangaluru, which will drive upon some initiatives and strategies to grow the cluster. He said, done, let's do this, and we had multiple calls. It was just post-COVID, so we were not meeting physically, we were meeting virtually, but we're trying to understand what we can do more. We moved on with something more, and then I reached out to Gaurav Hegde. Gaurav Hegde ji, kahan hai aap? Where are you? So he was the one who was the CII champion here, and I asked him that, look, I think we are doing something here, which is putting together a strategy, and the innovation in startup ecosystem becomes very important. So can you put together a TIE Mangaluru? He was starting, what are you talking about of TIE Mangaluru? There's no money who will come together and put together a TIE Mangaluru. I said, don't worry. With one by one, we'll convince each other and make a cohesive group of setting up a TIE Mangaluru. Then I reach out to the Madan, if Madan is in the town here in his place. And I asked Madan, can you become the mentor chapter from TIE Bangalore to TIE Mangalore? And then Madan also agreed. After this conversation happening around, then people are saying, look, there's a great gentleman here in Mangaluru cluster region, based out of Udupi. I know you must have guessed already. Reach out to him and bring him inside. Done. Pick up a phone and talk to the gentleman and said, can you have a breakfast meeting with me? He said, okay, done, I'll come down. And I remember Praveen ji and everybody was saying, इनको तो लेके ही आना है, किसी भी तरह संजीव जी आप ही को कन्विंस करना पड़ेगा, इनको लेके आना पड़ेगा. Friends, we had a conversation with Mr. Rohit Bhatt over a breakfast, and he willingly said, I will stand up for the cluster along with the team, but you have to be co-partner with me in everything that we do. The condition was this, and you will not hesitate in terms of picking the thread with us. And that's the beginning which started for the Mangaluru cluster in overall total way. Today what you see here, the audience, the investments, the leadership, the startup ecosystem, I think the biggest credit goes to these industry leaders who stood as a cohesive togetherness. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for these industry leaders who is doing a wonderful work, wonderful work. As a part of the Government of Karnataka's initiative, KDM, we are enablers. We bring together, we try to find out the action plans, we work on those action plans, reach the milestones. But हमारे सरकार के अंदर और हमारे देश में सड़कें थोड़ी सी bumpy होती हैं. So we get cross those bumps all the time, for sure others, but we do the exercise. What I wanted to pick a thread with you is that this is a beginning, the beginning of new wave of Mangaluru cluster. Well, Karnataka has been positioned very greatly. I hope you all know, in last 1.5 years, Karnataka has increased its ranking from 21 in the world in the startup ecosystem to 14th ranking. We are number 1 in India, all consistently for a number of years, but we have been there. I think this is a credit goes to not only for Karnataka, say Bangalore, but the entire ecosystem of Karnataka. The leaders who has been standing up for the last 25 years, if I pick up the names of, obviously, the first name comes of, he keeps on shouting on me all the others. Sanjeev, tum ye nahi karte ho, Sanjeev, wo nahi karte ho. None other than our own Mr. Mohan Das Pai. He puts up, he racks me all the time. But it's okay, because I see him as my mentor. I see him all the time, he's coming and saying, and I have no hesitation to go in his office and ask help. This is how the system works. Mr. B.V. Naidu, our own chairman of the KDM, Prashant Prakash, these are all of the board members of the organization. And every cluster in the Karnataka ecosystem, there are 7 or 8, like Rohit Bhatt, like Praveen, like Prashant, standing up for that cluster and driving this energy. This is a very unique model, Sudeep ji. This is a very unique model in this country where you find the ownership of driving the growth is driven by the industry anchors and enabled by the government. It's a very unique model. So कभी आपके मन में अगर लगे कहीं example quote करना हो तो हमारा example quote कर देना. Saying that, the Karnataka has reached to a stage in journey of the tech industry. Yes, we are the unicorn capital. Yes, we are the tech capital. We are the patents capital as well today. But I think if you see the Mangalore journey today here, amazing work has been done so far. Can you imagine? 35 companies have set up their operations in Mangalore. Can you imagine the Bose R&D function happens here in Mangalore? Can you imagine that more than 10 or 12 GCCs are operating from here? And can you imagine 1,000 crores of exits happen from here? इतना आसान नहीं है ये इतने आसान जर्नी भी नहीं. और ये सब कैसे हुआ पिछले 3 साल में? ऐसा क्या हो गया 3 साल के अंदर जैसा ऐसा तरक्की आया हमारे पास? The reason is everybody is aligned towards one single goal of Mangaluru cluster growth, no matter what. I'm so happy that we have our honorable MP here also. With the same passion comes up and talks about it. Sir, thank you for showing your presence. You're not showing me the honorable member of parliament. You're showing a person standing for the Mangalore and committed for the growth of journey. Thank you so much for that. This is the story. And I need to tell you this story because no one else can tell you, because I am the witness of this. I've been walking the corridors all across on these lines. और आज अगर आप, you can want to give a credit for anybody else, say, Government of Karnataka or Government of India has done fantastic work. Not. Today, Mangalore positions 100,000 square feet of Class A infrastructure of IT. Today, Mangalore is looking at 5 new IT parks to come out in the next 1 year period of time. Where there's no credit goes to anybody else but the industry-driven growth of this cluster. It's 100% given to them. And I think this leads to a high quality work. 4,500 crores of exports that we do from Mangalore. Can we go to 10,000 crores? Can we go to 10,000 crores? Can we go to 10,000 crores? Yes, say it yes, loudly. Manifest it. And yes, we can do that. The only thing what we need is Romals and Romals coming up to our cluster. More of Romals coming to the cluster and driving this. More of the embassies coming up and looking at the Mangalore cluster and saying, I can bring some of the companies here. More of NIIT director is here like this, who is passionate about this. Sir, warm welcome to here. You're driving it very passionately here. These type of people needs to be in the more clusters, and we want to give them more opportunities to come and talk about us. Today, tech is going forward, and the industry leaders are thinking about something else. How do we create an AI strategy roadmap for Mangaluru? We have a roundtable after this session here. Mangaluru is shaping its new wave, not only for the investments, but also in the tech field. And I think this AI roadmap, which is coming up now, going to boost up a different level of activities in the system. In fact, we have the Center of Excellence of AI in Bangalore as well. We're thinking about bringing the Center of Excellence energy with the mentorship here in Bangalore. Just wait for maybe 1 month or 2 months. We'll ship it up and we'll deliver it to you. We are working on what? Feasibility study on data centers. रोमल जी, आपसे मेरा सब्दी निवेदन है, मुझे कुछ पाइपलाइन चाहिए डेटा सेंटर्स की, है हमारे पास, पर हम बहुत भूखे हैं. We are very hungry. We need more. So I need you to help me with some of those 1 or 2 companies that we can. Mangalore can become the hub of edge and hyperscalers data centers. The feasibility report done by the Deloitte team as well has been published very clearly. We need to come out more of action plans on that, and we are working on it. Last but not the least, which I want to make sure that you all understand is, this is the beginning where many more leaders like Rohit needs to come and join us. Time Mangaluru is a platform, KDM is a platform, Silicon Beach as a brand is a platform. And if we are driving this energy together, I'm pretty sure that we will be able to shaking the minds of the investors globally, looking at Mangalore as the important one. The targets that the Mangalore cluster vision document, which is prepared by the industry leaders, is to achieve those numbers. It's pretty handsome numbers. We'll be able to achieve those numbers very soon. Government of India, Government of Karnataka, industry leaders are enablers for this, and we need to bring together all energies here. Ladies and gentlemen, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं बहुत प्राउड फील करता हूँ जब मैं देखता हूँ कि 3 साल पहले जो छोटा हमारे साथ एक बेबी था मैंगलोर क्लस्टर का, आज वो इतना बड़ा बन के खड़ा हो जाता है. इमेजिन करो उस फादर को, उस ब्रदर को क्या फील होता होगा. द सेम फीलिंग दैट आई गेट टुडे. आई एम सो ऑनर्ड एंड सो प्राउड ऑफ ऑल ऑफ यू, एंड हैट्स ऑफ टू ऑल ऑफ यू. आई एम योर वॉलंटियर. द KDM is a volunteer. People are like you in the system of volunteer. Assuring that we will walk every single word, every single corridors, and touch every single milestone. Thank you so much for the time and giving this positive energy back to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, for showing us how Mangalore perfectly fits into the bigger story, just not as a participant, but leaders in India's innovation journey. Thank you so much, sir, once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have yet another fireside chat, and the topic is accelerating growth from emerging hubs. Now, we talk about something close to our home, how cities like Mangalore, Udupi, Hubli, Mysuru are becoming startup hubs. And to moderate this fireside chat, certainly we have Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta already on stage. To join us, we have the dynamic and visionary Captain Brajesh Chauta, Honorable Member of Parliament, bringing leadership and strategic thinking into economic development. Also joining us, we have Mr. Sudeep Srivastava, the Joint Secretary, Minister of Electronics and IT, Government of India, shaping India's digital and deep tech roadmap. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together as we get ahead with this fire chat. The topic is accelerating growth of startups from emerging hubs. Over to you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Hello, check. What an honor to have MP with us, Member of Parliament here for us. And what an honor to have Sudeep ji. In fact, I and Sudeep ji were talking about it from Government of India being here, spending so much of time with us in Mangaluru, जो उनके रडार में कभी आता भी नहीं था. but now finally it is now reached a stage where we are being heard and noticed. Thank you so much, Sudeep ji, and thank you, Honorable MP, sir, for joining us in this chat for us in Bangalore, Emerging Hubs. Just a one-liner open point for you before we start. Greetings to everybody. Over to you, sir. Opening remarks, one point.
It's such a privilege to be in Mangalore. Just a year and a half back, probably I would have been sitting in the crowd cheering for anything good happening in Mangalore. So finally, I get an opportunity to be here and lead that effort and probably be part of the team for Mangalore 2.0.
Thank you.
Shubhodaya, Mangaluru. It's indeed a privilege to be here, and I thank the organizer for calling me. I have got a break of a couple of days from the winter in the AQI of Delhi, so thank you for that. And it's really a great city, and the kind of buzz that I have seen here is actually a pleasant surprise to me.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I think it's just the beginning, as I was saying. Before we start this session, the topic is how do we increase the really momentum up from the hubs like Mangaluru. I'll give you a little bit of statistics here. In the DPIIT, we have 200,000 startups registered. And 50% of them, 100,000, comes from the tier 2, tier 3 towns. You would be amazed to know that, in fact, 17,000 are the funded startups. And out of those 17,000, 4,000 comes from the tier 2, tier 3 towns. If I see the funds which has been available for them, 88% of the funds goes to the tier 1 towns of the startups, and 12% funds goes to the tier 2, tier 3 towns of the startups. This shows that there is something which is missing, or something which needs to be done more in the field of growing these emerging tech clusters into the real bubbling innovation ecosystem or entrepreneurship ecosystem. Sir, taking this point forward, my first question to you is, you are representing the entire Mangalore coastal beach here, and you are the Member of Parliament, the most aspiring thing that we can think of for a person like you and person for anybody else. What will be your vision, in general, macro level vision, that you see for Mangalore based on the statistics that I just talked about it?
Yeah, thank you. My vision would be very similar to any Mangalorean probably, because like I said, I would have been sitting there 1.5 years back, and now I'm sitting here. So when I became the Member of Parliament, and when I approached the people, I came out with a manifesto called the Nava Yuga Nava Pata, means a new yuga, and 9 steps towards that direction. So in that regard, we started off with a campaign called the Back to Uru campaign. The Back to Uru campaign is very close to my heart, because I truly feel that if somebody understands this place really well, somebody understands the potential of this region, which I call the ocean of possibilities, it is our people from Mangalore who went out of this place probably 50 years back in search of opportunities, because opportunities were lacking here, resources were lacking here. We didn't have a government which was backing them. Probably that's the time when they went out of this place. Now this is the time for them to come back, invest here, mentor here, anchor from here, also encourage youngsters to create a startup ecosystem, to support initiatives like Silicon Beach, and move towards Vikasit Bharat in 2047. That is when we call this campaign called the Back to Uru. And we're very happy that people like Rohit, but like you said, a baby which started three years back is now slowly starting to walk. And that is the time when we all have to get together. And people from our region have to come back, believe passionately in this region, and start investing in this region. So that is the Back to Uru campaign we started. We also started an initiative called the Bolpu, which is to create entrepreneurship support ecosystem in Mangalore. And I'm really happy that we got close to 1,000 applicants in Bolpu, which is not just limited to IT and tech alone. But of course, it is also about multiple other ventures. What I'm basically trying to say is this is a region where entrepreneurship is in our genes. Entrepreneurship is very natural to us, probably because we are in the coast. We are much more exposed to region outside. So I'm working towards acting as an enabler, leading the effort which people like Rohit Bhatt and others are taking. I always feel that Mangalore is a region where private participation is huge. Recently I got an opportunity to talk to a senior officer who had served in Mangalore as a DC, Arvind Srivastava. He is now the Revenue Secretary. He always used to tell me that the USP of people from the coast, or USP of the people from this region, is their participation and in any effort which is public or which is social. He was mentioning about some computer literacy program which was happening long time back in NITK, and which AppTech took up, and AppTech and NITK took up long time back. And how people of the region joined together who didn't even know about computer and scaled it up. Now is the time, like this Silicon, which is a startup effort from Rohit, but we need support from everybody to scale it up. Yeah. And in terms of infrastructure, in terms of other things, we want to position Mangalore. We want to make the right noises from Mangalore, and everybody should join in this effort of showing Mangalore in the right perspective, showing good things about Mangalore, speaking good things about Mangalore. So that is the effort we need to do. It is just about positioning Mangalore rightly and enabling and supporting youngsters from this region.
Absolutely. Come back Tigers, not only just bring them the seasoned or experienced people, but also they bring the investments, and maybe they want to set up their own entrepreneurship as well, right? It's a great one. Mangalore will definitely lead the stage. Sir, just want to come to Sudeepji, to you, is that MeitY has been a tech frontier Government of India organization. And you have seen what I was saying about the results from the various parameters, not just the number of registered startups, but more important of how they're getting funded. Is there any strategy that Government of India is looking at for a tier 2 and tier 3 towns to grow the startup ecosystem in those regions from a tech side, which is what the MeitY stands for?
Yes, definitely. The role of government is that of a facilitator and an ecosystem enabler. And if you look at the overall startup ecosystem, 48% of those startups are in tier 2 and tier 3 states. So the Government of India is doing a lot of steps for strengthening the startup ecosystem. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology follows a hub and spoke model to strengthen this. So basically there are three components of the policy. One is to strengthen the local innovation. Second is to enhance the connectivity of the local or the regions with the electronic and the digital infrastructure. And then third is to promote the deep tech. As far as the MeitY is concerned, for a specific initiative that we have taken for the tier 2 and tier 3 city is the Generation Next support for the innovation centers. So it is a 490 crore outlay scheme in which the tech startup ecosystem in tier 2 and tier 3 cities is being strengthened through our MeitY startup hub, MSH. We are having 65 implementing agencies, and we intend to scale up 1600 tech startups through it. So basically this will help in having a balanced regional development. And as far as Mangalore is concerned, as Honorable MP was also saying, that it has got a lot of entrepreneurial talent. This is the place that has led in banks, in education, even in ice creams. So there's no reason why this region cannot excel in the tech startups.
Let me just dive down a little bit more with a similar question to you, Sudeepji, is that if the MeitY Startup Hub is looking at 1600 number, what is that mechanism where Mangalore can take 100 cut out of this?
So 1600 is just pertaining to one of the schemes. If you look at the overall system, you see today interestingly happens to be the National Startup Day.
Yes.
16 January. So 10 years back Startup India program was started, and since 2021 we are having this National Startup Day. And DPIIT recognized startups in this country are almost 2 lakh, of which 32,000 are tech startups. And we have got deep tech startups which are 3,500. And currently India has the third largest ecosystem of startups. So now the government is focusing on the tier 2, tier 3 city because that is where the potential lies.
Right.
So as far as you asked about the 100 startups that Mangalore can have, so there are schemes like Tide in which you can have incubator support. There are schemes like Samvrit in which you can have the accelerator support. Then Center of Excellence are also coming up at various places. So Mangalore has got the requisite wherewithal to attract those 100 or even more than that for this purpose. The only thing that will be needed is that under these schemes, the proposals are sent to the ministry so that they can be considered.
I think, Rohit, here comes the actions to us. That we have to put up a proposal under the Samriddhi scheme and the METI Startup Hub program for the incubation program and accelerator program. You remember, Rohit, we're talking about an accelerator growth program? I think we need to pick up this thread with you. 100 now looks a smaller number. We can pick a bigger number for next 5 years. Coming back to you, sir, if you see the incubation centers that we have in Karnataka, 210 incubation centers, out of which 65 in the tier 2 towns, the emerging cities that we have. And obviously Bangalore is one of them. But if you just go on to the Udupi region or to go to other regions, etc., Manipal might have because of the institutions there. But it's still less in number. And accelerators are also very less in numbers. We've started a Karnataka acceleration program, which is more of a mentor or mentee program where accelerators comes in place. The number of startups has grown 400 plus now in the region here, tech startups primarily. Still, I see that there is a lot of things needs to be done. TIE is an organization become a nodal agency for all of us to leverage that. Your view of next or your vision for the next 3 years, for especially for the startup ecosystem that you would like to drive upon, and you want to pick up a thread with central government or the state governments or with the leaders here. What's your vision that you see and we can visualize and we can partner with you in that vision of yours as well?
See, we all believe that we've not realized our potential in the truest sense. That's something which we all agree, and that is the reason this sort of an effort is going on. But in terms of possibilities, it is huge. Now, for example, the NMPA is celebrating its 50th year, and we are a trade capital for Karnataka. We are the port city of Karnataka. In terms of maritime tech and in terms of getting AI into maritime, maybe logistics, port management, cargo handling and all these things, these are areas which our region can focus on. Like the geographical advantage we have, and trying to provide solutions in that particular area using AI and tech is something we need to focus on. I always keep telling people and students of our region, I go to multiple colleges, talk to them. I keep telling them that don't look for an Infosys, TCS or somebody to come back here. If they come, it's great. But why don't we create our own Infosys? Why don't we create our own TCSs? Or why don't we create our own products from Mangalore? Which we are quite capable of. That is where the Back to Uru campaign also will help. People from our region who have gone and excelled in different areas, be it Mohandas Bay, be it Romal or multiple other people. I mean, if you go and search people, they are all around the world. They have to mentor these people, and we need to create products, we need to create services which will provide solutions to the problems which are of this age, and Mangalore should be emerging in that sense.
Right.
That is the grand plan we need to have, and I mean, I'm really happy that we have a platform today. We have people talking about Mangalore, which is the beginning. Right. Like our Prime Minister always keeps telling, "Hi samay hai, sahi samay hai." What has happened is happened, but at least now we are talking. We are speaking about Mangalore, and Mangalore is spoken in every platform. I'm really happy that it is not just people of Mangalore. The parliamentarian is speaking, the policymakers are here to speak, and pathbreakers like Rohit Bhatt. So it's a collaborative effort, and I truly feel that this is the beginning, and we are in the right direction, and we will make it there.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much. Coming to you back again, sir, is from 400, let's say we want to go for 2,000 starters from Mangalore. This number, 400 to 2,000. We want to go domain specific. Let's say medtech could be one domain, gaming could be second domain, fintech could be third domain. We can figure out those domains. Humble request to you that I think we need to start making a little bit more branding for us in the central government corridors, where they understand, all of us, that there is an ecosystem which is there in medtech, which is there in fintech, which is there in gaming. I don't see, sir, that has been noticed so sharply right now. We need to help. We need to help where we position this and also drive now, let's the center of excellence on, with support of media on gaming here in Mangaluru, or a center of excellence on, medtech, which can be funded by the government of India as well. Can we do this? And if yes, then I think the team will be backing you with full energy and support.
Definitely we can. I've already had a conversation with the Secretary, Mighty Mr. Krishnan. You were supposed to be here today, but because he has meetings with his, he's in Berlin, I believe, so he is not able to come here. We've had detailed conversation with Mr. Ashwin Vaishnav also about Mangalore. Anyways, our Finance Minister has got great interest in this region because she's got some roots in Manipal. So we are thinking about this place in the right earnest. Like I said, maritime is something which I am very passionate about because Indian maritime sector is growing leaps and bounds, and India has got a great role to play in the overall maritime businesses, and definitely tech will play a big role. Like medtech, maritime tech also is something which Mangalore startups, Mangalore entrepreneurs, and also the startups which have come to scale up, they need to use this sector in the right earnest. And whatever needs to happen from the Government of India in terms of recognizing Mangalore, in terms of getting government programs to Mangalore. Recently, for example, the AI Summit, the Global AI Summit is going to happen this year. We had pre-AI summits in Mangalore. Our hackathon happened in Mangalore.
Tomorrow happening.
And there's one more AI summit, in terms of the global summit, there's a pre-AI summit which is going to happen in Mangalore. So Mangalore will be fitted in everywhere where it matters. Be rest assured. I will join hands with every effort which is going to happen. Take Mangalore wherever it needs to be taken, and that is something I will pursue very passionately.
Sir, with your permission, we'll keep on giving you homework, sir, for us to drive some more energy for Mangalore. So please bear with us when we come back to you, say we want this also, we want this also. But please bear with us that. I hope you'll not mind disturbing your calendars and agendas for the growth of the Bangalore cluster.
Never.
Thank you. Coming to the, Sudeep ji, just to take an example of Mangalore here, we have somewhere around 49,000 local economy players, I mean the industry players here. 49,000, employing somewhere around 3.5 lakh people in Mangalore region itself. And they all are looking at innovation as the growth engine. Innovation as a growth engine. And that's a key word for this. In fact, the government of Karnataka has started a program called as Local Economy Accelerator Program, a 1,000 crore program, $100 million program, which is primarily looking at impacting the local economy through innovation, tech field, and growing the at least contribution 1% more GDP to the state by intervention of tech and innovations. Purely simple logic. Is there any ways that the innovation-driven approach is being considered by MeTi in various tech situations, like you handle AI and many other things, right? That we can leverage to infuse a tech innovation into the ecosystem of local economy, where we can see the outcome as the growth journey for their revenues, their product values, the global market access, and etc. that can be brought together. And a similar question I want to take up with the Honorable MP as well, that how you see that the local economy in your, and you're doing some experiment also with MSME industry here. What is your learning coming out from that? What are you looking at the next level that we can grow up? So first you, in terms of the overall general perspective, the innovation-led, what is that we can think of and leverage? Come back to the next question to that. Over to you, Sudhirji.
Yeah, definitely. A place like Mangalore that has got so much talent, so much of entrepreneurship in it, definitely can rise on the innovation map of India. And so, just as we were talking about AI, sir also mentioned that there will be a big global summit, the first of its kind in the global south, that will be conducted from 15th to 20th of February. And 19th and 20th will be the leadership summit also. So in India AI, there are many opportunities that are available to places like Mangalore to rise. So India AI basically was a program that was started by Government of India to enhance the AI readiness of the country. It was started in March 24, and it has got 7 pillars. So the first pillar, which is the India AI compute pillar, this basically focuses on having our own compute infrastructure and to provide compute as a service. So there is a portal of India AI on which anyone who wants to need some GPU or compute can register and seek, and we give 40% subsidy from the government side. Then
So
we have
just again, you're saying the starters from Mangalore can reach out to this portal, take the compute power, 40% discount prices.
Yes, they can register on
Note
the
it
portal.
down if you're not able
They
to
can
hear properly.
register on that portal, and then their request after analysis will be cleared, and then they get 40% subsidy also on that. Second is the India AI Innovate Center. So under that we are developing our own indigenous LLMs and all those things. So a call for proposal was made last February. Already 506 applicants were there. The process is ongoing, and 12 startups have already been shortlisted, and they will be showcasing some of the things that they have developed in the upcoming summit. Then we have developed AI Kosh, which is basically the data sets. So now that data sets can also be accessed by people through the AI Kosh. We have got AI application layer. So if someone is developing an application, then he can approach India AI for that. Then we have got India AI finance support. We have got skill and development for India AI, and lastly the safe and reliable AI. So with all those 7 pillars, there are a lot of opportunities for the local entrepreneurs and innovators here. So they can avail those opportunities, and they can definitely benefit from that.
I think we will need so much. Thank you so much. Some of them I was not aware about it as well, right? Though I've been hearing about a lot of these AI missions and etc. And we have good friends like you and many others in the organization. Imagine if I'm not 100% aware, the startup, the local industry who wants to use that is not aware. So that means what we need to think also is parallelly a lot of awareness workshops about what is AI mission services are available for the local industry to leverage that. And happy to pick up this thread with you to organize in all the clusters of Karnataka.
So that is why we are having so many pre-summit events. Tomorrow here in Mangalore itself, STPI is conducting one of the pre-summit events.
Yeah.
And when you are talking of the MIT's role, I would also need to mention that STPI, our Software Technology Parks, which is an autonomous body under the MIT, has taken a lot of steps, and lot of incubation of startups of Mangalore are being done by the STPI center here. And yesterday night when I was here, I met few of them, and they have grown as from just saplings in the STPI Mangalore center to big global giants.
Right.
So the role of STPI also needs to be commended in this, and like for STPI Mangalore, we have got 67 other centers of STPI, and they are leading in this role.
Correct, correct. Yeah, we'll take it up. I think we need some of the detailed discussions on summit, which definitely help us, but a closed door awareness workshop, giving them the use cases of how you can use this compute power or a finance or application layers for the startups community in a closed door environment will really help a lot. So happy to pick up a thread here, and my KTM team can put together a thought process of all the clusters, including Mangalore, Udupi, Manipal, and come back to Sir and say, hey, would like to organize these workshops in these regions for AI. And that would be an AI roadmap strategy that Mangalore is also preparing in a part of that strategy as well.
Yeah, definitely, we are very open to conducting those workshops.
Thank you. Sir, MSME, the local economy, which is need to grow here, and the percentage go. You have done some experiments here right now. I was trying to do something on MSME as well.
Like you said, awareness is key, especially in MSME sectors. There are multiple schemes and programs from the government, be it this union government or the state government. A lot of times what happens is people are not able to avail these schemes in the right earnest. So there are multiple awareness programs which I am conducting in different parts of my constituency, and they are yielding results in the true spirit. But I want to highlight a few other things, like in terms of creating the ecosystem in Mangalore. I am making a conscious effort of engaging Mangaloreans with different embassies which are existing in India. So I've also spoken to the Minister of External Affairs, and the Minister wants to conduct dialogues in 10 different cities connected to 3 T's, which is tech, trade and tourism. So Mangalore is one of the cities which is selected in that list.
Thank you.
And we are coming out with a plan, hopefully in April or May. The dates are still not finalized. But the minister is coming to Mangalore and is inaugurating this one-day summit, which will be, which again, we've not given a name to it, but Back to Uru will be the theme under which it will be done. And we've already listed out around 400 people from Mangalore who are in different parts of the world. We're going to invite them to Mangalore. And this will be a summit which will be on tech, trade and tourism, which will explore multiple opportunities. When it comes to tourism and trade, naturally there will be not just the IT startup, it will be beyond that. So that's another effort which we are driving. But my ultimate objective and plan is to put Mangalore in the global map and national map. That's the most important thing. So I request everybody to speak only the right things about Mangalore, because unfortunately people speak some bad thing which happens in Mangalore and make it a big noise. So finally we are speaking the right things, and I hope things will fall in place soon.
Now, if the ambassadors are coming down here from different embassies and looking at tourism and tech both together, sir, I'm very hopeful that our own local economy will get a market access, opportunities, joint ventures approaches towards those companies and in those regions as well. So very excited to see that coming in place in Mangalore. What a member of parliament can do is these type of work. Create those magic in the Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and bring a thread for the region for us. So thank you so much for that. And we'll keep on doing this. Last question, sir, to both of you, before we see the time slot is going up. Mangalore is now, let's say, if I say in next couple of years, we'll have 100 new companies coming in place, 5 IT parks will be full. As Mr. Mohandas Pai was saying, 50,000 new cars will be on the road. Demands of hospitality services will increase, residential area will increase, international schools demand will come in place, entertainment required by those people around. So time has come to develop certain master plan for Mangaluru. Because now if we do not do this with the real professional services come on board, I think we'll miss this bus. We will be moving in haphazard manners of growth which is not sustainable. And it creates a problem what we see in the larger towns of Delhi, larger towns of Delhi NCR, larger towns of Bangalore, Hyderabad, everywhere else we see the problem. So time has come. How you would like to address this question? I'll come back to a different question to you, but how you would like to address this question for Mangalore master plan to be ready in next, let's say, 6 months period of time, and we position this master plan. Government adopts, central government adopts, do something, industry adopts, real estate players adopt something, but we are able to show this is what we are aiming for, or this is a desire of all of us together to have this type of master plan coming forward.
See, infrastructure is going to be key as we grow. My focus has been on the national highways and the railways. I mean, I've always even discussed with Mohandas Pai that the connectivity between Bangalore and Bangalore is key for the growth of this region, be it IT or the maritime thing. So the Bangalore highway thing is progressing very fast, and we're also working on the Shiradi Ghat tunnel project, which the minister is given a positive go-ahead. Also the Mangalore bypass road from Suratkal to BC Road, the central government is already sanctioned for a detailed project report, which will happen very soon, and the tender will be floated. The highways which are passing within the city, we're also working on an elevated corridor in front of the port and from Nantur to Koolur also. The detailed project report is happening on that direction also. In terms of the infrastructure and the master plan within the city is something we need to take all stakeholders along and do. I've got to know that the MUDA is preparing a master plan, and unfortunately, I do not know how many stakeholders that taken along with that. I request the ministry and the state government to have a very broad-based discussion. And when you plan a city, when you plan the city for years ahead towards a Vikasit Bharat thing, while a lot of good things are happening, every stakeholder has to be taken into confidence,
Yes,
because the
correct.
advantage of this city is that it is a 15-minute city. It is a city where people can move around quickly. It's not a Bangalore in that sense, but yet it is a Bangalore
Yeah.
in terms of facilities. So every stakeholder has to be taken into confidence. Everybody's inputs has to be taken, and we need to develop a master plan which is Mangalorean and
Correct.
which is ours.
Correct.
So I will pursue the Urban Development Ministry in the state.
Sir, I will go a little bit more target conversation with you. Sir, you need to champion this. You need to stand up and say and promise today, all industry people will work with you. Sir, घबराइए मत, sir, हम आपके साथ हैं. But
घबराने का तो बात ही नहीं है.
sir,
मैं
the
तो
reason
फौजी हूँ.
the reason I'm saying, sir, is if you are the champion, we need to put together a Mangalore master plan in 6 months period of time. Today is January. By July,
No, I
we will
totally,
show the draft master
I
plan.
totally agree, but this is a platform where we are discussing only positive things. So I don't want to get into the politics of the side. We have a
Yeah,
state
there's no politics, sir. This is pure industry.
Yeah, we have a state government which is not run by my party, so that is the reason I make
Sir,
a
LEAP
humble-
program is coming up from the industry perspective only.
In terms
Sir,
of the
master
master
plan,
plan.
sir. Sir, master plan.
In
We
terms
need a
of the
master plan.
plan, my humble appeal to the state government is take every stakeholder into confidence.
Sir, we'll have a conversation here. We'll hire an outside third-party consultant who will prepare this deep.
I'm telling this with a lot of stress, is because the master plan is happening now.
So whatever
So
is
that is
happening
the reason
okay.
I'm asking, take every stakeholder into
Industry thought process, master plan for Bangalore city. We want
Sir,
you to,
एक महीने में master plan निकल जाएगा सर. उसीलिए मैं I'm telling that take every stakeholder into confidence and have a master plan which.
okay.
which-
My
which
time
comes
is up,
to
so
the-
I'm pausing it here. But what I'm hearing is you are willing to stand up for the master plan with the stakeholders consultations all across to make sure, and if you require third-party consultants to come on board by the industry will be happy to stand up and contribute that. Rohit, on behalf, I'm committing this part. Correct? Thank you. Okay. Sir.
It's third parties are willing to come in. Mangaloreans are willing to pitch in. Institutions like NITK is pitch in. I'm only requesting the government of Karnataka to show the intent that they take everybody into confidence.
So the master plan becomes a very important showpiece for the industry that they can see that their future looks like, their employees look like, their families look like in what manner. It's a very important element for the entire growth of the
Yes,
city.
I also believe that the city's virasat, the city's culture, needs to be retained when the
Correct.
master plan is done.
Correct.
I mean, city's development just does not mean the roads are widened. It is that's not what a city is all about. That is the reason I keep harping upon. This is not a forum where we discuss about the issues involved in the politics of preparing a master plan. But
I don't know anything about politics. I only know economics.
My earnest appeal is take every stakeholder into confidence, take experts into confidence,
Yes, sir.
take people who believe passionately about
Yes,
the
sir.
city and create a master plan which is
Yes, sir.
true to the spirit of Mangalore.
Yes, sir. And you want to be the champion for that master plan as well.
Yes,
Sir.
yes.
Lovely. Thank you. Sudeep ji, we talked about of digital economic zones. Now, why I'm saying this fits into the master plans as well. And we'll take up one more minute. I know time is up. Romal and I were talking about it. I have submitted a paper of digital economic zones in the different states. In my state as well, we would like to have this. We want someone, if you're convinced that these other things are there, personally you're convinced, then we want someone to stand up and talk about this in the government of India, especially in the meeting, where the policies of IT policy when they come out, or a GCC framework which is coming out, we need to have these digital economic zone defined very clearly. What it means, what is the role of central government, what is the role of state government, what is the services and benefits which are available for the industry if they put together this. This needs to be done. I request you to see if we can take this discussion forward within the ministry organization and reach to some stage of conversion of digital economic zones.
So definitely such proposals can be submitted. We have got a digital economy division in MIT, and you may share the details. The matter will be perused, and based on the merit, the decision will be taken for that. But MIT has taken a lot of initiatives in this regard, for the Global Capacity Center, be it AI, be it even the National Computing Mission, the Startup Mission. Lot of steps are already being taken. And so we look forward to a place like Mangalore that has got so much potential to emerge as a sort of startup hub. The only one thing that innovators need to keep in mind is that the research and innovation should lead to deployable and market-ready solutions. So there should be solutions to the problem that the common people are facing. So as far as the proposal is concerned, we will definitely peruse on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This positivity itself has created a positive momentum for all of us. Whenever I will get a chance, we'll have a conversation. Urumalji, whenever you get a chance, if he is here, he will have a conversation with them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to have a conversation with these two great leaders. So thank you so much for your valuable time here. सुदीप जी, आपका यहाँ पर प्रस्थान आना यही बहुत बड़ी बात है. धन्यवाद आपके लिए बहुत बहुत.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, for moderating this. And also thank you to our Honorable MP, Captain Brajesh Chauta, and Mr. Sudeep Srivastava for joining us and having this literally fiery chat. Well, looks like Mr. Gupta got a little fiery with this chat, but the time also got ended, otherwise would have had an extended and a longer conversation and a wonderful chat. May I please invite on stage Mr. Shamprasad Hebar, the Vice President of TIE Mangaluru, to kindly come forward to give away the mementos to our panelists on stage. Thank you, Mr. Shamprasad Hebar, for handing over the mementos. Once again, we thank Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta for moderating this. We thank Mr. Sudeep Srivastava, and thank you once again, Honorable MP, Captain Brajesh Chauta, and we're so proud that we have a leader like you right here in our Mangaluru. Well, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, let's now take a quick spotlight on a Mangaluru-based company making global impact. Black Frog Technologies are innovators in vaccine cold chain logistics, ensuring life-saving vaccines reach the last mile across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mayur Shetty, CEO from Black Frog. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Hello, everyone. I'm Mayur Shetty. I'm CEO at Black Frog Technologies. We are a medical refrigeration company based in Manipal. We are a small team of about 53 professionals working right out of Manipal. We started our journey back in 2015 as an engineering design company. Over the years, we've now evolved into the cold chain space, and we've developed patented technologies for transport of thermally sensitive biologicals. Specifically, our work in vaccine delivery has, I would proudly say, we are India's most awarded medtech startup companies today. We've helped carry about 200,000 doses of vaccines in very rural and hard-to-reach areas of India. We're blessed to be backed by some of the leading healthcare and impact investors in the country, including Social Alpha, Venture Center, CCAMP, Rainmatter, and Global Innovation Fund. I will very quickly touch upon the underlying challenge and the context of the problem that we're solving at Black Frog. The pharmaceutical cold chain is considered as one of the most complex supply chains. All of the thermally sensitive biologicals like blood, culture, serum, sputum, everything that needs to be transported either from a testing facility back to the laboratory or from a manufacturer to the end recipient, they need to be maintained in a very strict temperature platform, which is typically between 2 and 8 degrees Celsius. And I think COVID-19 pandemic really highlighted the need for this, where you had your nasal and throat swabs being transported for testing. And unfortunately, the way that it's being carried is quite non-compliant and terrible, to be honest. And that's because across the global south, we still use ice-based carriers, ice packs and gel packs to transport these thermally sensitive biologicals. And what this leads to is, if the temperature is not maintained for these samples, it could lead to false negative test results. More critically, for vaccines, which are also freeze sensitive, it has to be maintained in that appropriate temperature from the point that it's manufactured up until it is administered. So this is a global health challenge that we took on at BlackFrog, and it took us about 6.5 years of rigorous R&D to develop our flagship product called Mvolio. Mvolio is a portable battery-powered medical refrigerator that can be worn as a backpack or as a sling, so that health workers are able to carry vaccines to rural and remote areas. The device is about 6.5 kilograms, can be worn as a backpack. It holds temperature between -20 and +20 degrees Celsius. The entire objective is two things. One is temperature accountability. Are you really maintaining that appropriate temperature? If not, you have to alert the end user so that you don't inadvertently end up administering vaccines that have potentially lost the potency. So this is something that we've been commercializing across 14 states today. It's something close to our heart, and we've been at it for the last 7.5, 8 years now. Incidentally, just this past month, we turned 10 years old at BlackFrog, and we launched our new range of products in monitoring, which is mostly for medical refrigeration monitoring. This is something that we've just deployed in about 3 private hospitals in southern India, where we are monitoring the deep freezers, the ice line refrigerators, the walk-in cold rooms, all of these critical healthcare infrastructure that need to be monitored round the clock. Interestingly, this is built on an advanced machine learning platform where we're able to provide predictive analytics. To give a bit of context to this, we're from coastal Karnataka. I think one of the interesting bits during monsoon is, so I live at home where my mother comes home specifically when it starts raining, where just before the first lightning or the thunder, she comes and disconnects the fridge from the power source. And that's interesting because we care about the refrigerator more than the contents. Of course, my milk and my fish is going to go to waste, but the refrigerator is more important. And that's what sets apart medical refrigeration, because the fridge is not important. What you're storing inside the refrigerator is more important. You're storing blood, organs, serum, sputum, samples for clinical trials, which are typically worth billions of dollars. Now we're able to study the compressor health, the condenser health, the power, the runtime, so that you're able to tell if a refrigerator is going to break down ahead of time. We can tell pediatricians, your fridge is going to break down in 10-15 days time, so that don't order the next stock of your vaccines. This is not just about averting an economic burden of vaccine wastage, but it's also ensuring that vaccines that have lost the potency are not administered. We're live in about 14 states of India today. We work with the state governments at the National Health Mission level. We work with private sector as well. We work with Biological E, Lupin, Serum Institute of India, Biocon, a lot of the leading pharmaceutical companies, as well as healthcare institutions such as Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Jipmer, Pondicherry, AIMS, Jodhpur trust our solutions for their medical infrastructure. We just started our expansion in Africa. Very proud to say that we are live in about 4 countries today. We're live in Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania, and the Fiji Islands. Most of our customers are development agencies. So we work with UNICEF, Gavi, UNDP, Doctors Without Borders. And that's primarily because public health comes under the purview of WHO. So a part of our focus is today going towards the private sector as well. We're very proud that we've helped deliver about 200,000 doses of vaccines in some of the most rural and hard-to-reach areas of India. We've helped carry vaccines on the backpack, over the hills, in motorboats, in dinghies. We don't call it a vaccine carrier for a reason. A primary health center has to have access to cold chain for multiple different pharmaceuticals like oxytocin that's needed for childbirth, antivenom. Karnataka has about 10 to 12,000 cases of snake bite every single year. And if I get bit by a snake, I go to a primary health center, they don't always have the appropriate antivenom. Somebody has to rush to the local pharmacy, pick up the antivenom and come back. And you just don't have the time to freeze ice packs, condition them and do that, right? And that's where a plug-and-play solution comes in. So we're providing a holistic refrigeration tool where you're able to leverage the technology to transport all of your thermally sensitive biologicals. I think the most successful use case and something very close to my heart is one of the facilities in Sargur. Sargur is a small town in the outskirts of Mysore who's been using our product. So the facility is called Swami Vivekananda Youth Memorial Hospital. They've been using our product for about 6 years now. And it's a very interesting facility where they have an outreach program for immunizing a local tribal community called Jenu Kuruba tribe. And the vaccines were initially being carried in these ice boxes where the ice packs would melt through the course of the day. And now since they've started switching to Mvolio, they're able to save about 13,000 rupees worth of vaccines every single month from from the very fact that they're not discarding the unused vaccines at the end of the day. But more importantly, initially they were vaccinating about 22, 23 kids in a particular day. Now they're able to double it. About 55 to 60 children are being immunized every single day directly as a consequence of use of Mbolio. That's my time, guys. It's been an absolute privilege to speak to you about this. On a closing note, this is a technology that's completely been conceived, designed, tested, iterated, manufactured, and even after sales is being provided from Manipal. All of our products come with a sticker of designed and made in Manipal, India. We don't just say made in India anymore. We're very proud of being a part of the coastal Karnataka ecosystem. My gratitude to Tiecon, Mangaluru for having me over today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayur Shetty. I think that's impact with purpose. So well done, Black Frog. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we are privileged to be joined by His Excellency Mr. Peter Wintersmith, the Consul General of Denmark to India, based in Mangaluru, a seasoned leader with deep experience in global business and diplomatic engagement. Mr. Wintersmith plays a pivotal role in strengthening Denmark-India ties, particularly in innovation, technology, sustainability, and entrepreneurship, and certainly a personality with a gentle smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage His Excellency Mr. Peter Wintersmith. Over to you, sir.
Wow, it's a tough act to follow such a list of distinguished and accomplished speakers. When Rohit asked me to come and speak at this conference, I jumped at it. It's both a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you today in Mangaluru for the Tiecon Mangaluru 2026. This inaugural gathering reflects our shared ambition to celebrate the city's entrepreneurial achievements and explore how cross-border collaborations can propel its startups onto the global stage. It doesn't seem that long ago, and in fact it was only in September last year that I was last in Mangalore to inaugurate EG's offices here in the city. And now that I'm back again, what strikes me immediately is the ambition, the energy, and the visionary spirit that this coastal hub brings to India's innovation landscape. And I think nothing proved that more than the very interesting panel discussions I witnessed yesterday and also this morning. Today, Mangalore is not only known as the Silicon Beach of India, but also emerging as a gateway for global entrepreneurship, cross-border opportunities, and scalable growth. It reminds me of the timeless truth: true innovation knows no borders. Mangalore exemplifies this, transforming its coastal heritage into a launchpad for ideas that can scale worldwide, seeing potential where others see only shores, and daring to connect local talent with international markets. With that context, let me turn to why startup exchange programs and global market access are so crucial for Mangalore's journey toward becoming a truly borderless innovation hub. Mangalore is strategically located, has robust educational institutions and expanding tech systems, and offers compelling advantages for global collaboration and investment. Its historic ports have connected India to the world for centuries. Today they support a modern tech-enabled economy, thriving in IT, fintech, healthcare, as we just saw, and sustainable industries, making it a natural gateway for cross-border innovation. The Mangalore Special Economic Zone, along with growing sectors in manufacturing and clean tech, creates a strong foundation for exports and green initiatives. This region produces a steady pipeline of skilled STEM graduates from world-class institutions ready to tackle global challenges. The Karnataka government's Beyond Mangaluru initiative deserves commendation for decentralizing growth and democratizing opportunity across Tier 2 cities like Mangalore. And I think the remark yesterday made that Mangalore perhaps is not a Tier 2 city anymore, but is emerging as a Tier 1 tech city. Now, turning a little bit to Denmark's presence in Mangalore. So Denmark exemplifies global innovation prowess. Despite its smaller geographic size, Denmark has made a big global impact, especially in sustainability and green energy. According to the European Innovation Scoreboard 2025, Denmark ranks second among the 27 European Union member states, performing at 135% of the EU average and classified as an innovation leader. This ranking highlights its strength in areas like research, development, intellectual assets, and innovative SMEs, making it a model for fostering entrepreneurship and technological advancement. Danish companies, researchers, and institutions see Mangalore not only as an emerging hub of opportunity, but also as a partner in building solutions that resonate globally. A great example of that is of the Danish company EG. It started in Bangalore in 2004, supported by the then Danish Trade Commission, delivering projects for clients like Maersk and Falck Healthcare. They moved to Mangalore, and today it employs over 850 professionals as a global capability center and EG's largest offshore engineering hub. Proof that Danish-Indian collaboration can thrive locally while having a global impact. Another example is Mashmakes, an Indo-Danish clean tech venture based just 60 kilometers from here in Udupi. Imagine transforming agricultural waste into carbon-negative biochar and biofuel, powering sustainable farms and energy needs simultaneously. It's a small story with a big message. Danish innovation can create environmental impact and strengthen local communities right here at home. Both these examples show how Danish companies can successfully integrate into the Silicon Beach, in part due to favorable conditions for industries, but beyond the technological edge, it's the large, diverse, and technically skilled talent pool here that truly makes this partnership promising. Together, India and Denmark are proving that innovation truly knows no borders. This spirit is at the heart of the Indo-Danish Green Strategic Partnership launched in 2020. It is more than a diplomatic agreement, it's a roadmap for joint action in renewable energy, green hydrogen, circular economy, water management, and sustainable urban development. As representatives of the Danish government based in Bangalore, we act as bridge and help support Danish entities to navigate India's vibrant ecosystem, find the right partners, explore market viability, and gain access to their talent, investors, and customers. Through bilateral calls, like the recent joint research and innovation program on cutting-edge hydrogen technologies, by the way, supported by Denmark's Innovation Fund and India's Department of Science and Technology, we are funding collaborative projects that bring green fuels closer to commercial reality, and these initiatives accelerate the global transition to clean energy, showing how two nations, one vast and fast-growing, the other compact and pioneering, can co-create solutions for the planet. But innovation without borders is not just about research. It's also about market access and turning ideas into real-world impact. This is where dedicated initiatives play a crucial role in ensuring the promotion, the flow of trade, investment, and innovation. We run flagship programs in sectors such as space tech, digital health, robotics, and AI, green transitions and green tech, which have helped promote exchanges and trade between Denmark and India. As a result, Danish entities have been able to set up shop in India. Another flagship platform is the Nordic India Startup Summit that we launched in 2024, with the aim of accelerating the fusion of Nordic innovation with Indian scale, turning complementary strengths into shared success stories for the future. By bringing together founders, investors, policymakers, government agencies, and ecosystem players from both sides, the summit fosters cross-border collaborations. It creates opportunities for joint ventures, market access, knowledge exchange, and transformative partnerships that drive global economic growth and sustainable solutions. We operate on the principle that innovation flourishes when we facilitate connection across borders. I would like to share why TIE's involvement here feels like the perfect alignment. TIE, with over 60 chapters worldwide, has long championed innovation without borders, connecting entrepreneurs across continents through mentoring, networking, and access to global markets. TiE Mangalore is galvanizing this Silicon Beach ecosystem supported by initiatives like the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission and Silicon Beach Program. This momentum is further strengthened by meaningful global expansions within the TiE network. A notable example is the establishment of the TiE Copenhagen chapter, which was a key outcome of the 2025 Nordic India Startup Summit. This new chapter in Copenhagen, bridging the innovative Nordic ecosystem with India's dynamic startup landscape, has the possibility to show how strategic collaborations can create new pathways for cross-border exchange. It could open doors for Indian entrepreneurs to access mentors, investors, and markets in Europe, while bringing Nordic expertise in sustainability, deep tech, and scalable innovation to these shores. Consider the power of TiE's international programs as creating real pathways for exchange, allowing Mangaluru startups to access mentors in Silicon Valley, markets in Dubai or Singapore, and how increasingly in the Nordics through chapters like Copenhagen. These stories show how TiE integrates into Silicon Beach, leveraging favorable conditions, but truly powered by the diverse, skilled workforce here that makes global partnerships not just possible, but transformative. Mangaluru's potential is undeniable, and with events like Tiecon 2026, we are on an exciting trajectory. There also lie key opportunities to accelerate borderless innovation. First, we must work together to improve the ease of doing business, streamlining processes, install better infrastructure in ways that support both local and international investment. These aren't just bureaucratic details, they are the foundation for scaling innovation. Second, we should co-develop a sustainable energy ecosystem drawing on Denmark's experience in smart grids, renewable energy, and green hydrogen that could be tailored to Mangaluru's industrial strength. Here we can look to the Green Transition Alliance India, the GTI, as just one example of how we can build innovative models of cooperation that benefit both regions. Third, talent development will be key. We need to cultivate a world-class workforce by fostering joint initiatives in skills training, technology transfer, and industry-academia partnerships. This ensures that local talent is not only prepared for global opportunities, but also capable of creating them. Moreover, I see immense potential in digital innovation, including AI, IoT, and perhaps even quantum, that can transform traditional sectors here, making Mangaluru a hub not only for manufacturing and engineering, but also for digital enterprise. Denmark's digital transformation experience can offer valuable insights into building robust, scalable tech solutions and ecosystems. Having seen innovation ecosystems around the world, I believe sustainable growth rooted in collaboration, sharing knowledge, and co-creating solutions is key. Mangaluru, blending natural beauty, cultural richness, and technical talent, has everything needed to model inclusive and borderless progress. As I reflect on Tiecon Mangaluru 2026, I see this city as an inflection point, where local ambition meets global opportunity. With its strategic strengths, vibrant talent, and innovative spirit amplified by TiE's worldwide network, including exciting new connections like the TiE Copenhagen chapter, Mangaluru is poised to shine. We are committed to this journey together. This isn't just about economic expansion, it's about building a legacy of innovation without borders, technological advancement, and shared prosperity. Emerging coastal hubs can become beacons, showing how ideas scale to the world. Thank you for your warm hospitality and shared vision. Together, let's make this a shining example of coastal innovation for the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Mr. Peter Wintersmith, for reminding us how important international collaborations is for the startup ecosystem. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. May I please invite on stage Mr. Suyog Shetty, the CEO and co-founder Nivea Solutions, part of NTT Data, to kindly come forward and hand over the memento to His Excellency Mr. Peter Wintersmith. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all put our hands together once again? All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next segment. This is one of today's most powerful conversations. Can government think like a startup? Speed, scale, and accountability are things startups live by. This panel asks whether government systems can think and work in the same way. And to moderate this panel discussion, we have with us Mr. Madan Padaki, the founder of One Bridge and a strong voice for rural and emerging city entrepreneurship. Featuring this panel discussion, we have with us Mr. Mohandas Pai, the chairman, Arin Capital Padma Shri awardee, and one of India's most respected startup investors. Also joining us, we have Mr. B.V. Naidu, the chairman, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, leading Karnataka startup push. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our moderator, Mr. Madan Padaki. Joining us, we have Mr. Mohandas Pai and Mr. B.V. Naidu. Over to you all, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Namaskara. Morning, everybody. Rohit, I thought you said the hall is full. No noise at all. Good morning, everybody. Once more. Good morning. Namaskara. Okay. Happy belated Makara Sankranti. And I was thinking this morning that no other better way for Tiecon to kick off on Sankranti, just as the sun begins its northward ascent on Uttarayana. I'm sure this is the beginning of the accelerated ascent of the Mangaluru ecosystem in the startup world. So congratulations again. I think this requires a huge round of applause. So can we get some energy in the room to the entire organizing team of Tiecon, Thai Mangaluru. We have 30 minutes. Let's jump in. Mohan Bibi, you're somebody that you folks, we've all got inspired growing up in Bangalore, watching you in action, Infosys, and of course a spate of other actions at BV. You've been truly the architect of the IT revolution that hit Bangalore. And today's topic is pretty apt in that sense, right? Can governments think like a startup? And how do startups, I wouldn't say think like startup, like a government, but how do startups engage with government to make sure that the government moves with the same agility as startups? Maybe, Mohan, I'll get you to share your opening thoughts on this intersection. You've been very active at that intersection as well.
You know, BV, I and Kiran Mazumdar and Sudha, I think we worked with government from 1997.
Wow.
We wrote the first IT policy in India for the state of Karnataka. We went to the minister and told him, we want an IT department. He said, what is that? Then we told him that we'll write a policy. He said, okay. Then in the policy, we told him many things, which are now part of what is happening, including the triple IT. And we told him that, look, you've got to create excitement and recognition. We are doing 2,000 crores of exports in 1997. You announced that we'll do 5,000 crores in 2000. He said, what, 5,000 crores? I said, yeah, announce, let's see what happens. It actually happened, and he announced. And then the government got interested because they saw growth and they helped us. And we were exotic, something they didn't know.
Yeah.
So we wrote policy, they announced it. Deshpande took the policy to J.H. Patil, then the chief minister, and he said, what is this? He said, IT. He said, what is this IT? Then he was going to the US, and R.V. Deshpande told the CM, sign, and he signed. And he started. And then we engaged with STPI, we started Triple IT, BangalureIT.com, and all the things, and industry engaged. Then of course we had SM Krishna and others come in and do that. But we were able to engage with government because we could talk to government on equal terms. We could talk about something where they saw promise. And we didn't ask favors.
Beautiful.
We didn't say, give us subsidy, give us this, give us this. And we said, we're going to create high quality jobs, improve infrastructure. And we spoke from a position of strength. So government can be agile, government can work, provided you have a good minister, you have a good secretary, they got money, and your objectives are in tune with their objectives of creating high quality jobs. For any government in any country in the world, high quality jobs are the #1 priority. You can ask Peter, he'll tell you in Denmark too, high quality jobs, job for the young people, that's the #1 priority. And then we said build infrastructure, and we worked with all governments irrespective of politics. Because we said our job is to work with the government of the day to improve Bangalore, to improve many things. And we are very independent. We criticize government openly on social media and others every day. And they listen to us. They call us and talk to us and improve. Of course, in many things, they're very slow. So what I would suggest is, Thai and others should have 4 or 5 people who can go talk to government on behalf of your constituency. Rohit Bhatt and people like that, 2 or 3 people should be the face. For example, I told Mr. Atik that Rohit is going to come. He said, yeah, Rohit went, met Atik, met everybody, and they're all planning to come. Now, Rohit has become a star. He's become a face of Mangalore. People respect him. And for you to be respected, others should talk about you. If you're in the media, you're on social media, you're working, you're creating excitement, you're creating brand, and then you go talk to them, they'll meet you, talk to you, and you must enthuse them, and you must follow up. And you must realize one important thing. Government has got 1,000 things to do. They're under pressure every single day. For you, what you want is the most important thing in the world. So you must go, meet them constantly, talk to them, and get things done, because perseverance is important. You just cannot go, you give a letter, they'll say yes, and wait for things to happen, because it doesn't happen.
Correct.
It's not going to happen. So you must persevere, go on pushing, have something. And then we have worked with the budget. Last year we had the LEAP program, we had a meeting, then we spoke to Atik, we went and we got it done. And then now also we had a meeting and we're trying to get some things done. So you must go 1-2 months before the budget, say what you want, work with Captain Chauta, work with the MLAs, work with the MPs, because they're your representatives, and make them talk to government and do all that, because in a democracy is a system of competitive lobbies. Democracy is a system of competitive lobbies. Everybody wants something. So you must go put your views and push them, and you'll get it. It takes time, but you're going to get it.
Beautifully said, Bon. I think keep saying that you can either work with the government, without the government, for the government, or against the government, right? And what you're saying is work with the government, engage very proactively, and be there with your asks and demands in a true sense of partnership, of making sure that the whole ecosystem.
No, government is your government. They're spending your money.
Exactly. So
They're
we have to stand up and ask.
Remote thing. They're not a master. They're not your master.
Exactly.
We're a democracy. Government is your government. You've got to engage with them. You've got to work with them. You've got to demand what you want. But you should not go demand favors for yourself.
For yourself, Correct.
It should be in public interest for the larger community, and then they'll respond to you.
Perfect. BB, you've been within the government, but working like an entrepreneur. I've heard phenomenal stories of the entrepreneurial decisions you used to take in STPI to make sure that the ecosystem thrives. Love to get your perspectives both from the inside and the outside.
See, I would say the inside act is keep listening to the guys like Mohan. And wherever you find the gap, go and fill the gap.
Right.
That's what the government, when I was in the government, what we did, you know. In fact, in 1992, I came from Delhi. That time only 13 companies were there. Only 13 companies in Bangalore, all of them doing $9 million. Right? That is the, you know, now we talk about a $90 billion industry. This is the best example of any startup, if you can call this STPI or the overall ecosystem. Like Mohan mentioned, by 1996-97, it has come to 2,000 crores. And that is when the first IT policy, even IT department, government of Karnataka didn't have an IT department. In fact, STPI, I gave my staff to incubate that IT department. That is how the things are started. Then whether it's BangalureIT.com, the reason why BangalureIT.com was started is when we created an ITPL in the white field that is not getting filled up. What you'll do? Then we did a show, IT.com show in the ITPL. Within 8 months, the whole building got filled it up.
I remember attending that. I think Dr. Kalam was there. Or
Dr. Kalam was there, and
was there.
Prime Minister Vajpayee came and inaugurated. You know, like that, several stories. Karnataka IT Fund, that's the first venture fund that we created, and that's the most successful venture fund in the country, which is run by the government. And then we created the Triple IT, again driven by the industry. It is when the SM Krishna CM called for a dinner meeting to get the support from industry, no industry came forward to sign up any check for the Triple IT. Except Infosys. Except Infosys, gave 1 crore, because all multinationals are driven by the executives. No executive has the power to give any money to any of the initiatives. That is how the things are started. Now that journey has really helped and supported the industry. Again, I'm telling you, when there is no communication infrastructure, government is the one who created the satellite gateway in Electronic City, and the first video conference, first router, first internet. All this infrastructure is done by the STPI. I always used to tell the people, what STPI, who created the STPI? STPI has created, no regulator has told us what to do. We just came to Bangalore and saw what is that industry wanted. Identify the gap, fill that gap. That is still continuing. The same thing, even now Mohan comes with a lot of passion, right? So Mohan has an ability to think large, think big, and also long term. That long term gets translated by the people like us who act in the government and supported the government. In fact, the KDM, people are talking about the KDM. The KDM was defined in the document way back in 2008 when we wrote one Karnataka ICT group report, and there we defined the KDM.
Oh, wow.
Beyond Bangalore, the word itself is defined in that document. KDM took a little longer time. The reason KDM has two hands coming together in the logo is nothing but one hand is the government, the other hand is the industry coming together and created the KDM. And we found this gentleman, Sanjeev Gupta, high energy engine. He is driving that with an executive team of 20 people. This is what any state can emulate.
Exactly.
In fact, whatever we did here, it became a benchmark for the rest of the country. Then in 2006, we created the largest incubator in the Electronic City, a cyber park, there is an incubator. I must tell you, this gentleman, Sachin, sitting here, that time the guy, I was busy with Maran and Kumaraswamy and Narayana Murthy is inaugurating that incubator, and this guy don't bother about any other executives. He goes inside the incubator, where to sit, how to sit and all. Next day he came and taken 5 seats there. Now this guy is a 1,000 people company and spread across the Bhubaneswar, Mysore, Bangalore, everywhere. The name of the company is Inchar by Sachin. This is what the government, the companies in, our systems, right? Here it started in Mangalore, that has become a 3,000 people company. So the government is an enabler. If you do your enablement perfectly without having any self-interest, you will get the results much faster, much effective. And even in the government of Karnataka, I keep telling them, don't invent anything, just listen to the people like Mohan and all, pick up and do the things. Right things will happen. And there's still that cooperation, like Mohan said that cooperation is the best cooperation. You don't find, I interacted with the government of Andhra, I interacted with the government of Telangana, interacted in any other states, the kind of cooperation between the industry and the government, very well defined, that exists only in Karnataka and in Bangalore. In fact, in 2006 time frame, when STPI wanted to create a standing executive council, without my guys in Delhi knowing, I made Mr. Narayana Murthy as the chairman for that. And then people in Delhi said, how can Mr. Murthy become a chairman for STPI executive board? It has become one of the transition of the secretaries. I did that, I put the file. Now that is how industry started stepping into the governance model, which has been very well received by the industry, and that is the seed of the growth.
Absolutely. I can't, no more words to vouch for that than probably how we partnered together for the TIE Global Summit last year in Bangalore.
In fact, the TIE is also one of the things that was done in 2000.
Yes.
Myself, Nandan and Kiran Mujumdar, we wrote the first trustee document, the TIE chapter in Karnataka. Now, I'm very happy, Madan has really taken up the TIE to the next level, and all the chapters have created in everywhere. And KDM and TIE together go and talk about this beyond Bangalore clusters and enable them for their growth.
Exactly. So I think the seamlessness with which KDM works on both sides, right, on both within the government and with the industry is what makes it truly unique. So kudos for, I'm surprised, I didn't know that it was actually in a report in 2008. Fantastic to see that coming alive with such full bloom many years later. One more question for you, and that could be a guidance to the entrepreneurs and to the ecosystem here. You know, the challenge for a city like Mangaluru is how do you be in the face of the government every other day? Because as you said, 1,000 priorities. The moment you come do a meeting, go back to Mangalore, you're forgotten, you have to come back again. In Bangalore it's easier, but we face the same challenge with Delhi at the central level. And we need to put a collective voice. You know, there's only so much that an entrepreneur can spend time. So how do you suggest that an ecosystem like Mangaluru makes it, or a Mangaluru makes its presence felt and voice heard?
You know, Madan, you have to create extraordinary things here, very surprising things here to create a brand. Like Silicon Beach with Rohit has done, a fantastic
It's
brand.
a catchy name.
So people read about it in the media, people hear about it. So when you go to Bangalore to meet government, they say, what the hell is happening?
Correct.
I'll tell you a story. I mean, these are all old. In 1994, we had Montek Singh Ahluwalia come to Bangalore to visit us in the new campus in Infosys. We asked him, Montek, why have you come from Delhi? He said he went for something called the Aid India Consortium. Those days, the International Development Agency, World Bank used to give money to India. We were begging for money. They used to give money. These fellows used to go and beg. He said in that meeting, there was no talk about anything except software, software, software. He said, what is happening in Bangalore? Then they said Infosys. So I came to see what is happening here.
Wow.
They don't know. So you have to create your brand. Brand is not done by advertising, but create extraordinary things. You put up banners all over Mangalore. Don't put our face. Put the face of local entrepreneurs. Put your face, because you people are heroes. You started companies. Put Prashant's face, put the face everywhere and say, these are the heroes. They started this company. Then every young man say, I want to be there.
Exactly.
Don't put our face. We don't matter to you. You create local heroes. See, the community has to come together. You have to have the passion to drive. You have the passion to run. You must go pester BV every 2 weeks. Call up Sanjeev and yell at him and say, why have you not done it? Go on pestering that fellow. Because his views and your views are aligned. But remember, he's got 10 things to do for you. This is the most important thing.
Correct.
Unless local community is there, you go push, the media talks about you, the external world talks about you, and then they hear the good things. Everybody wants to be associated with good things.
Correct.
Everybody wants to be associated with success. And you got to seem successful. You understand? And then I'm telling you once again in front of everybody, don't ignore Infosys and others. He's got 5,000 employees in Mangalore. You're not giving him importance. He's going to hire 2,000 more. If all the big companies come and put 5,000 people here,
correct,
you won't have space in Mangalore. You'll have 25,000 people working, and out of 25,000 people, every year 1,000 people will leave, join all the startups. They will provide you the highly skilled, highly trained people for everybody else. Get them here. In Infosys, there are 500,000 people outside, trained, high quality, 345,000 inside. It's a fantastic training engine. So get the big companies, get the medium-sized companies, get the startups, each one a different category, and give them importance. You should create 100,000 jobs in Mangaluru from 30,000 by 2030.
Beautiful.
They should buy 50,000 cars and create a traffic problem for you. You must bring prosperity to Mangalore. You must get high-quality jobs. No young person should leave Mangalore to go to Bangalore anywhere to work. And with Captain doing that back to Uru, many people should come back here. They got family, they got houses, they'll come back here, they got good school. You are a fantastic city. You don't realize your own potential. But because lot of local leadership, you're doing a fantastic job, Rohit. You're doing a fantastic job. And I think you must get everybody, all the local company, 10, 20 people, get all the real estate guys. Putting up 500 seats a year is peanuts. Put up 5,000 seats. Go sell capacity. If a company comes and says, I like this place, I want 500 seats, what will you give them? Come next year. Man, sell capacity. Build capacity. Talk to Yolta and tell them, draw a cable here. Then the Sarvam is gone and signed up with Tamil Nadu for a sovereign cloud, and the ministry around 10,000 crores. You go to Priyank Karge and tell him, put 1,000 crores into the budget for next year for a sovereign cloud for Karnataka, and do it in Mangalore. Because you can get the submarine cable here. Try. Tell Yolta to come here. Tell controllers to come here. Absolutely. Ask them all to come here. Go market, go pitch, go consolidate demand. Do you understand? Think big. You got to think big. You're not a small guy, you're a big guy. I mean, you're short, yes, but think big. And all of you should be collective. If the community does not put its weight together, it's not going to work. I've been coming here since 1994. There's no local leadership here, Rohit, till you came. You ask him how many times you come here. We created a vision report for Mangalore long back. The report he still got in our vision committee. Nothing happened. Everybody comes for tea and goes away. You did the magic. But we need 10 Rohits. And put your money to work. Put money into funds here. In 2002, our family put money into 34 funds. We incubated funds. Now the ecosystem has grown up. We need people who can do that. And you can go pursue other people to put money. You must become a catalyst.
Beautifully said.
And government will follow you. Government will do what you want. Don't worry, you have political clout. You have excitement. You're doing the most important thing a society wants. Jobs for young people. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Got it?
Wonderful. I think I couldn't agree more. In fact, Rohit, I'm just thinking, and to all of us here, right? We have achieved a certain level of brand and the noise with Tiecon. We shouldn't let this fizzle. Maybe we should put together, maybe tonight itself, put together the next 120, 240-day plan.
Peter is come here. Sign the MOU with Peter immediately. Tell him how you are going to get Denmark to do more business here, how your people are going to get Denmark. Have 2 or 3 events with Denmark. Tell Peter to sponsor 20 startups from Denmark to come to Mangalore and Bangalore. And ask Peter, set up an incubator here in your place. And you tell Peter, I want an incubator in Denmark for my companies to go there to do business, do joint ventures, take a delegation to Denmark. Right, Peter? He'll fix up meetings for you.
Yeah. Tech barbecues anyway happening.
And there are, you know, we got 32 council generals in Bangalore. Get them all here. Do it. They're all eager to participate. See, AI is transforming everybody. Nobody knows what is going to be the impact. And in AI, America is the big hegemon. They'll control the world. And we don't want to be controlled by them. So we have to work with everybody together. And everybody wants to work with India because India is the only source of rich human capital for the world today.
Exactly.
There's no other country which can provide high quality with people. We have 7.5 million software engineers today. 6 million in export. By 2030, it will be 10 million, the highest in the world outside China. China is a shut shop. Bangalore has got 2.5 million software engineers. California has got 1.5 million. Bangalore will hire 150 to 200,000 people a year, despite the traffic.
Yeah.
It is big. Use it, Rohit.
Absolutely. And maybe from a specifically LEAP standpoint, I know, KDM has been championing the LEAP. How is it that Mangaluru ecosystem can really leverage LEAP to leap ahead and to build on that? Some thoughts from you.
No, actually, when you look at this, the industry cooperation, which I said, one of the reasons KDM was created, we created a word called by industry for industry.
Right.
So in KDM, whatever the KDM does are the activities that are driven by the industry. Even we created a board, is a people from the industry and government, so that the government will listen to the industry and go and implement the things back home. They will support the things, which has been going on well. Beyond Bangalore has taken off very well. We never expected. We identified the local leaders, like Mohan said that, we identified the local leaders to drive the agenda of the clusters. Mysore, we have local leaders. Here, we have local leaders. Of course, Rohit made the absolute difference. And Rohit is showing what a cluster can perform and how to create a cluster. And people, even though Mysore has the lead, now Mysore wanted to learn from Mangalore.
Correct.
The Hubli wanted to learn from Mangalore. Now, with all the beyond Bangalore, there are different parts are there. One is creating the infrastructure, that is happening, creating the talent, that is happening, startups, that is happening, attracting the GCCs, it's happening. Now, how do you integrate all of that? That is when we discussed about the LEAP program. How will you make sure that the LEAP program, this growth that is taking place in clusters will continue to grow and it will sustain. That is how the LEAP program was defined, and we brought in all these components into that LEAP program to encourage the continuous employment, So, we have 1,000 crores budget allocation for that. This year it is 200 crores, right? 200 crores needs to be drawn up and that has a component on the startups, component
Correct.
on the infrastructure, component on the, so we are created some definitive programs under the LEAP to implement here. The other thing what we also increasingly doing from the KDM perspective, KDM became an enabler, like working with the TIE to make sure that chapters are created. More so, we are bringing the Rohit into our advisory board of the KDM. Rohit, I'll be sending a communication to you.
Super.
So Rohit, likewise, we are identifying the leaders who will come and be advising on the board level, so that the activities what are planned or implemented in the KDM are in sync with the requirement here. I should also tell you, Mysore, we are talking about the Mysore. The next level of growth has happened. There is a place called Satyanahalli. Satyanahalli is a small village 20 kilometers away from Chamarajanagar. And when you go there, you'll find one company, and that company is employing around 400 people in that village.
Wow.
The 80% of the local economy is driven by that. The company itself.
Right.
And more so, out of 400 people, 350 are the young girls. 350 are the young girls. They are so happy. There is no problem of the retaining the talent.
This is that rural BPO Akshay and team, right?
Yeah, Akshay, that's it. So now that ripple effect, what has happened in Bangalore, with the ripple effect, it is reaching the cluster.
Correct.
And again, one more level down,
Exactly.
it reaching to the other places, other taluk level.
Exactly.
Right? When I visited Easy here, the Danish company, many people are coming from in and around Mangalore. And they say they're closer to their homes, in their towns nearby, looking at their farms, living with their parents, and coming for work here. And they say that 15 minutes they reach Mangalore to reach their workplace from their villages. Where else they can get this comfort?
Exactly.
So we need to make sure the work comes closer to the people, where people are comfortable, the professionals are comfortable, and make sure that talent is continuously available. And the LEAP program ties all these things, so that we'll have a sustainable development.
Wonderful. Super. I think we're almost out of time, but Mohan, I would love to end with the one thing that you said and open it up for one or two questions quickly. I remember you coming to Mysore a few years ago, and somebody in the audience asked the question, how do we make Mysore more vibrant? And you asked that person, do you go home for lunch? He said, yes. And you said, do you take a nap after lunch? He said, yes. That is the problem, you said. You said, you have to have that fire. You can't be, sleeping around, lazing around, but still say, oh, we need to make Mysuru active. So I'm throwing it back to you guys that the urgency and the fire has to come from the community. There's only so much that people on the other side, the government can only do, but if there is enough fire here, people will come and say, oh, there's something crazy happening, let us be a part of that, right? And I think that is the key. TIE truly is the voice of entrepreneurs. Anything that you want as a collective that we need to address, we have, Mohan, you facilitated a fantastic discussion at the Piyush Goyalji where 30 startups, he sat for 5 hours, listened to 30 startups, problems, and the office has been following up. We need more action like that where we can take issues and say, hey, these are the 5 issues that we need to solve, or this is the new infrastructure that we require. Let us all push together to be in the face so that we can get things done and we have all the support that we need.
But then one thing I should tell you, Mohan, the way he thinks is absolutely different. In 2000, we created an STPS center in Mangalore. That time, there are many of the startup state capitals didn't have an STPS center.
Yeah.
We told that we should go and do this. I went ahead and did that. Even prior to that, one day Mohan took me to Manipal, and then he said, Mr. Naidu, you should create an STPS center here. I did that. I set up a satellite station in Manipal and started an STPS center in Manipal, and then there are a few chip design companies have come. I must tell you that time, even the state capitals of the other states didn't have the STPS center. And people who are in Delhi are wondering, how did the STPS gone to Manipal? Gone because of him.
Wonderful.
So that is the way passionately he used to drive and give a lot of suggestions, and I think the cooperation has succeeded.
Excellent. I think in the interest of time, we will request any questions or any thoughts to be passed on to the organizing team. I think we're running a packed schedule. So on that note, thank you so much, B.V. Mohan, for being, you're 94, so it's been almost 30 years of your visits to Mangalore, and I really hope that the next 10 years will pack in the last 30 years of development. I'm sure with that energy that we are seeing here, that will happen. So thank you, everybody. Look forward to the next Tiecon Mangaluru, taking it several notches up.
And Rohit, we're coming back in 3 months or 6 months to review what you have done. And you're not going to get away.
Excellent. The ball's back in your court. So thank you so much. And
Thank you. Ask any questions in the audience?
No,
One or two questions?
yeah, we have a big. Do we have time for a couple of questions? I think we're running one question. Okay.
That one question will never
Yes,
come. Yeah.
Saloni.
Run.
Thank you, Mr. Pai and Mr. Naidu, for this interesting discussion. Mr. Pai had pushed us 18 years ago to come to Mangalore, and we set up shop in Kapu. I represent a small company called Desi Crew. We're about 500 people here. The question that I have is, sir, that there's a lot of energy that this area has, and we all are raring to go. But when we go on the other side to companies like Infosys or others, the managers there have very, very basic questions, which we're, just to get them excited is very, very hard. So we need internal champions like you. But what do we do when we, what do we do to encourage them to come here? If they get up and come here once, they are converted. But that inertia, how do we break that inertia to bring them here?
No, you must talk to the HR people. Do you know that the HR head for Tech Mahindra is Richard Lobo from Mangalore? You don't know. This guy, Vinod, is the biggest guy in BPM for Infosys BPO. He has got 68,000 people under him. Go meet him. He's here. You don't even know him. Go meet him and pester him. See, you got to tackle the right person. People are not going to give you an audience. They're not going to reply to your mail. They're going to make wait outside the door. It's all natural. But you must go contact people, you must use influence, you must use BB to talk to him, because BB, he'll pick up BB's phone and put in a word, at least you'll get a 10-minute meeting, and do all that. And the media must talk about you. You have to be discovered. You have to be discovered. Media should talk about you, the story should come, case study should come. You must have a presence, then only you become visible because you're so smart. You understand? See, I'll tell you, in Infosys, we did something called human resource accounting. We were in the front page of ET in 1994. Nobody knew them. Front page of ET. Nothing had come on the front page of ET. They came and spoke because there is something unusual. Do all that. Okay.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and have a great rest of the day. Thank you so much, Mohan.
Well, thank you so much. Well, that was a very fascinating conversation, and this panel reminded us of something very real, as Mr. Mohandas Pai mentioned. Real changes happen when local leadership is trusted and empowered, and that's when people don't feel the need to leave the city to succeed, because opportunity is right here. And I know so many people in the room personally who have totally believed, and they're shining right here in our land of Mangalore. Kudos to everybody who has stayed back in Mangalore and doing all the amazing things that you guys are doing. Once again, we thank our moderator, Mr. Madan Padaki, also Mr. Mohandas Pai and Mr. B.V. Naidu. May I please invite on stage Mr. Binod Chaudhary, the Executive Vice President Infosys, to kindly come forward and hand over the mementos to our panelists. Thank you once again, gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to make an announcement here. We have a round table happening on the ground floor, so requesting all the investors, the HNIs, to kindly go forward and be a part of this. It's the Cluster Seed Fund chaired by Mr. B.V. Naidu. So requesting everybody to not everybody please stay here because we have a lot of panel discussions and other things to go ahead with. Requesting the HNIs and the investors to be a part of the round table, which is happening right now in the ground floor. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead with our segments. Now, let's talk about our city, the Mangaluru growth story, local roots, global reach. This panel celebrates what makes Mangalore special and how its companies are serving the world. To moderate this panel, we have Mr. Kamal Karand, co-founder of Xfino, one of Asia's fastest growing talent platforms. We have with us the panelist, Mr. Satyadeep Mishra, the CHRO, our systems ranked among India's top talent leaders. Also joining us we have Mr. K. Shivashankar, the Vice President, NTT Data, driving global technology solutions. We also have with us Mr. Suyog Shetty, the CEO, Nivea's Solutions, part of NTT Data, and Mr. Praveen Kalbavi, the co-founder and CEO of Novigo Solutions, building digital transformations from Mangalore. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator and panelist for the next topic, the Mangaluru growth story, local roots, global reach. Over to you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Check.
So good morning everyone, and from all the things that we heard in the morning, we have some live case studies now. When I say case studies, I'm sure that crowning glories of Mangaluru at this point of time, and they attracted people here. We were talking about going and branding Mangaluru Udupi region, but I would like to say that a couple of companies have actually got more credit to Mangaluru by doing what they did here. One is about going out and branding, second is about getting attraction here. So I know it started with Robosoft and then followed by Nivea's and Novigo now. And when I looked at the data points of Tier 2 city story, over the last 2 years, 24 and 25, there have been 34 companies in the Tier 2 cities who actually have been acquired by international players. So it's not just in Mangaluru Udupi region but elsewhere. But the unique part is the size. There are at least about 9 deals that have happened which are in excess of $50 million. So Tier 2 city story is happening, but I think the specific part of today's discussion here is what happens after, or maybe a little glimpse into what happened before. So let me start with the entrepreneurs. One tricky thing about talking to Suyog and Praveen now is previously they used to be, I am supposing, little more bindas because they were entrepreneurs. I want to see what comes out of you today because now you are part of a large entity. Do corporate communications take over, or the entrepreneur in you is still coming out with the josh they had? So Praveen, I want to start with you. If you look at both the DNAs of Nivius and Novigo, you both had a kind of international presence. Though you are based here locally, your large service delivery centers, if I may call, were based in Mangaluru, Udupi. You had a distinct international operation where you got customers and you had that DNA in you. Do you think when you looked at whether it is Nivius or our systems which came, this international presence of yours or that DNA that you had helped you bring them here? I'm asking this question, Praveen, because if you look at the companies which are originating from this region, I want them to think whether that is a necessity for them to become as large as you became, or maybe to attract the kind of investors you did at a later stage.
Yeah, thank you, Kamal, for the question. See, it actually goes with two aspects, I would say. One is the objective of the company, right? It need not be international as such. I mean, as long as the company has a vision as to what they want to do, and if you are having something, either a product or a solution or an offering that maps into that, then it can be, credited. Obviously, international flavor definitely would work, because any company that you look for globally, they all want to have a global business, right? So given that anything that you start anywhere, in tier 2, tier 3, whatever number of ways of, starting from a small town, moment you have a global presence, the chances of getting acquired or getting, merged with a larger entity is much more, for the simple reason that there is a scaling up opportunity. Okay? And that is what I think needs to be done, but it's not a must. For example, there are companies which have just grown, whatever has become, see, India itself is a potential market, right? With whatever 1.4 billion people, if the objective is to reach out to Indian B2C, right? In India, every citizen of India, then maybe some other company can acquire them, given that they have a potential to grow to that. So it depends upon the company's objective of this thing, and then you aligning, whatever you build, you're aligning it to that objective, and then trying to map with that.
Thank you, Praveen, for that. And Suyog, I thought I'd start with the entrepreneurs first and go to the guys who came here later. So Suyog, when I looked at Mangaluru as a region, and I felt the Achilles heel for any region like this is we built services DNA kind of companies here, right, in one way or the other. But when you look at the movement that we are seeking as a country, as a region, when we want to attract GCCs, because we spend a lot of time telling GCCs what kind of talent is there. How can the entrepreneurs here or the new age companies which are possibly building the innovation for India to attract companies, what else can they do? Because the DNA has been, the scale has been coming from companies which have built services-based, enterprises, very large ones, successful ones, nothing against it. But the future demands that the product identity, the innovation will come from those kind of companies. So how does Mangaluru take that leap from where it is right now?
Thanks, Kamal. One is, I think, if you look at Nivius, our story also, right, I think we strongly believed in the India story. If you look at, when we started off, a couple of years back, I think if you look at any organization starting, during that period, there's a lot of focus on building from here for US and for the European regions, right? But I think we strongly believe that there's a big potential in India. If you look at even today, 90% of our customer base is, and the revenue comes from India, right? And I think that's a big differentiator for us. Today, while we have been acquired by a global entity, they truly believe the kind of work which we have done for India and from Bangalore, right? And that's what differentiated us. And I strongly believe that while in maybe few years back we were laggers in the tech adoption, I think the next layer, next leg of AI adoption and the innovation which is happening, we strongly believe that is going to happen within the region itself and for Indian companies, right? And that's a commitment, right? I think when we work with the larger entity, with entity, not entity where this one, I think our commitment is we will showcase the most innovative solutions coming from India and the Indian customers. And I think in the space we are in, I think, especially in the cloud and AI area, right? I think the segment itself is growing about 25-30% year on year, right? And that's a significant market, about $15 billion in the next probably 1-2 years. And I think we have not touched even a small portion of that, right? And that gives a bigger opportunity for companies like us to continue to focus in India and to drive innovation here. And I think we as Niveus and now part of the larger entity group, and that is what we are committed and to see. And I think that's where the larger opportunity is also for the larger ecosystem and companies around, for here, in this region, right? While cloud and AI, I think there's a lot of momentum, as the MP called out. I think if you're building for India, the areas of medtech, maritime, are big areas which still are not explored, right? And I think that's the space in which we have to continue to invest and continue to innovate from Mangalore.
Thank you for that. And a follow-up question to you, because it just came to my head as both of you were speaking. Because when I talk to my customers, we typically talk to the greenfield GCs saying, go to these cities, this is where the talent is, kind of stuff. And by way of introducing, we say, okay, when we talk about our offices, we say we have a presence in Udupi. And Udupi becomes a line of conversation. Acha, why have you gone there? What does Udupi do to you? We have 120 people there, but it takes almost 10 minutes of the conversation. In your growth story, did Mangaluru or Udupi, that where you had delivery service centers, did that become an attraction for any of your customers at all?
No, actually, ultimately when you look at, company considering partnering or other acquiring a company, the location really doesn't matter, right? And even the size really doesn't matter. What matters is what they are looking for. For example, a company X may have a growth strategy to acquire a particular domain, or acquire a particular technology, or acquire a particular geography, right? So that is what they would look at. So whenever you build something, doesn't matter whether Mangalore or Udupi or even Putturu, right? You do something which is like niche, unique. Size really doesn't matter. It can be a 50 people company, or 50 people product company, or a 1,000 people company. As long as there is a fitment to that larger entity, it works. For example, in our case with our systems, it was both high-tech, the agility part of it, which where we were into, like automation and agentic AI space, and second, Middle East as a market. Because our systems had strong presence in, or rather has strong presence in Europe and US, where we have strong presence in Middle East. So that way it was a complementary. So as long as there is a complementary fitment between the buyer and the seller, it works. So if at all, as a company, you have a target, you need to make the entity sellable, right? And for that, you have to prepare yourself. But size really doesn't matter.
The location didn't matter at all for you. No, I just want to move on to Shiva, if you can come in here. This company, whether when you bought Niveus could have been anywhere in the country, let's say. You didn't buy it because it was in Mangaluru, Udupi. It could have been in Bangalore, it would have still remained attractive for you. So it could have, my question is, did it make a difference to you while considering Niveus that it is in Mangaluru, Udupi, and a location where maybe you didn't have a presence? What was that it drove to you? My sense is you would have bought this company even if they were headquartered out of Bangalore. What does it tell you?
No, I think for a company like Niveus, it doesn't matter where they were. Like Praveen was saying, it doesn't really matter where they were. It is what they brought to the business, right? So from that standpoint, I don't think there is a single doubt about Niveus per se in that sense, correct? But the fact that, the ethos they have, the vision they had, the spirit they bring, I mean, the complete can-do attitude that we saw. I mean, some time ago, Mr. Pai mentioned about fire in the belly. I mean, everybody has a fire in the belly at Niveus, right? So that's something that really caught on. And the other important thing was it fitted in a requirement that entity had, and it fit very, very well. I mean, entity had a requirement, Niveus also had a requirement. I mean, they had the capabilities. The scale was something entity could bring. Entity didn't have the capability, Niveus could bring that. So I think that part which Praveen alluded to is the most significant thing in that. I mean, then everybody got together, we found how working space should be, what it should be. So to that question, I don't think it mattered where Niveus would be, but I am very sure the capabilities that I talked about or the culture that Niveus has couldn't probably have been the same if it was not in Mangaluru. So to that extent, yes. And today, at entity, Mangaluru is the most hot spot where every executive wants to visit.
Now here, I was just trying to understand, by they being in a tier 2 city, could it give an edge to you tomorrow in how you want to ramp up, because a lot of organizations today talking about ramping up in tier 2 cities. Did that give an edge while you were considering them over other companies? That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, I think ramp up was something, was one of the things which Suyog put on the table, saying that, you know, what can be done, given that the way Mangalore is today. I mean, you earlier asked how much time do you spend explaining about Mangaluru in a pitch meeting. I think in the first 15-20 minutes, it's only that, putting in that pitch. The skill sets available, the engineering talent that is available here, and the ability to work is something that comes out very, very clear. And those were aspects which helped in terms of making that decision.
Thank you, Shiva, and move on to Satyadeep now. I wanted to start with you with what I started the question with. When you have entrepreneurs, and as successful entrepreneurs they are, you get them on board. And I was joking when I said, what all permissions they need to take. The very reason you bought the company was because it was doing well. You had great founders, and half of the acquisitions are also due to what the founders have created, right? And when a large company, PE back, buys a company like that, how do you actually retain that spirit? Because if tomorrow many of the entrepreneurs here want to see that, okay, it's a great place to be, but what happens to me and the team who goes inside this new system?
That's a fantastic question, Kamal. Thanks. And hello, Mangalore, before I start talking about the answer. That's precisely one of the primary reasons why large organization or larger organization invest in startup, right? Because you are not, at the end of the day, just looking at some capabilities and some strategic advantage and fit into what you want to do in your go-to-market strategy. You're also acquiring enterprising ability, right? The mind and the belief of an entrepreneur is vastly different, and when you bring in such strength to a large enterprise, wonder really happens. So therefore, the mantra is to keep it highly aligned but loosely coupled, right? Because if the coupling starts from day one, then you're missing the point, right? You probably are setting on a design which is bound to fail, right? So in my view of several acquisitions of startups, I think this highly aligned and loosely coupled thought process from the promoters or the owners or for the management is highly essential. The other thing which one has to keep in mind is that there are strengths that each of these startups bring to the table, right? And what you don't want to do is to let the larger culture or the larger ecosystem really strangle this unique advantages, right? So in many a times, I would say, when we look at Novigo, or before that when we looked at Velocio in Pune, it is about a bit of reverse merger, right? Because you want their culture to start trickling into your larger enterprise, and you want to see a lot more, fire in the belly, a lot more passion to achieve things which are important for you to grow.
Just a follow-up question to that. Maybe I'm asking the same question again, but because I didn't get what I was seeking from you. When you get founders like these who are successful, you get to the company, how do you actually also get the best out of them? How the best out of them, because you took them because they were at a certain peak, right? And how do you integrate the entire HR systems that they've built in place? Many of those, I'm presuming, would also be entrepreneur-driven, but they are a very large company, so I'm sure the systems and processes are already in place to a great extent. But what do you think is a good time to integrate a company driven by strong founders? Is there a time frame that, let's say, you guys put in place, or is there an ideal frame that you thought that you went into this with?
I don't think there is any written guidelines about what is the sweet year or sweet time frame before you say it's going to be highly aligned, highly coupled, right? But I think the way I look at it and the way we see this happening in our journey with Novigo is that Novigo is very strong when it comes to certain capabilities, and they are clearly stronger than what our systems capability in those areas are. Example being agentic AI or agent AI as a horizontal, so to say, right? LCNC, RPA, they're definitely far ahead of the curve when it comes to their service offering than what we currently have. So therefore, we would miss a point if we don't leverage on those strengths, right? We would miss a point if we don't leverage on the simple ecosystem fact that in Mangalore, they have built such strong capability, and today the kind of leverage benefit that Novigo enjoys in terms of retention rates, in terms of their ecosystem equation with the fledgling university, in and around Mangalore, is very hard to replicate in a larger city like Noida or, for that matter, Bangalore. Right? So therefore, to come back to your main point, there are several strengths that Novigo and companies like Nevius they bring to the table that larger companies like us or entity would get benefited of, right? And therefore, in the spirit of growing the business the right way, I think you should look at 2 to 3 years, at the minimum to see whether we can think about a high-aligned, high-coupled ecosystem to kick in.
Sure, Satyadeep, and with that, CEO, come back to you. Not every company can possibly become a RoboSoft or a EVS or a Novigo in terms of, let's say, a strategic investor buying them out and, let's say, huge exits for founders, or maybe go IPO. So from this region, if, let's say, for aspiring entrepreneurs, we have to say, look, this is what a successful company will look like. What would the contours of that be according to you?
So I think we'll definitely want unicorns and companies going to IPO, and I think that's part of Rohit's vision, and there is a specific number of companies he's called out in next couple of years where he aspires X number of companies want to go unicorn, but that's required because I think that would create the momentum, that would create the the whole energy which is coming into this one, right? But I think beyond that, if someone has to define what a companies and successful companies would look like, I think eventually, I think even for us, post-acquisition, I think we want to make it institutions, right, where there's a longevity. We have gone through multiple cycles of ups and downs of economic cycles. There's a lot more stability and resilience. Now, that is required because there's a lot of people whom we employ in this region. There needs to be a stability, right? And as we start scaling, I think we need that stronger base, right? Or for anyone who's considering themselves as successful. That's the first one. Second one is, I think the companies, when they become successful, I think the second one is, along with net employers, I think they also need to be net promoters of entrepreneurs. And I think RoboSoft has been a big example for that, right? I think I see a lot of founders in the region now who've been part of, RoboSoft, right? Especially Kotra, I think Dixit is here. I'm hoping that at some point there would be more founders and leaders coming out of Nevius as well, right? That would be a big success for us as an organization. And the third most important thing is, with the kind of work and the quality of work in the region, can we bring back a lot more, the talent which has gone out of the region, can we bring them back, right? Can we focus on building those niche, cutting edge tech with the exposure some of them, have outside of that? That's something which probably a lot of us aspire as and that's probably the parameter what success is in the long term for companies like us in the region.
So you won't put numbers, revenue, number of employees, or let's say Series A, B kind of stuff as a kind of a success factors?
I think that would happen eventually. I think that is part of what companies are, and if someone has to grow big, I think that's going to be part and parcel of that, right? But I think in the long term, I think we'll also have to look at beyond that what defines success for organizations and companies in this region, and that's where I think my points are on.
In that context, Praveen, coming back to you, when you look at the region, of course, all of you in the dais are from the technology world, but TIE is also beyond tech in that way. So could there be companies where we, or let's say, encouraging entrepreneurs beyond tech, and the kind of success stories that this region may have had which we have not talked about or should be having. How do we look beyond IT, and what do you see the world or ecosystem outside of IT for this region as, let's say, role models like you?
Yeah, I think it's a good question because the more focus seems to be on the technology these days. Of course, there are companies, there are examples like, I know Canara Farms here. I mean, thanks to, again, Thai Forum, where we were able to get a visibility onto that. There is a company called Juice Bottle, it's a local, juice, which is without preservatives and things like that. And then Bindu Water, I think they are trying to expand now. It's actually, local product, but they are going beyond. And then besides that, of course, our local flavors of cashews and spices, you talk about bolas and kalbavi, then achal. There are multiple other industries too. But what I see is, their expansion, one is, of course, expanding the network with the franchisee mode, but other one is leveraging technology. I think whatever said and done, if you look at ultimately today, if you want to expand, go beyond a particular region, you need to use technology in one or the other way. Okay, that's where I feel technology plays a role. While the concept can be non-technical, the technology plays a role to expand if you want to go beyond. So I always believe in, be local but go global. So your boundary should be first a district and then a state and a country and then beyond country. And it's quite possible. I know one more, I think if I remember right, it's Load Runner or something, which is very similar to your, Zomato and Swiggy. I remember, we had some discussions almost 3-4 years back where he started in Udupi, then expanded to Mangalore. That's where we had a conversation where I also told him that if you want to make it outside, how do you do? Right? Either you make it online or you take it in a franchise mode. Apparently he had a friend in Australia and they had implemented, sorry, Australia or New Zealand, they were implemented there. I think it's quite possible, but technology is a kind of enabler to take even the non-tech companies to outside region.
Thanks, Praveen. For that, I want to bring Shiva back into play. And Shiva, look, when you look at the tier 2 city stories of India, they always started with, especially when it comes to large companies like yours, when they went to tier 2, it was always like the second option. Like HSBC did Visakhapatnam after Hyderabad was large enough. Jaipur came to Deutsche Bank after Mumbai was big enough for them. However, the story in Mangaluru Udupi region is a little different, where we had towering companies already at this place which brought companies like you to the region. I was just wondering if any region like this, which is tier 2 cities today, can they stand on their own to attract large brands without they already being in the 6 cities? We heard Romal saying that clearly, that when they come to India, large brands, they will go to the top 6 cities no matter what. That's where they will start. The second option will be tier 2, but we are aspiring to bring GCCs right here. We're talking to them. We have different experiences to that. But can they stand on their own is the question, because that doesn't seem to be the consensus.
Okay, I'll make an attempt at that. Right now, of course, we have almost a year of the NTT Nivius association with us. So it has done a lot of good to NTT and opened eyes for NTT. But I think, in the discussion earlier, we talked about creating a campaign, creating a visibility of what can be done, how it can be done, creating a visibility of the willingness of the people in that region to be able to contribute towards the growth. If these are the things that we focus on, then obviously the city, wherever we are using as the fulcrum, that will become, it will create its growth, correct? So today, I guess, Mangalore has gone past all of that, in the sense, the level at which, we are doing this conference here, as well as the kind of ventures that are running out of Mangaluru. I think the Mangaluru story is going to be able to stand on its own. On a very personal level, if you ask me, I would love for Mangaluru to maintain its tier 2 feeling, right? Because it's so different from what a rushed and a mad city, tier 1 so-called mad city. I mean, for that reason, if you want to call it tier 2, I would be more than happy. But I don't think currently, in the way things are going here, it's anywhere less than what it can be done elsewhere. And these examples that you're actually presenting over here would become the basis for others to see and more to go further. So it's only a matter of maybe in my plan, where does it fall? How big a center do I want? How fast do I want? And yeah, finally, I think in decision making, people are involved. So a little bit of personal element comes, which city should I choose? Maybe it comes at that stage, but definitely these tier cities will be there to stay. Tier 1 cities, I guess, are fairly saturated in that sense.
Yeah, I'm with you when you say that, we like Mangaluru, Udupi for what it is, and maybe sometimes I dread of what it could become, if the urban planning doesn't catch up with that, right? So when I came here, Rohit said, please be in Udupi, don't come this side. And, we continue to expand in Udupi. So I'm hoping Udupi doesn't become Mangaluru, and vice versa, right? So coming to you, Satyadeep, you've been to Mangaluru many times before. We all talk Mangaluru from a point of connection. We have something in Udupi, something in Mangaluru, and everybody comes here, tries to make a parochial connection, and that's how we feel great about it, right? And I hear you are also talking about some connection in the morning. Will tier 2 cities only, especially Mangaluru, we were again and again we are talking about, let's bring a connection. Somebody is from a Mangaluru region, can we go to him or her and invoke the regionalism in them, right? Is that the only way we will attract companies, or is there a different way? Yeah, we can brand, we talked about that, but that's the route we seem to be taking in the global route or international attention we are seeking. So what's your take on that?
That's not the only route, but I think that's a very important route, right? And my connection with tier 2 cities goes long back, especially 2001, my Infosys days. I've been to Mangalore. I think that was my first visit to Mangalore. Then I relocated back to my home city, which is a tier 2 city called Bhubaneswar with Infosys. And the growth was challenging, right? So one had to tap into that route to get lateral hires coming in, seniors coming in to grow these centers, right? And I'm sure that was the case when in 1995 Infosys started something in Mangalore, and they had to tap into
Infosys Mangalore.
Infosys, sorry, started something in Mangalore, and they had to tap into Praveen, right? And I think that is something which is which brings the ethos back into a city which is wanting to grow, a city which has all of the rest of the ecosystem element for growth, right? So that sit-in capital in terms of sponsors really help you to build the momentum. But as you make your head start, then there are infrastructure elements, there are leadership commitment, there is this passion and that junoon to make this happen, which I see a lot in the last few hours, and I'm sure the city is in right hands with Rohit taking the leadership and all the entrepreneurs around him joining hands, and I think that's going to be the most important factor for the city to thrive and become what they have been envisioning for the city and for themselves.
Yeah, I think moving on from the parochial connection, Praveen, coming back to you, I was wondering, how do we look at this region if we do not have scale? Some of the companies had scale which attracted the kind of companies to come here, and I don't know how many such companies still are there for us to attract more. When I look around, so there are about close to 16 odd IT services companies which have 5,000 headcount and above. These are all listed Indian companies right now. So from a scale point of view, we do not have that kind of a companies here to attract, let's say acquirers. So what else would attract, let's say, global players to come here? One is the readily available deployable talent, which we are talking about 25,000 technology professionals, about 15,000 people who are in the BFSI segment, let's say if we want to look at GBS coming here in the form of GCCs. So if we do not have that scale, of course we have a whole lot of graduates passing out, and when we know large companies, when they come year 1 or 2, they will not recruit fresh graduates. They want the first 2 years working with laterals. So how do we attract larger companies to come here if we do not have anything readily to be acquired at the scale that you guys were present? So what else can bring them in? We cannot say there are so many institutes are here, right?
Yeah. I think a couple of things. Anyway, we have started on that journey, right? I mean, as I mentioned yesterday, there are 2,000 plus professionals. So the senior professionals are coming back. And when they come back, obviously they would look for the leadership positions or the senior positions, and that is already happening. And second thing is obviously to look at, guys like, Roman Shetty, who are from this region, who are outside. I think they'll be little more connect to their roots, right? I think you have to catch hold of such leaders and then try to get a portion of such companies. And obviously, if you look at the history here, we had a good number of companies. Like Infosys started in '95 and then grew. And then Cognizant acquired a company here, and then Cognizant is also present. And then in the last 3 years, as everyone talked about, a lot of the progress, we have Tech Mahindra and then Hexaware came in. So all these companies have a potential to scale. And obviously the tier 2, there are multiple tier 2 companies, not just Novigo and Nivias. There are multiple companies with in the range of say 200 to 1,000 people. So that opportunity not there for a lateral, I think is not true anymore. There are opportunities. Now we have to just map it to the people who are from this geography who wants to come back, as well as the opportunities among the region. The second aspect that I've been seeing, from 1985 is people always thought tier 2 cities will get low-end work, right? And that is also not true. Now I think there are enough companies in this geography, like the cloud or whatever you talked about, any of the latest technology, there are companies here. And there are, it's not just the services companies, even the product companies. There is a company called Semnox, who's again an ex-Infi guy, ex-Minfi guy rather. He started a company on the gaming product, and his product is being sold in 150 plus countries across. So in terms of products companies or services companies, the opportunities are plenty. Now it's a question of mapping the leadership positions in those companies versus the talent coming from other regions. And that is anyway happening with all the branding. Branding was another one was missing, and I go with the Mohan's statement, right? And the human talent, then infra, and of course the branding. And human was always there, and they were going out, and infra was missing. That was happening in the last 2-3 years, and obviously now the leadership is also coming. So all are really marrying together to get the growth that Rohit is visioning about.
Sure. And Shiva, coming back to you, the aspect of integrating the employees who felt connected to the promoters, like to work in the region. There were different reasons for people to be in Mangaluru, though every year 40,000 people possibly migrate to the big cities from this part of the world. What would take you beyond, let's say, what held them here to make them stay and grow in the company? Let's say as Nivias, let's say from 1,000 to 5,000, if they don't become, they will not get growth here. Not everybody who stayed here wants to surf every day here, right? So would there be a challenge of giving them growth? Because you are an international company, $30 billion company is what entity data is. So is there a kind of a commitment or a road path to, let's say, global opportunities? How would these guys, because there is a dichotomy here. Many of us have stayed here because we like to be here. Close to home, quality of life, whatever we call it. But also there are a bunch of people that multinationals typically fuel by saying, we'll give you growth, you will become this person, vice president, whatever. So what would take you to balance these two?
See, I think this part is already happening. I can say with my rear view in place in terms of the last 1 year. Opportunities have opened up both sides. So like I mentioned earlier, when Entity and Nivias came together, one of the things that we had a very, very clear understanding of is what strengths Entity was bringing and what strengths Nivias was bringing. That was very clear in mind. Where could Nivias take Entity to in the region, whether it is APAC region or globally, that was also very clear. So to that extent today, the capability that Nivias brought has already taken a lot of, or given the opportunity, I should say, not taken, it's given a lot of opportunity to people in Nivias who were traditionally used to working only out of Mangaluru to visit various other locations of Entity and work with local teams over there. So that's already started, correct? Now, if there was ever a thought in the mind that we will stay stuck to just one region, one location, that's broken already, if you ask me. And as a company from Entity's perspective, you will see that that's the scale that we were able to bring. And taking that and bringing advantage to both is what the team at Nivias is doing. I mean, I think Suyo can talk a lot more about it. He's already planning about, growing the team and catering to a lot more number of markets beyond what he's currently doing. So from all that perspective, those are all opportunities visible to the individuals over here. So I don't think that there is any need for anyone to think they're restricted or limited to just working in one office in one location. That doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I was just seeing if when will CEO become Entity Data's India CEO, so.
No, I think he's become something even better. He's become the global BU leader, right? So he's become even better than India. He's actually a global role. I mean, not only him, there are others in his organization who are already doing that.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your views, and if anybody in the audience have questions for people who made Mangaluru their new home, and of course the entrepreneurs who put us on the global map. Last 1 or 2 minutes, 1 or 2 questions.
Can I ask a question? Now that we have these wonderful people talking about great things and how great they are, let each one tell us what are they going to do for Mangalore for the next 12 months? What are their plans for Mangalore for the next 12 months? What are the plans
for Mangaluru in the next 12 months? Will you add 5,000 jobs? I don't know, that's what he's asking.
Well, that's like a leading question, sir, but I think Mangalore is actually doing a lot of things for our systems. I think that's how I look at the contribution of Mangalore for our systems. I think when it comes to certain geos, some capabilities, they are the leaders, right? And we're learning a lot from the young organization that Novigo is. As Shiva mentioned, for us, it's going to be a growth journey both for Novigo, because when we acquired Novigo, obviously we acquired Novigo with the growth aspirations that they have in Mangalore. And now it is also an opportunity for us to co-locate with Novigo to build a bit of our systems in Mangalore. We've started the journey. We have picked up one of the most difficult areas, which is data and AI. We are glad that our tiny, pilot program is successful. So we have our systems employees now in Mangalore. I think it's a journey which would be not just 12 months, but hopefully for the next 12 years, we'll grow Mangalore together.
Yeah, I think for the bit, today, like he said, NVS is doing a lot for Entity, and one thing that Entity has been able to do is bring a extra letter in the vocabulary of most of the people worldwide. Instead of Bangalore, which starts with B, we have made them realize there is a Mangalore, which is even more productive in terms of, what it delivers. So to that extent, we've been able to bring that to everybody. So today when I speak to someone that I'm actually visiting Mangalore or so, they don't tell me, oh, you're going to Bangalore. Otherwise, it used to be that way. So that's not there anymore within Entity at least. And in terms of growth, I think, like I mentioned, we are looking at, not many people might know, Entity has close to about 40,000 people working out of India in its global delivery center, right? Now, this doesn't exist in Bangalore, but definitely from a cloud delivery center point of view, NVS is going to transform itself in that area. So it will become a much larger delivery center for us.
What about cloud investment? Will you have a big hyper cloud center in Mangalore? Because with the coast, we can get a cable here. Do you think it's a possible thing?
Yeah,
I'm not asking you to commit.
I understand. And I won't comment on that, but what I'm trying to tell you is Entity there in that business, so definitely it might be an area that can be discussed.
Mohandas sir, actually there is a rumor in the recruitment industry running that NVS is going to add 5,000 people in the region. You're not confirming it.
We'll make that possible.
Okay, we'll wait and watch. So thank you so much for being a great panel, and thank you for the questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for making this conversation so interesting, so engaging. And once again, can we all please put our hands together for all the fine personalities right on stage for giving us insights and also telling that how our city is shining on the world map. May I please request Mr. Suyog Shetty and Mr. Praveen Kalbavi to kindly hand over the mementos to our moderator, Mr. Kamal Karand, and to our other panelists, that is Mr. Satyadeep Mishra and Mr. Keshav Shankar. So much, gentlemen, once again. All right, it's almost lunchtime, and who's hungry? I just can see 2 hands up, quite a few. All right. While most of us might be hungry for lunch, most of us are hungry for a great pitch and an investor to listen. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the segment is Startup Pitch Session. What we're about to witness here is not just pitching, it's storytelling with purpose. We move to the heart of entrepreneurship, where ideas are tested, visions are challenged, and courage meets conviction. 6 potential startups will now pitch their ideas, not just for funding, but for belief, guidance, and the next big leap forward. Before we begin the pitches, let me introduce the people who will be evaluating these startups today. Leaders who understand risk, vision, and the founder journey. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting and welcoming Mr. Ankit Kedia, the founder and general partner, Capital A, backing deep tech and AI startups. Joining in, we have Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal, the founder and CEO, C Fund, investing in ocean tech and climate innovation. Also, we have with us Mr. Shrikant Chaudhary, the president, TiE Nagpur, fostering entrepreneurship across central India. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together and invite the 3 evaluators for the next segment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting you to kindly put your hands together for our 3 amazing evaluators and an even bigger round of applause for the founders who are about to pitch. Well, let's welcome our first startup on stage. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Crop AI. Over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Farish, co-founder at Crop AI. Yeah, so we build vertical farms for enterprises at scale. So it's a quick background on the evolution of farming. As we all know that farming has been a strong industry since centuries to come. And typical open field in Mahabaleshwar, how it looks. And then the next generation of farming, which is vertical farms, is the first generation of vertical farms. Then we have developed our own solution, the Crop AI container farms, which is one step ahead from the current solutions that are available in the market. So the problems that the current sector faces is that indoor farms are very expensive, and it is very expensive to run as well. The OPEX cost is very high, and the crop yield square feet has maxed out. Basically, the vertical farms is known for that in less area you can grow more crops, high density of crops, and that is a big problem in the current solutions that are available in the market. So how we are solving this market? Our container farms are 50% cheaper than existing solutions, and AI, the AI that we have built, which is the brain of the container farm, reduces OPEX by 50%, and our farms increase yield per square feet by 2.5x. This is a farm in Avatar Hotel in Mangalore, which grows leafy greens for the entire hotel. So business model is very simple. We just manufacture and sell these container farms to enterprises, and then we charge them a subscription for the software that runs the farm. So initial targets customers are Spar, Lulu, Namdari, Starbucks. For example, Lulu wants to grow strawberries. Instead of sourcing from farmers from Mahabaleshwar, they can grow themselves near them where their customers are, or wherever the distribution center is. And food processors like Bolas, Naturals, hotel chains, as well as fly kitchens for airline industries, instead of sourcing from farmers or sourcing from the B2B player, they can themselves grow near the distribution center.
This is the USP of our farms. So first is a faster ROI, the best chemical-free sweet strawberries. For the first time in Udupi's history, strawberries were grown, and it was only done because of indoor farms. So that is the opportunity of this technology that is offering to us. Some of our competitors, most of the indoor farms are based out of US, very high investment, very high operational expenses, and very high labor. That's why the farms shut down. In India, we have an opportunity to manufacture these farms much, much cheaper, very affordable to operate in terms of human labor, and very high ROI for our enterprise clients. So that's where Crop AI completely stands out in terms of lower capex, which is almost $140 per square feet. This is how we plan to scale our revenue. I mean, all of these are just numbers and nothing, but this is how we look at our company in the next 5 years to be a leader in indoor vertical farming sector. Something funny, but very highly throwing in the air is, the technology is so advanced that one day we can even grow food for space. So that's where we want to be. Why now? Manufacturing in India is very hard. You can see that hyperlocal farming is catching up in India, and many investments are scaling up in the region, and that's why we need to start right now. We are backed by one of the best angel investment sectors. The Thai Angels of Mangaluru has led around it with us, and we were recently backed by Rainmatter, and currently we are raising a $1.2 million round, which will help us scale up our manufacturing sector. This is our R&D facility in Udupi. 3 trials in India in 1 year. So that is something what we have done, which was next to impossible and never considered. That was only done because of the tech and the hardware that we have used. A short intro about our speech. Farish was previously involved in a B2B sector chain with fish supply to Licious, Fresh to Home, and Captain Fresh. And then we were classmates in engineering, and that's how we met, and we are in this company for 4 years.
Yeah, thank you for more questions.
That's Crop AI for you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we have next 3 minutes for a Q&A session. Over to you, panelists.
So nice pitch, but can you share more about the inside of the farm? The container, what is the tech? How do? You spoke nothing about that.
Like the tech?
The inside of the farm, what is the tech? What exactly you do?
Okay, we build.
So, I mean, that is more important in the pitch, right? Sharing, you shared some numbers. So, I have run a company where we have grown roses in greenhouses, and I don't agree with some of the numbers. $400 per square feet. I think you should do your homework there. So, nothing wrong with the concept you are doing. I mean, but greenhouses, growing has been there for ages, and it has fair amount of ROI. It's about 1 crore an acre. You can about 1.5 crore in a hectare, you can do a decent greenhouse in India with maybe even Israeli tech.
Yeah.
So, but your concept is good. I think share more about the tech
That's
inside.
the perspective we're trying to change. Like you think indoor farming is impossible, but that's what we're trying to change. That's what we're trying to focus on.
I mean, greenhouses in Mangalore are very impossible to operate also. So we have seen a lot of greenhouses in Mangalore closed down because of high humidity. The environmental factors don't support at all. So there are a lot of regions in India, in the Middle East, and in the global world where greenhouses are not sustainable at all. And if you go to Netherlands, where glass houses are very, very expensive, and for them, we are offering them an affordable tech.
So Netherlands, I agree. Netherlands, they have moved their growing to Africa and other parts of the world. But we still have not understood the tech inside. So maybe inside your farm, what exactly?
The math is maximum plants per square feet, which translates into 1 acre of plants coming into a 320 square feet area, and all is done in vertical sector. So that's how we plan to deploy it.
What about temperature control, humidity control, fertigation and stuff?
Everything is automatic. That's where the software comes in. The software, first we train the software, and then the software takes control on how to grow it and how to control it there.
What is the software trained on? You spoke about AI, right? So AI, of course, it's a buzzword right now for everything and anything that we do. But what really is the AI component or the AI element there?
So we have a scoring parameter. So basically the model tries to understand, we tell them this is the parameter, this is the yield we want. And at the end of a trial, we see if the mismanagement has happened.
Visual?
Sorry?
Is it visual, or are you training the model on visual images?
Computer vision and live oracles.
Okay.
Yeah, from where you get the data, because that's your own proprietary generation of the data. So it's more of the data which you created and for yourself. So amount of the data which is required for the training purposes is obviously limited. So how do we know that this really gives that kind of a percentile in terms of the prediction, whatever you do?
I mean, most of the data we import from UK. We work closely with plant scientists in the UK where we take their inputs and research papers. So it's like 1 million data points we have imported into our algorithm from there. So that's how.
Are you saying that it will be a controlled kind of an environment? What happens in the UK happens in the India itself?
Exactly. So the plants which are grown in UK can be grown in Udupi or Mangalore. So without, you don't have to do it in open fields. You can do it anywhere.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you, Crop AI, for presenting. Well, up next, may I please invite Kandra Farms. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Kandra Farms taking up next.
Namaskar everyone, my name is Gaurav Shetty and I'm founder of Kandra Farms. We're building India's clean label protein dairy company here in Mangalore. I wanted you to do a small experiment when you go back home, right? So take any milk packet from your local retailer, from your supermarket, and just turn the milk packet around. You will see the ingredient list, and one of the common things that you will see is milk solid as an ingredient, but not as milk. It is what we call in the industry as a toned dairy. Most of the mass-produced toned dairy is artificial. It's hyper-processed, the cream is separated, and it's with products like yogurt, there's a lot of stabilizers and emulsifiers installed so that you get the texture of the milk. Millennials, or let's say 80 crore millennials and Gen Zs is what I call as millennials. They're actually very aware about this hyper-processing, and they're actually looking for healthy natural alternatives. That's how this whole market is kind of growing of the healthy food consumption. We drew this a simple 1:1 matrix of the market to explain how the entire market looks right now. And you can see most of the premium brands or even mass market brands, they operate in the similar category of toned dairy. There are very few brands actually that work in the clean label or whole milk as a category, creating a massive opportunity for a brand like us. We have been working on clean dairy or whole dairy for the last 3 years, and what we want to do is now bring protein yogurt that is developed from real milk no toned dairy, completely whole milk based products. There are two products that we are bringing to the market. One is a whole milk skyr, high protein, triple strain, 13 grams of protein per serving, but made completely from whole milk, no milk powder added, no stabilizers. And similarly with Greek yogurt, we are aiming to deliver about 8 grams of protein with no milk powder or stabilizers. Very simple, again we try to simplify the whole business structure where what is the key differentiator that we do. No yogurt brand right now delivers dairy products with whole milk. They all use toned dairy, they all use milk powders, and most of them do use stabilizers. This is what we are this last 3 years. We've been working very hands-on with the industry, with the market, delivering about 1,200 plus households, 300 plus retail stores, trying to understand the retail market also with our capacity. We also work with Spar, we are working with Big Basket, trying to understand the distribution of Q-commerce at our scale. One of the key things that I learned in last 3 years is, along with distribution, to make whole dairy work or the whole milk category work, we need to have very strong control on our sourcing. So we have built our own sourcing network in the region, but along with that, we did one good thing for the farmers also. For the high quality dairy that they produce, we deliver 30% higher income for them. So in creating a very better market even for the farmers to grow together. Overall health and based F&B is projected to go at 20% CAGR in the next decade. Primarily with more about the market on the number of customers is aimed to double from 8 crore to about 10 crores more. And the market is also, the average spend also is expected to be double in the next decade. We can time this any better. Just a simple demonstration of how Yakult and Epigamia grew in the last 10 years, and the market is expected to grow as 24% CAGR in the next decade. We are aiming to reach about 4,000 odd households now going forward and expand our reach to 500 plus outlets in the region. And for that, we are also looking to raise about 15 crore round to reach a 2 crore MRR going forward. Yep. Sorry.
Well, that's Kandra Farms for you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, well presented. Next 3 minutes, we have the question and answer session.
Gaurav, excellent pitch, very good clarity of the problem statement, very good clarity on what really matters in a 2-minute pitch and sort of things that you need to cover. I think one of the things, the slide where you compare your products with Yakult, Milky Mist and Epigamia. Yakult is a probiotic drink, so it doesn't really compare with what you're doing. It doesn't offer any protein either. Yep. Epigamia, I think largely most of the products are indulgence products where they are sweetened yogurt and a couple of other things. Now there are some categories of Greek yogurt also. But if you are saying you are making a functional dairy brand, which is a protein infused, right now we see over proteinization of this entire food category, from chocolates to ice cream to everything getting more and more protein. And is there a difference between what the derivative protein will be from the regular 2% or the 4% fat milk versus what you will be offering? What is your additional source of protein that you are giving? So a 2-part question over there.
You rightfully pointed out one wonderful thing about how the market is evolving right now. Epigamia and all these players, they started with yogurt as more of an indulgence category. That's where they had the liberty of doing what they did, which they developed the market well. But at the same time, what now market is moving towards is the functional dairy category, like you rightfully pointed out. So in that case, these customers are very much aware about what exactly is happening on the label, and they want a clean label product. So the demand is actually moving towards this category. And the players right now, if you today also, even right now, if anyone opens up Swiggy or Big Basket and they search skier in the market, they'll only find Milky Mist as one player who's trying to do something in that space. So the market is now expanding towards it, and the space is opening up in the functional category.
What is the source of additional protein? Why is your milk having more protein than the regular milk?
The second part of the answer is actually taking a step back. Like in most things that we did up to now in Kandra Farms is taking a step back, saying not thinking of industrializing it, but taking to the traditional process. How skiers were made before all these machines were there, by straining the yogurt, not by thickening the yogurt. So what generally the market is doing is they're actually thickening the yogurts or any protein-rich product by adding milk powder to it. More in milk powder, the more protein content increases in the milk. Secondly, now you will see one common thing that is happening in terms of natural protein is the high protein milk that is being launched by Akshay Kalpa. So they are the only capital players who are actually working in that clean label sector in the protein category.
Just very quick questions. In terms of the CM1, CM2, CM3, are you profitable over there? What are the margins playing out for you in that case? And little bit explain on your omni-channel, kind of a channel mix, how you are targeting that.
So on the CM1 level, we are at about 40%, 38 to 40%. On CM2, we reach about 19 to 20%, 19%. And at CM3, we get about 5 to 6% currently in the current phase.
About the channel mix, how you are covering your bases?
So in our current model, the major is actually D2C and retail, is where our approximately 68% of our business comes from D2C, and the rest of the business comes from the retail category, broken down by Q-commerce and the direct retail, modern trade.
Thank you so much, Kandra Farms, for pitching in here on the stage. Thank you very much. Can we please have a round of applause? Up next, may I please invite Juice Bottle. Over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Preeti Nayak, founder of Juice Bottle. At Juice Bottle, we are into manufacturing of bottled fresh fruit juices. We have set out to build the next Coca-Cola in terms of the brand, the volume, the presence and reach. But we'll be more real in terms of the freshness, the real and natural ingredients, the taste and the nutritional value that we offer to our consumers through our brand. Ganesh Nayak, an MBA graduate from TAPMI Manipal, and I from XLRA Jamshedpur have founded this initiative in 2022. Some of the biggest and the unique learnings for us happens when we become parents ourselves. Things that once we overlooked becomes our top priority when we have to make certain decisions for our little ones in our life as to what they need to eat and drink. The same thing happened, and it was a very, very confusing and challenging market when we had to decide between the ready-to-drink beverages that are high on preservatives, artificial flavors and colors, which research has again and again proven that has got negative implications, especially in children, or to choose the next best option was the traditional juice shops with questionable hygienic concerns. Through Juice Bottle, we are making available to our consumers what we wanted for our children. We produce our juices completely from seasonally available fruits, which Indian palates are used to, which either comes with low sugar or without any sugar. Absolutely no preservatives, flavors and colors that goes into it. We are not waiting for our consumers to reach out to us. We reach out to the consumers through our smart and scalable distribution model of vending machines, making it very easy and convenient for people to go for a better or a healthier drink than what's available in the market. Our vending machines are completely equipped with technology at the back end for inventory management, production triggers. From our inception in 2022, with an annual turnover of 35 lakhs in the first year, that is FY23, to last financial year, we've exited the year with 1 crore of annual revenue. And this year, we are expected to close at around 1.75 to 2 crores. Our gross margins at around 73%. And currently, our revenue model, around 80% of our business happens through the D2C channel, that is our completely automated vending machines. Around 15% through the B2B channel, and around 5% Swiggy and Zomato. We have not really focused on the marketing campaigns there. We're looking at going beyond Mangalore and Udupi right now. The next destination for us is Bangalore. We will be looking at strengthening and scaling operations through vending machines there. Plus, we'll also explore the quick commerce and modern trade route. Along with generating revenue through the vending machines, it also acts as an excellent and cost-effective and efficient marketing tool for us, which clearly gives a strong brand presence and recall, basically because it is all positioned and strategically positioned in high footfall areas. We are all in a market where there's an excellent shifting in the consumption pattern of the consumers towards healthier products, better products. Basically, we live with intelligent customers around. So our life has become much easier in terms of promoting our product. We are looking at India 1 and India 2 category of product, basically the affluent and the emerging category of consumers for our brand. The top 20 cities across India is what we are looking at for the next 7 years. We are uniquely positioned in a market where our products are high on fruit content, very less on any other aspects which are not good for the customers. This is our roadmap. Currently, we are available only in Mangalore and Manipal. Next year, we are planning from April onwards, we would want our presence to be in Bangalore and Kerala with around 75 vending machines and modern trade and quick commerce. We're looking at closing around 13 crores of business. In 2028, we will look at setting up a facility in Bangalore which caters to the Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Pune, and then look at national presence. So we're looking at 6 crores funding for our first round of expansion to Bangalore and Kerala at this point in time. So around 60% will go towards marketing and vending machines, around 25% to ensure that the infrastructure is slightly scaled up in the Mangalore production unit. We have tied up with good credentials of clients we've got. We've tied up with Adani International Airport, most of the leading hospitals in Mangalore, and Nexus Malls, which gives us a stepping stone to reach out to other players in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juice Bottle, for presenting your pitch. The next 3 minutes, question answers, please.
I have a very simple question. On your bottle, the date of manufacture is 15 January and the date of expiry is 16th, which effectively means you have 3 weeks. The date of manufacture is 15th January, date of expiry is 14th February.
Yes.
Okay. You have effectively 3 weeks to get it out of your factory, put it on the shelf, hopefully that sells, and then you get your sales over there.
Yes.
And it's a brutally competitive market. And to have, and you showed the plan of HPP and everything. The cost of distribution versus the price point that exists in the market for products like this, there is a huge disparity between the aspiration to buy a wellness product and then to buy it at a cost that they can afford. Right? How do you solve this complex issue of supply chain, shelf life, pricing, distribution, and then hub and spoke model? I mean, Coca-Cola for the first 20 years in India could not make any money despite being hub and spoke, right? So how do you solve a complex problem like this?
Okay. The current shelf life that you're looking at is 1 month, and I've mentioned that we will also be exploring a high pressure processing unit to further take it beyond other markets. So it will give us a shelf life of for the normal, the cold pressed juices currently has only 10 days of shelf life. So it will give us another 3 more weeks. So it will essentially become 1 month shelf life product. See, like now currently we are producing in Mangalore. So the transportation can be like an overnight transportation to cities like Bangalore at this point in time. So we just effectively lose 1 day of transportation. The next day it can be in the market. So I'll have to strengthen my distribution model. I need to be present I need to do my marketing, I need to be present in places which matters. Basically, that's why we are currently also doing in Mangaluru, in a small market like Mangaluru and Udupi, what we've been able to do is we are going and setting up our vending machines in places where there's high footfall. So the volume, it happens, the sales happen on a regular basis. And there is, if you really look at our, the damage that is happening to us, it's just around 3% at this point in time. For the entire financial year, it's just around 3%. Basically, majority of that happens in the monsoon season.
Fair enough. My only request will be, please do a real-time analysis of the entire cycle. And by the way, I love the brand name Juice Bottle.
Thank you.
It is very catchy, and congratulations to you.
Looks like a presentable, but I think you should do something for the plastic. When you're doing a healthy product, natural and all. And do you cover the category? Are you like raw, cold pressed?
We have
like
got
raw pressery or noise?
Not completely cold pressed. We've got like fresh fruits like watermelon, pineapple. A lot of fruits are cold pressed, but we have around 60% of our product portfolio comes with heat based as well. So like a lemon, the ginger lime, the grapes, all of it is heat based.
So you will also compete with many of those, and there are multiple brands today.
Yes.
Who are like healthy, cold pressed, fresh.
Correct.
So it's like I agree with Ankit, it's a very, very tough market.
Right.
But there's always space, and you will have to certainly develop your strategy and all that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juice Bottle. Can we all please have a round of applause for Juice Bottle? Thank you so much. Up next, may I please invite, we have Singularity Automobiles. Over to you.
Hello. Hello everyone, I am Ashit from Singularity Automobiles. We are an electromobility startup based out of Mangalore, building the future of electric work mobility. So the business owners are looking for a new type of vehicle, one that is efficient and cheaper to run, safer to drive while being smooth and hassle-free, and low maintenance and hassle-free to own as well. Majority of the vehicle in this segment are pickup trucks, which are basically powered by fossil fuels, and due to the rising fuel costs, the maintenance cost, and the emission standards, these are getting more and more difficult for them to run. That's where we are bringing Fronix. It is an all-electric pickup truck platform built on a modular EV platform, a versatile electric vehicle for a wide range of needs. Whether you're a business owner, a contractor, an engineer, or a material handling service, or just for recreational purpose or for work-related purpose, this vehicle can cover all kinds of needs without any hassle. We have developed the entire vehicle from the ground up to be more safer, efficient, and capable and cheaper to run. Built on a modular EV platform that is completely integrated with safety features as well as modular and scalable, such that we can build multiple different vehicles on the same platform. Other than that, we have also introduced advanced alternative materials such as thermoplastic composite panels, which are lighter than steel while being durable and scratch resistant, which is one of the major requirements for commercial operations. As well as the bonded aluminum structure, which is a low cost as well as lightweight system, which allows us to build vehicles very quickly. Together with our modular EV platform and our alternative materials, we are able to build vehicles that are lighter, stronger, capable, while being corrosion-proof when compared to vehicles in the market. Combine that with the 2-minute battery swap or hyper-fast charge option, we are giving 24/7 uptime to our customers, as well as with the electric powertrain and our modular EV platform, we are able to provide enhanced performance, capability, safety, as well as reliability as well. Our vehicles are not slow either. Our vehicles are not slow either. With industry-leading performance, we are sure that customers can extract maximum performance out of their vehicles. Due to the utilization of our modular EV platform and thermoplastic composite panels, we are able to build our vehicles in small-scale microfactories models. These microfactories are decentralized units that take up smaller footprints and lower capex due to the elimination of need for any kind of stamping, painting, as well as welding processes. These plants are also scalable and are quick to set up and quicker to get into the market. Each microfactory acts as an assembly plant, a warehouse, as well as sales hub, enabling faster rollouts while being minimum capex expenditure. These microfactories are also modular, repeatable, and scalable, meaning we design once, build everywhere, and scale by replication. And the big idea is that with one platform, we build multiple different vehicle configuration, and every new city we enter becomes a manufacturing hub of its own. The team, we are just two co-founders right now, both of us coming from mechanical engineering background with deep interest in automotive engineering. Together, we have built a Gen 1 EV modular platform, which is showcased outside in the venue. We have also received multiple interest from local FMCG suppliers and also won various grants and an angel check to build up a proof of concept prototype. Our next roadmap, by the end of this year, we are aiming to build a Gen 2 prototype, which will be very close to our pre-production vehicles, and build a pickup truck on this platform. By the early 2027, we aim to debut our electric pickup truck and start with customer testing as well as performance validations while setting up our first microfactory and homologation of our platform. So we are raising 2 CR to build our next-gen platform as well as the electric pickup truck in the next 18 months, which will be used for customer demos and other pilot runs. Thank you for providing me this opportunity, and I hope you all join for us in the future of building work mobility.
Let's give it up for Singularity Automobiles, everybody. Thank you very much. Over to the panelists for questions.
Yeah. So, what stage you are in terms of like the certifications, and ultimately it has to go for AI certifications also, and the BMS kind of platforms which you are building? Are there your own platforms? Because most of the images you are showing, they are AI generated.
So these are all. We have designed this particular vehicle. Some of the renders are generated using AI.
No, I'm just asking you where you are at this stage right now.
The thing is, the platform is completely developed in-house by ourselves here in Mangalore. We're close to 70% of all the supply chain from Mangalore. For AI certification, we are part of SCPI Pune, so we are getting fast-track access to AI certification. Currently, it is a Gen 1 prototype, so it is working but not roadworthy, and we can't give it to customer testing as of now, as at its current stage.
It's a very competitive market, and pickup trucks, the customer persona of that, there is a reason why Mahindra Thar is still an ICE vehicle, and it's because of the customer persona, which likes the ICE vehicle feeling, the ruggedness that comes along with it. Is a market like India, which pickup trucks, first of all, is not mainstream at all. Is pickup truck even a preference?
The thing is, our major market is commercial pickup truck itself. So the commercial pickup truck, in the sense the Bolero and Isuzu D-Max, those sell about close to 2 lakh units per year. So that is what our target market is. And the customers in that particular segment are also very much interested to shift towards EV, but the major OEMs are still in ICE segments, and that is why we are targeting the commercial pickup truck segments. Enthusiast segment, the market is picking up slowly with the introduction of Toyota Hilux. So we are looking at smaller numbers, but it is picking up. So electric, we are looking at a huge opportunity in the commercial segment, but we will move towards recreational and other segments slowly in the coming future.
So at the end of the day, because these big players are going to be playing this game, and you are playing on their turf, the real game is going to be more of a distribution and the service at that point in time, which they have the distribution and the service part of it, because that's where they have, a lot of companies tried, but then many of those have either they were falling short on the distribution, or somebody was falling short of the services. And you are trying to take on these biggies on your own. So how does this play out?
So technically our microfactories, so we are starting with Mangalore with the microfactory. So this microfactory cater in and around Mangalore city as the center, so Bangalore and Mangalore. And the distribution wise, we are going, technically it will be very similar to how a OEM itself operates, that's through franchise model. But initially we will be looking at setting up our own distribution models, like a small microfactory in major locations where we'll be selling our vehicles. So that factory itself would be a service center as well as sales hub.
My only request will be, please go very deep before you start doing any expenses or start raising. I think there is a clear need to go into the depth of your market research before you start putting any of your time and capital into this brutally competitive market.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Please put your hands together for Singularity Automobiles. Thank you very much. Up next, we have Sitara. Over to you. The stage is all yours.
Exactly 3 years back, on Jan 16, 2023, our world changed forever when our daughter came into this world. We made an honest promise to ourselves to make sure that she was always loved, she was taken care of, and we did everything possible to make sure that she had a life where she was happy and she felt fulfilled. A promise I'm sure every parent in this room will resonate with. However, if you look at the realities of a new age parent today, they find themselves with a lot to do because they understand the importance of the early years, a lot less support, limited time, and deal with a lot of noise.
The new age parenting dilemma is a level deeper. We've been nurturing a community of about 2,000 parents for over a year now, and the message is loud and clear. Parents today know better, but not enough. And it's been reflective in the kind of questions they ask. How do I discipline my child without punishment? How do I not raise a picky eater? And what is the right age to start school?
The underlying big question behind all of these, though, is there anyone who can answer this question with authority? And that is the single reason why parents today find themselves extremely lost and overwhelmed.
And that is why at Sitara, we're building the Google Maps for parenthood, a platform for everything early childhood and parenthood.
Focusing on two main things. One is delivering content from the right source. Two, at the right time.
Sitara is powered by India's best early childhood experts. We cover everything early childhood, spanning from children's emotions, behavior, infant sleep, lactation, feeding, nutrition, speech and language, pediatrics, you name it, we have it.
Sitara content is not just created by these experts, but also delivered by them in the video format. We can tell you how good our content is, or we could show it to you instead.
Children don't need stimulation. They don't need toys. They don't need to stay busy.
Going to the toilet or learning to use the toilet is just another normal biological thing that we need to learn how to do it.
Learning does not take place by the flash of a card, the turn of a page, the click of a button.
Studies done with sleep-trained babies where it's been found that those babies still wake in the night.
Be very clear that when a baby is born is when the parents are born.
How you are spoken to in early childhood, through childhood, is how you are going to speak to yourself for the rest of your life.
I would say this is a very invalid thing that we need to have pointed nipples to breastfeed.
Children need the attention of their parents. This is not a manipulation. This is survival.
All of these things are going to help boost your child's ability to comprehend what you're delivering to them.
The second part of the promise of delivering content at the right time, where we had to distill and give parents only the information that they need to know. And we do this using Sitara's developmental continuum, which is a key IP that we have built in collaboration with our experts, which allow us to give parents one video a day, which is not more than 5 minutes long, which is age and developmentally appropriate for their child and personalized for the parent's interest. Parents, however, obviously had more questions to ask. They had more follow-ups. And to make this convenient, we have deployed a layer of AI over and above our knowledge base, which helps parents interact with the knowledge base to get on-demand, contextualized, and personalized answers for their queries.
The early feedback has been great, with parents left empowered, assured, and also knowing what they're doing.
Our initial PMF came from broadcast channels, pre-recorded masterclasses, and product recommendations to Amazon affiliates. We have just taken our app live on Play Store 5 days back, and we already have some initial traction. The conversion and the engagement numbers look very promising.
We've built a strong team together to lead various verticals at Sitara, along with strategic investments from Dr. Trishra Ramurthy and Tara Singh Vachani, and also knowledge partners in learning matters.
We have clear projections and goals for the next 3 years, where we want to consolidate building a guidance platform, then at layer of commerce, and then look at global aspirations, and for which we are raising a 1.2 million USD round.
Thank you, Sitara.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sitara. That was a very beautiful pitch. All right, over to the panelists.
So we already spoke. This is something which many have done, the community building. The challenge has been on the revenue side. Where I looked at a company which was about 10 years back or 7, 8 years back, which did the same path, and e-com, they got into e-com, but still there was a challenge. So that is where, so what is your revenue roadmap?
So we find fundamentally a huge difference. We look at parenting is changing every 3 to 4 years right now. And if you look at who are becoming parents today, the young millennials, in terms of even before they become parents, how they buy a shampoo, they look at how do I buy a paraben-free shampoo? How do I buy a sulfate-free shampoo? And that's the TG that we are going after, who want to make more informed choices in terms of everything that they do, and especially when it comes to their child. Content monetization is something that we have proven. We are not a content company, sir. We are a convenience company. What we are really building is for a parent who does not have time, at a click of a button, if I can really understand what's best for my child, where my child is from a development perspective, and be assured from one answer itself. That is basically what we are building with Sitara.
So one of the questions is, till this time, because obviously we spoke, so there is some background towards that. In terms of most of your early set of the customers came from the community which you built.
Yes.
So there was already a trust which was inbuilt because of the community. But of course, community scaling is a very different challenge. At that scale we are talking about. When you are going directly to a B2C kind of a channel over there, how do you really let your customers know and why they should trust your brand? Because there are so many players who are giving the advice. It's getting too much crowded in terms of the influencers. Everybody is so as to speak sounds so knowledgeable, and the people don't know whom to trust. So again, there comes a trust deficit. 100%. So how you are
100%.
addressing that?
Yeah, what we've created on our platform is a low barrier to entry. We play on the back of being powered by India's best experts, and like our Playlet expert has got a PhD in Playlet.
I completely get that. After, just a minute, just a minute. They will understand the power of your platform after they get into it, because there are so many things you talked about in terms of people behind it.
Yes.
Before that, because getting to B2C, it's like a finicky kind of play. They have a very less span. In that you have to get across this message.
Yeah, I'll just complete, sir. The platform is free to download. You don't have to pay anything, right? And the first part of the engine where I mentioned information that a parent needs to know, one video a day, is completely free. And this is an experiment that we run in a WhatsApp channel. On day 0, we tried monetizing, no one really bought anything. We started sending these daily videos. That's where the credibility was really built from that point. And that is basically when we tried monetizing after 2 months in, when we had nurtured these people, it really worked from that point.
Sir, also just to add, we are in conversations with a lot of hospital chains and also a lot of educational institutes, because of our credible experts. They see the value in bringing us and already launching it to their patients or the parents that they already have on board.
Very nice work.
Just 30 seconds more. If you recently saw a Shark Tank episode of where this company called EmoMe presented, very good friends of mine. they started out with hardware, or they started with toys,
Yes,
and
toys and
started, sort of selling that. And then eventually it boiled down to a discovery that content is the only way that you can monetize a business where you want to teach emotional intelligence to kids. And, and then you rely on how to divert traffic to YouTube and your website and stuff like that. Do you also see cross adjacencies in your website where you will possibly go to baby products or cribs or some commerce or marketplace model or something like that, with this as a segue to that?
We do. We want to create content guidance as core, and over the guidance, one of the biggest problems that we receive from parents is we don't know what toys to buy. I bought a toy and my child is not engaging with it. What we with our developmental continuum are able to map back is where the child lies, the toy they are most interested in based on where they are in their developmental curve. If a child is exploring cause and effect, the kind of toys that they need is very important. So those are the kind of toys we will get into. And that's something that we see ourselves doing.
Thank you so much, Sitara, for pitching in your startup. Thank you very much once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the lunch break, we have the last startup to kindly come forward and pitch in. Please put your hands together for Zupaloop. Over to you.
Hi, good morning everyone. So today I am presenting Zupaloop, AI optimized video content management system. So video is everywhere. So video is a modern language where people are communicating. If you see today, 82% of the internet traffic is filled by videos, be it DIYs, education, entertainment, it's everywhere. Yet, the sheer volume of video is a logistic bottleneck for many enterprises and industry that work on video content. It also drains resources and erodes the profitability of the business. So some of the core problem areas are data bloat, storage risks, search inefficiency. Basically, there is a lot of content, but searching through the content is a challenge. And creative drain, 80% of the creative team is spending their time on organizing the content so that they can retrieve it faster. And the security gaps, obviously, because people are putting it in a distributed system, some are putting it in the drive, some are putting it in the cloud. And static storage, so basically the storage system that people are using are dumb. They do not have intelligent discoverability at present. So with Zupaloop, we are bringing you holistic VCMS, video content management system, where we are building a USP, that is the contextual search. You can look for what you want in the video within a click of a button. And it auto-transcribes, summarizes your videos. There is scene, brand, and people tagging. And it's an enterprise platform. So it comes with both on-prem and cloud deployment solutions where you can choose what you need. And we also white label where you can customize the entire platform for your brand, for your company. And there are ad hoc tools like AutoSync, which is specifically meant for the videographers who shoot from the remote areas, can auto-sync their videos into the system. And the AI chatbot, which makes your videos very interactive. So basically, we are covering the 4 areas, that is storage, organization, search, and collaboration. With the AI and deep tech, we are making this experience seamless. So this is Zupaloop. Like I said, it's a tech platform. It comes with the core tech, that is a video content management system. And there are a lot of products around it. That's a ZupaSync, to sync the videos. Then there is ZupaCourse. Then there is ZupaConnect. So basically, it's a platform which enables us to cater to many different enterprises, many different markets. As of now, we have 2 workflows that we are working on actively, and we have paid customers in both the platform. That one is the sports agencies. So we have onboarded a prominent KKR team, that is Kolkata Knight Rider, So we have provided them the on-prem solution where we are enabling storage capacity which is hosted in their premises and also the software. On the education sector, that is our second workflow where we have onboarded Divyakala. That's the, he's actually an online tutor who is using our platform to host his courses and monetize and onboard the students, etc. So like basically we are trying to connect the gap between the filming, that is where the content gets produced, and the post-production where it gets distributed. So between that we are in this ecosystem. So our market, like I said, is education, sports agencies, content marketing, and filmmakers. And in future, we also want to cater the different market. It may look that, okay, we are into different market, but our technology enables us to do so, and we are confident to reach out, because at the core of it, it is the content. And this is our, so this is a business plan, which caters to individual as well as the businesses and enterprises. So these are our customers. I think some of them I mentioned already. And with the product, we are already in 26 lakhs ARR, and we are confident in reaching all the milestones that we have set without the investment. This is only through the revenue and organic growth. And our ask is today for 1.5 CR. We are closing this round in the month of Jan, and we already got 90 lakh worth of investment, and we are looking for 60 more, and it will be mostly used in the development. And we together have 20 plus years of industry experience in tech as well as marketing and communication. So I am the CEO, Srinivas is the CTO and advisor, and then Yurika you can meet at the booth. We have a booth here, so she can explain the product well.
Thank you, Zupaloop.
Thank you
So much.
Just one question here. I mean, there are these kind of platforms which have been coming. In fact, I invested in one of these similar platforms. Have you heard about Tiecon?
Yes.
Okay, so I was one of the investors over there as a part of that play, and they were also trying to solve the enterprise problem. But over here I see, like, you know, these are like 8 to 10 domains you are trying to operate, and each one has its own peculiarity. So, I mean, which is your ideal customer profile, and how you are solving that problem 10 times better than anybody else? And of course, the Geminis and all those people are coming in, where you can do the frame by frame video referencing of the entire video. I can go to the exact tag, exact timeline, and still get the information out. So if the technology is really coming in the democratized way, how your platform is playing out on that?
Yeah. To answer your question, how we are different, we have started with specializing in one of the domains, that's specifically in sports. The solution is already deployed. So we have actually closely worked with one of the sports teams to get the complete domain expertise and build it, right? That's a key differentiator wherein we have already onboarded, and we know the complete solution, and it's getting used, right? It's very specific domain that we are actually targeting.
Yeah, and also the on-premise is something that is catching lot of attention when we pitch about it, where people don't want to put their content on cloud because it is in terabytes. So there is a real logistic
there is a
challenge.
major cost difference as well. I think when we spoke to major sports companies, people are also preferring cloud solutions as well. This solution comes with the hardware as well, with CPU, GPU being hosted by us in their premise. Yeah.
So only my suggestion is there are just too many domains you have shown over here,
yeah,
and including in the stack, the LMS
right.
part and those pieces. I mean, there is a chance that you might not be able to develop the deep solution if you increase the number of
that's right.
different domains.
Yeah.
So you'll have to go much deeper in the selected 2 or 3 domains. Otherwise,
that's right.
It can create a problem.
I think you can consider that's a roadmap for next 5 years, right? So we are specializing in sports currently, and we are kind of nailed down in one domain, and we are building expertise there. But when we actually demonstrate, we see a synergy in other domains as well, and getting in only if it is making business sense, right? But yes, sir, I think we are for our target market is sports. Yeah.
So this is in the space which is getting disrupted in a big way, right? On a regular basis. And the scale you are projecting, I think, is very, very, your projection numbers you really have to rework on. I mean, these are areas where you have to scale very fast to even survive. Otherwise, somebody will disrupt you and you will be left nowhere.
Yeah, so our plan
so,
is actually...
the projection in terms of revenues you are talking about? Yeah. So, I mean, the revenues are based on the organic growth that we have put in with no investments in place. As you see, we have already, within 3 months, we have generated about 30 lakhs of revenue.
And the point he's trying to make, and please make a note of that.
Yeah.
Because the AI technologies are getting so, fast and they are getting so efficient, you need to create that escape velocity in just a matter of 2 years. If you are not doing it, and that you can do it in only 1 or 2 domains. If you are talking about 10 domains,
perfect.
The pitch gets diluted.
Makes sense.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Zupaloop, for presenting. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Zupaloop, everybody. Well, bold ideas and brave founders, 6 startup pitches have been presented right here, and we thank our panelists, Mr. Ankit Kedia, Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal, and Mr. Shashikant Chaudhary. Thank you very much for your time. May I please invite you to kindly come up on the stage, and also may I invite CA Nitin Shetty, the charter member, TIE Mangalore, to kindly come forward and present the mementos to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly put your hands together and acknowledge our 3 panelists for taking over this session. Thank you once again, Mr. Ankit Kedia, Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal, and Mr. Shashikant Chaudhary, and also thank you, CA Nitin Shetty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for lunch. Requesting all of you to kindly move towards the ground floor. The lunch is ready. We are going to be back right here at 2 o'clock. It was supposed to be a 1-hour lunch break, but we are going to cut it short because we have a lot of panelists, a lot of speakers who have their flight to catch today, going back to their cities, going back to their countries or to their towns. So requesting everybody to please be back on time at 2 o'clock sharp. We are going to begin the second segment of this event of Tiecon Mangaluru 2026. Thank you. See you after lunch. Global markets in chaos. and co-founder, Numocity. Mr. Ankit Kedia, the founder and GP Capital A. Dr. Prakash Mugali, founder and CSO NSZ. And Ms. Saloni Malhotra, the founder at Desi Crew. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again put your hands together and let's continue the rest of the segments. The panel taking over. We have the topic, founder investment relationship for the long run. Over to you. Take it over.
Check. Yeah, so it's always hard to speak at a panel before and after lunch, but let's make sure this is very exciting and enthusiastic for everyone. I'm going to take a minute to give a small brief about the panelists sitting here, and then I promise I'm going to speak very less and let the panelists speak a lot. So coming to Naganan sir first, he's been my go-to person for anything about investing trends, deep tech, and I've never seen him sit at an event. He's always active, talking to founders. So he runs Idea Spring. Then we have Saloni sitting here. She's had a very interesting career, 2 stints at fintech firm Paytm, and then the founder bug, entrepreneur bug bit her very hard. She's back at Desi Crew, which believes talent needs no zip code, and has offices here in Mangalore and in Tamil Nadu, Trichy. And we have Ankit sitting here, who's had experience from Manjushri, which is a legacy business, and he runs Capital A, again betting big on climate tech and deep tech startups. So 2 founders, very R&D focused, very deep tech focused founders sitting here. We have Ravi, who runs Numocity. It is basically a digital backbone for anything charging infra. He's also a serial entrepreneur in a different way. His startup was sold to ABP, which is a global conglomerate. And then he had the opportunity to buy it back and run it himself. So that's Ravi for you. And last but not the least is Prakash sitting here. Prakash is also a serial entrepreneur. He runs NSZ, by the way. That is basically microwave heating solutions for industrial use. Also, please do reach out to them, but don't mess with Prakash. He's a pro MMA athlete as well. So that's about it. So I think that warms things up. You can reach out to them off stage. But investor-founder relationship in the long run. This is a very, very important topic in today's time. I'm going to start with you, Naganan sir. Often they connect this relationship to a marriage, right? Investor and founder. So apart from just the financial capital, what else do you see in founders that makes you think, oh, I can survive this marriage for 10 years?
This mic is not working. So I don't want to use the term marriage because you'll exit. So you don't want to start a marriage knowing it'll break, right? So it's like more like a partnership that you want to build, because I always tell the founders that this is a journey and we will get off the train earlier than you do, and most of the times, right? Because the founders will have the journey longer than what you normally would do as an investor. So in terms of, founder is one critical aspect you look at, but I think investing has a lot more to it in terms of understanding the space, in terms of understanding the market, understanding the competition that exists, understanding the ability of the team, not just the founders, what team they can build, bring to the table to deliver something. Because this is typically when you invest, it's like 8 to 10 year journey, right? You should never, we can't invest in the kind of companies we invest in unless you're not looking at an 8 to 10 year horizon. So it's like, requires a lot of meticulous thought process and planning, and you still go wrong, right? I'm not saying that because of you've done all these things, you'll still make a right decision. But I think there's a lot more that goes into it, and you develop knowledge over a period of time. So when you want to invest in a company, founders is the key thing that you look at. But how well do you know the space matters a lot as a VC, because you can't invest in a space that you really don't understand well. So everything looks good, right? If you don't know the space, somebody comes and talks to you, you feel it's awesome, but there'll be 100 other people doing the same thing. So I think the first thing is You yourself should understand the space. So it's a fairly complex, involved process outside of just the founders.
Understood. Yeah. To you, Ankit, again, investor question. So you've built, you've scaled legacy business like Manjushri, but when you invest in a startup that's very early stage, you don't just believe in the idea, you believe in the delusion that the founder also has, right? Whether it will go big or not, completely not in your hands. So how do you decide that this startup will make it?
One of the things we see is the persona of the founders, especially in B2B businesses and deep tech businesses, are typically slightly non-flamboyant in terms of aspiring for name and fame. That's usually a trait that you see in most founders. Now, it's very difficult to answer whether they want to leave a legacy or not. Legacy is a function of the number of years that you put in consistently in the same thing over and over again. But then the decision then boils down to a few things. One is whether the founder respects the craft or not. So respecting the craft is to do all the unglamorous work of actually pitching to a bunch of family and friends, because they are the first people who will believe in you and will give you the funds basis your face value, or do the entire customer research, going down on the ground and actually coming out with facts and figures that matter. The TAM, SOM, and that slide is one of the most ignored slides in our boardroom. The other thing is, how do founders compound their decisions, whether each decision that they take, irrespective of whether it's right or not, is the founder able to have some basis on taking that decision and still moving ahead? If they don't move ahead and keep on dilly-dallying on the same or rather overthinking, that's a bit of a problem for us. And then obviously we look out for red flags. One of the red flags that we look for is whether the founder has conviction in their own business or not, rather than dropping names of larger investors who've given them term sheets, or customers who are yet in the pipeline, have not converted. So I think having conviction in your own business becomes paramount for us, and it shows up very early while they're pitching itself.
Got it. Yeah. Saloni, coming to you, right? Seeing an investor as a partner versus a bank is very different, but both of it has their own merits. Like, you can see your investor as a bank as well, and as a mentor, partner as well. But how was your experience coming back to a startup, earning your investor trust, and when are the times that we should see an investor as a partner, as a bank? What are some red flags as well?
So I think, when we were deciding our investors, we were very clear. We wanted people who were operators, who had done the work themselves and would open doors for us, would pick us up, would help us, because we knew we were going to get into trouble again and again as we tried to build things. And I think I came back 2 years ago into my organization. Like, we were discussing, he bought his organization back. I started coming back 2 years ago into my organization after a corporate stint. And initially, obviously, everyone wanted to gauge and see what is the intent, why are you coming back, right? But slowly we've built that trust over the last 2 years again. And I think the most important thing is that everybody puts the interest of the company ahead of their own interest. Is the company going to grow? Because if the company grows, we will all grow. If the company doesn't grow, then there is no conversation to be had. And that is, I think, the benchmark that everybody puts on the table over and over again. That what are we doing in the interest of the company, not just our own.
Got it, yeah. So coming to Prakash and Ravi, both of you run a very niche deep tech startup, right? Maybe now people understand what you do, but 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't think it would have been very easy to, maybe Naganand would have got it quickly, but what about your experience with investors? How do you ensure that your business model sets the right tone with investors? How do you explain it to them? Either one of you, Ravi, you want to start? Prakash.
I think going back 18 years into the history, I remember doing my first pitch, and investor asking me what is the market size of the the space that you are in, and some questions that are obvious questions today in retrospect, but then they were like Greek and Latin. And I would say I didn't know what deep tech is, I didn't know what the other side of the story is, but it was just raw passion which made me believe that there is something in this domain of microwave tech, and there are not many players, and somebody need to do this. So many aspects. One kind of a very high moral ground aspect playing on, that our country needs people who will work on hardcore technologies. On the other side, I loving electronics, I loving building things on the table. I think all of that came together, and I started doing the work without really thinking I'm getting into deep tech and where this whole space is going to shape up as to. So that is what is the experience of a very early stage. Time and again we have seen different waves where we saw an opportunity and we pitched to investors. We raised small angel rounds, and then we took that one milestone jump, and then came the second one, and ultimately very recently we pitched to many investors, and then finally we kind of zeroed in on an investment from Ankit's company. And yeah, we are on to something now to create a milestone change or a paradigm shift in green hydrogen generation using microwave tech. So the technology that was just a passionate subject in a textbook out of my engineering 20 years back has turned out to become one of the key technologies to bring a shift in how green hydrogen is going to be generated. So that's where I am able to connect the dots backward, but 20 years back, no idea where I was heading.
Yeah, Ravi, I mean, what experiences have you had?
Yeah, when we start something new, I mean, EV, when we started 2017, 18, there was literally nothing happening in the country. So you wouldn't get an idea of what it would look like in a decade's time. Actually, we have come almost 8 years, and we see what we thought about, maybe 80% has happened. But when you're looking back in 2017, 18, or a decade back, it's not very clear where the industry would move, what would happen. So whatever you build, whatever hypothesis you have, everybody can question it, even including ourselves, because we don't know whether it happens. So that's the initial tough part, to be able to put across what you're trying to do. Is there any way you can convince people that this works? Includes customers also, because a lot of customers don't believe that you need it, or they will need to buy or pay you money for it. We've been involved with Idea Spring Capital and Nagan way back in 2018 itself. I think one thing we learned as part of our startup journey is to socialize the idea with customers, with investors, to see does that fit into their investment theses, investment hypotheses, to see is there some interest. When we were speaking, I think with Idea Spring Capital we had quite a good synergy, because they understood what we were talking. And additionally, also there was a lot of guidance to say, can we get validation from certain key customers? In that journey, we did validate with Bosch for quite some time in 2018. So that gave us also as a startup quite a confidence to say what we are doing makes sense and is needed in the market. I think that's how we started our journey with Idea Spring Capital. One was getting their understanding. I think Nagan and his team understood what we were trying to do at a good extent. At the same time, we got a lot of customer validation. I think those two go hand in hand. When the customer says, I need it, I think that's the best validation you get. And it helps an investor to look at it from his hypothesis. Does it work for them or not? Not everybody would be interested. We've had many who talk to us who may not invest in us. There is nothing wrong with what we are doing, but if we don't fit into their hypothesis of what their fund hypothesis is, what they are trying to do. I think that's what our learning has been.
Understood. Yeah, great. So we spoke about what makes a great relationship, but let's also speak about what breaks this relationship, right? You can give me like real life example of founders that you met, and then instantly you figure out that, no, I'm not gonna, put in my money here. So what are those traits, those characteristics that you found, or even the pitch deck, if you want to share to young founders sitting here, that puts you off?
See, I think, when whenever I listen to a pitch deck, I think you really look for the passion and the honesty of the founder, right? You know, and that comes out very clearly. When you're presenting something through passion and honesty, as opposed to when you're trying to say something for the sake of saying, it comes out very clearly. And anytime anybody starts to use the latest terms when they are pitching to somebody, whatever it is, you know, that I've been in the industry for 35 years now. There have been flavors of the day, but you know, initially it was, you know, about 5 years ago, everything was, you know, AR, VR, you know, tokenization, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Now it is AI. But you know, if you don't understand what you're building, that puts you off. So I think what we look for is consistency, honesty, and transparency in what you're presenting. And most importantly, your passion and your knowledge has to come out in whatever you're doing. And the other thing is, you know, what have you done in terms of understanding the market? Like if somebody comes and pitches the idea saying this is the greatest idea, I fully respect it, but I'm saying who has validated that, right? And who you've spoken to in terms of validating your idea before you spend a year or so on it. Because if somebody has done a lot of work, groundwork in talking to the market and seeing why an idea could fly or why this is relevant in the market, I think that's a big differentiator. I always appreciate founders who have done some amount of talking to people outside in the market rather than completely being self-focused and then saying, you know, I know what it is, because there are very few people in the world who can tell you, you don't know what you want, but I'll give you what you want, right? You know, aka Steve Jobs or Elon Musk, but most of the other guys, you got to know what the market wants and deliver to what the market wants. So these are some of the things that we really, really look for when we talk to the founders.
Yeah, founders themselves understanding the business first before presenting it. But Ankit, same question, but I'm going to change it a little bit. There's this mindset that investors go after founders who are from either top schools or, you know, they've built big businesses and then coming to startup. Is that true? I mean, what is the reality like?
Sorry, the question is professionals becoming startup entrepreneurs, or?
No. So there is a mindset that, you know, investors would back founders who've either had experience building big businesses or like corporate leaders there, or from IITs, IIMs of the world. So is that true, or what's the way to your heart?
You know, it's a bit of a mixed bag for us. We've had founders who have come out straight out of college and deliver some crazy crazy outcomes. I will not say businesses or large businesses, but extremely frugal, very, very innovative in their approach. And at the same time, someone who has, you know, grayed their hair in a large organization for 15, 20 years, they tend to show maturity in performing in startups which actually require that maturity and that, you know, sort of navigation of how to approach a customer, how to, you know, how to navigate pushbacks, how to navigate slightly different personas of customers. Obviously, there is a theory that the young entrepreneurs do not have baggage of their own professional journey. Their professional journey is starting by becoming an entrepreneur. While it's good, but we've had a mixed bag. Deep tech, we've seen that most probably you will have founders slightly forming, how do I say, with the larger outcomes obviously is a function of their experience in their past startups. We had one startup called TAN 90 where 3 IIT Madras doctorates came straight out of college and set up a factory on basically a cooling solution or a phase change material solution. And today they are doing close to about 80 crores of revenue with no prior experience except their academic degrees and 3 doctorates. So, you know, sometimes you just don't know what works, what doesn't work.
Right, all right. So even wild ideas you do encourage. I'm sure many here would be sending your pitch deck to you. Great. So coming to you founders, right? What are some experiences that either made you learn, you know, from investor pitches or like talking to investors, or, you know, or a great experience that you actually want to go back to those investors even if they've exited from your company? So any anecdotes, interesting ones that you want to share? Yeah. Saloni, you want to go first?
So we had an investor come in. I think the investment was made by somebody else as a partner, and then it was handed over to someone else within the fund. Now this new person came in, and obviously he had a different thesis and he had a different approach. And we were a social enterprise. We were not a hardcore, enterprise. He came in and he wanted to only build deep tech. So he came in, he sat for the first board meeting and he said, I love what you're doing, but it doesn't fit into my thesis of what I want to do. But I still love what you're doing. So I will not disturb you. I will not, unnecessarily do anything to disturb you. Just make sure that you don't go down and you don't let my money go down. But I'll let you grow peacefully. I will not put the pressure that I would put on a regular enterprise. And I think that empathy that he showed in that moment, because it did not meet his objective, but at the same time it was the decision he had to carry. There was a lot for me to learn from that. At the same time, in corporate circles, you will see that often when a new leader comes in, they will ambush and they will raise down something that might be maybe good enough but not meeting their criteria. So that experience of working with him for 6 months really showed me why empathy and investors having empathy is such an important thing. And that's a quality that we definitely look for always.
Yeah. Yes, Prakash?
I think I have 2 anecdotes to share. Interesting learnings. When we started pitching to institutional investors, this was about little more than 1.5 years back. We had only raised from friends and family and angels. What we found, something similar when we were pitching to investors, we would see in each pitch there would be very few times where investors and what we're doing, there was an alignment. Otherwise, they would say, no, we are in this space. We understand you're working in XYZ space, but we invest in slightly different companies. And after that, or during the call, we would do a hard attempt to try and show the connect to what investor want to invest in from what we are doing. And in the early stage, I think for 3-4 months, we also kept changing our pitch to kind of accommodate all the investors' viewpoints and expectations. But then we realized we're going terribly wrong. And we said, let's just talk about what we want to do and forget about what different investors, because they each may have different philosophies of investment, each may have different preferences of choosing certain type of startups, that's fine. But let's just talk about what exactly we want to do and the way we want to do it. We will find someone along the way. And we had a lot of rejections, obviously, and very few who said, we'll come back to you. And then they came back. And there was one investment company which kept on coming back. And we kept on discussing with them. That kind of gave us confidence that if we stick to what we're doing and talk only about that, it gives us conviction, it gives us confidence, and it also gives me comfort that I can deliver what I'm talking about, right? Because I've not made up any stories. And this is one learning that I had in this phase of pitching. And the second one was, since this is about relationship, and you started off with a very good example of this being a marriage. And marriage or any relationship is about standing by when things are not going good, right? So we hit a kind of a crisis situation along the discussion journey. Even we didn't even have the commitment, verbal commitment, and term sheet was little away, and we had a crisis, and everything was at a stage of falling apart, all the discussions that we had done. But then on this platform, I would like to applaud Ankit and Capital A, that they said, we are happy that you're breaking this information first to us, and we believe that is your trust in us, and we stand by you, let's sort it out and then go ahead. And I think we together sorted it out, and I think we started off and everything kind of dealt with in a very nice manner, and I'm happy now we are at a great spot, going ahead as one of the first companies in India, talking about an alternate approach to generating hydrogen using a deep tech, which has been building over the last 15-20 years within the group. So what it told me is that we might have many investors who would love us when we're doing great, but we will have very few or maybe nobody who will stand by us when things are not going rosy. And we said, me and my co-founder, this is the investor for us. And yeah, after about 1 year of discussions, we ultimately closed, but we kept on feeling that, this is the right investor for us. So that kind of learning we had. Sorry, it took a little long, but.
Yeah, beautiful, that is. Ravi, what about you?
Yeah. Maybe I'll take a set of investors where things always didn't work well with us. These are usually customers as investors or CVCs as investors, because we have talked to many in the last 10 years. Most of our customers always say we want to invest in you. But when it comes to investing, they know the business very well, more than any of the other investors, but they don't make a decision. I think that's been the toughest thing which we have learned. I'm quite sure Naganan will know all the investors I'm talking about. All the top investors from the world, big companies, their venture arms exactly understand what we do. They know exactly, but they don't take a decision. There are many reasons. We are trying to find out why they don't make a decision. One is, of course, internally, they are looking for a certain set of growth. Either they are looking at very large valuations or larger size of a company before they make an investment, or sometimes it's lost in translation in terms of their internal org business to CVC trying to find a synergy, and they don't do it. Which is, for me, quite the opposite of what I expect, because they understand the business and they should probably invest and they will get the best benefits, but they don't tend to do it. We've had a list of them where they have not done it for years together. They still talk to us, but they don't take a decision. I think for me, that's a little strange learning, that they are the right ones, but they may not be the right ones at the end of the day to spend your time.
I think that's one thing very unique about deep tech. I'm seeing a lot of founders choosing their investors. It's not the other way around, right? Like, investors are also active in the market, but founders know exactly how their investors should be and what they want. Isn't that interesting, Naganan?
It's not completely true. I can't agree to that, so I'm just kidding. No, I think, look, everybody is becoming more aware of how investing works now, right? 10 years to now, a lot more understanding in the industry, lot more use cases, a lot more discussion between the founders, between the investors as to what to do and how to look at things. So I think that's a good sign when there is a mutual agreement of who you should go to, what you should talk about, and why you should choose somebody. Because if you look at it, there's a lot of discussions that have happened, both in forums and outside on media and things like it, as to why it is important to choose the right investor. So, and that is number one. And number two, I think there are a lot more investors available in the market now compared to even 5 years ago, a lot more. So there's, I think, 10 years ago, you had only a bunch of guys you could go to, so you had no choice. But now there's a lot more investors you can go to, at least in the early stages. Later stages, it's still limited. So I think it's great for the ecosystem that the founders get to also now decide, and it'll keep the investors also honest. But, on the flip side, investors also choose the founders they want to work with, right? So I think you have a good synergy going on now, which is healthy for the ecosystem. I think we are at a good point now.
So let's also touch a little bit on the corporate governance angle, because that plays a very important role in investor-founder relationship, right? So you would have seen multiple cycles. We had a funding winter just 2 years back. There was literally no funding happening. But now we see there's a lot of dry powder. Investors are sitting on a bunch of money there, but very cautious. So first off, what phase are we in right now? And how do you ensure corporate governance on day 0 that you meet these founders? So, has anything changed in the due diligence side as well?
I think you still see all different cases. The spectrum is still there. It ain't going to go away because it is inherent in the way people work. But many funds are now, at least when we talk about ourselves, the first thing we do when we invest is post the investment, we refer a company secretary and a partial CFO if the startup doesn't have one, saying, look, these 2 things is a must, right? Because that having a good financial controller and having a good company secretary is how the governance comes into play. And if I were a founder, I would hate to do both of these, right? So I'm looking at myself and say, if I were a founder, I would hate to do finance, I would hate to do corporate governance. It's a pain in the neck. So, but unfortunately, these are very easily outsourceable, and this is not this doesn't need to be your inherent strength when you start off. Like later on in Series B and beyond, of course, the CFO plays an extremely significant role. But in the early stages, there's hardly any money you have, at least in the B2B space. In the B2C, it can be different. So, but governance becomes important because if you don't have the processes set in the initial stages, it becomes a pain in the neck. If you don't file all the regulatory papers in time, it becomes a pain in the neck. So I think that's why the investors like us, we have to focus on that and then enable the founders in doing that. So you have to believe in governance because one of the key metrics you have to measure yourself against is when the companies do the next round, do you have anything that's a showstopper, right, in terms of regulations? Like, because if you are screwing around with RBI or some income tax, all bets are off. They'll say, go clear that first and then take money from us. So it becomes extremely critical, which the founders don't realize because they are solving a different problem. They really don't care about if the PF was filed or not, right? So I think it becomes very important for the investors to take care of this.
Interesting. Maybe Saloni, if you can come in, you had a very interesting, 2 stints at Paytm and then now at AC Crew. So how significant is corporate governance? How do you ensure that's there from day zero?
I mean, how important is it? It's most important. Like you said, you have to just put, the rails in. You have to make sure that you monitor things. It's extremely, extremely critical. As a founder, like, he was sharing, even as a founder, you can't, if you're scaling, you can't look at everything yourself all the time. So if you're trusting people, then that is the rails on which you're trusting people. So, yeah.
Ankit, you want to add something to this?
Well, I mean, it's nothing more to add to that except that the other thing which we are increasingly seeing is this is usually a playbook of the PE investors where, they put the MIS systems from day one, financial controls and everything from day one. I think slowly some of that will start to get adopted by many funds, but it also depends on the fund's approach, whether they are a bit of a spray and pray approach or whether they want to do some trench work with the founders. If they are operationally immersing themselves in the company affairs, then they literally need to know cash positions every week, how much oxygen they have left for, what's their runway like and everything. So corporate governance one side, but the playbook is now going to start with the internal audit, statutory audit, tax audit, and all of that. That is going to become a playbook eventually.
But whose responsibilities? Ravi, we were just talking about this during lunch. A startup that's been heavily invested, private investment, PE investments, suddenly failed, right? So has there been a due diligence lapse there, or is it a governance issue? What is it? Whose head does it fall on?
One way to do that is to have a very disciplined review mechanism with the founders where you keep meeting founders every month. And that's, I mean, let's not call it a board meeting, but at least just meet and figure out what's going on and everything. The day you have to actually open your cupboard and take out the documents or the share purchase document or the shareholding agreement, that is when the relationship will completely fall apart, because that's the start of, complete trust deficit. So startups failing on account of governance is also as much as on the investors as much it is on the founders. Because sometimes they don't know any better, and from day one, and then what happens is at times when they want to push one matter under the carpet, you have to put multiple things under the carpet, but it is manageable, especially if you have a little bit of an experienced team on the operating side.
So just to add to that, I would say number one responsibility of the CEO is this, and to assist the CEO there's a board. So these two entities combined own the responsibility of governance. CEO first, board second. That's it. And board, whatever the board composition is, like investors cannot say I don't have a board position, so I don't care. But you are virtually on the board. So it's the CEO first. I mean, if the CEO wants to mess around, there are multiple different ways to mess around. So there's very hard for you to catch it. So you assume the CEO is doing a good job, but the board's responsibility is to oversee that the CEO is doing the right thing. So these two entities absolutely own the responsibility of governance and anything in any company.
Anyone else wants to add?
I just want to add, I think often it's assumed that the CEO and the board should know better and they should take responsibility. But this is an anecdote I'm sharing. I invest in my capacity in a few young startups, and I was talking to a young founder who has taken out the money, paid salaries to the 2-3 founders. They've all bought houses. Now they're looking for a second round. They don't think it is wrong. They didn't even think for a minute that it was wrong. So they're having a conversation with some of us saying, will you put in money, you know? And then when we asked questions, this is what we found out, but in their minds, it was not incorrect to have done that, which when we're looking and considering should we put money in that company is a big red flag for us. You cannot do things like that, right? And which to me, like when I talk to a lot of young founders, another young company, they've raised so much capital, both from India, from the US, from Japan, YC funded company, completely ran everything to the ground with no responsibility to even return, you know, a polite conversation that we are not able to do this. So I think there is a lot of education that is needed around governance as well for younger founders, I feel. Because the more and more conversations that we are having, I find that there's a little gap now. Little less serious about, you know, money comes. Money just comes. Money doesn't just come.
Yeah, please.
Maybe just to add to Nupur, one of the things I find even when I started, you don't know every aspect of it. As a first-time founder, you don't know what corporate, I mean, broadly you understand corporate governance, but what needs to be done on the ground is not known. One is, of course, the ethical aspect of what to do, what not to do. That is, I think, a founder's decision to do or not to do. But procedurally, what needs to be done sometimes is not known. But that's what the first investor who comes into your board brings that learning to you. Because they'll go do a DD and they tell you what is needed. If you don't follow after that, then it's a known mistake. Because you would have understood what needs to be done. But what I would urge TI or community is to really let the first time founders some kind of an educational thing that you can do certain things already in place before your first investment so that they can put things in place. Because we understood few things, but not everything. So you will miss a lot of topics eventually. But that is no excuse after the first round of funding. Because that is a no-no. That you should not do.
So I'm going to market for company secretaries here, okay? Because I think if you have a good company secretary, decent, you don't need a full-time company secretary. I would urge all founders to get a good company secretary, even part-time on board, day one, you know, because it is so freaking complex in terms of all the things you have to follow. It's impossible. I mean, even I don't know all the things. I always say, please get a good part-time, good company secretary. All your sleep, you can sleep well after that, and it doesn't cost you at all. You know, they come in at a very reasonable price, but the value they add to your startup is enormous in terms of regulatory compliances.
Interesting, very interesting. I think Prakash would say practice MME.
One line I wanted to add that I think it's the founders have to differentiate between their own finances and the company's finance. The day you are able to segregate yourself from the company, I think everything will fall in place. But the problem with most founders, I think, is that they are not able to, in their mind, they know there's a separate account, there is a name, there's a bank account, but perhaps the perception is that it's hami ka hai na, hami log hai, so we are only the owners. I think that has to change, and then automatically everything else will come. And of course, there is good education needed in that even perception that I'm different from my company, and my company has to be grown so that all stakeholders benefit. In turn, I will also benefit. But then first I have to think for the stakeholders.
Got it, yeah. So we are coming to a close, and we are sitting in Mangalore doing this panel. Lot of energy here, wonderful set of founders, you know, the ecosystem is so enthused. So I just want to hear from all of you, how important are small cities like this? Because some investors, you know, have told me that they are going to set up teams in cities, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, so that they can go scout for startups, right? So how do you see this? I mean, would you also look at startups away from just Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai? What is it?
So, I mean, I think unfortunately as of today, the bias is still towards those cities, right? Trying hard to kind of look at more opportunities in these areas, but I think we are still some runway to go to kind of, at least to start your own team here, right? You know, we'll come, visit, and then probably try and get a bunch of startups at the same time. But for you to be able to say, every day I'll be able to meet 2-3 startups, I think in Karnataka at least we have some ways to go, which we're all working towards. I hope it happens soon. But we need to work harder.
Yes, Mangalore founders, time to spam Naganand's email with your pitches. But Ankit, what do you think? Have you seen any interesting startup emerge?
To emerging founders, I would just sort of say that please figure out whatever you are figuring out, please figure it out with clarity, because this is absolutely a non-glamorous work, thankless job to be an entrepreneur. The validation, gratification and everything comes with time, over time, and depending on your own aspirations. So if you do take the leap of faith, please do it with absolute clarity and then sort of enjoy the journey and have fun. I think that's pretty much it.
But how's the founder ecosystem here? Maybe Saloni, you would be the right person.
Well, I've believed in the non-metro cities for my entire career. We set up shop in Kapu, which is 1 hour from Mangalore, in 2010. We have 500 people here, and they're actually the best people that I've ever hired, right? We were just chit-chatting. I think the folks from Infosys are here, and they were chit-chatting about how they find that the talent is far better in a location like this than they find in a lot of other cities. And I think that the true, this conversation today at Mangaluru, everybody has said the conversations are special because people who are coming here are genuinely interested. They're genuinely doing things. You find a lot of noise in Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore as well. Yes, an ecosystem is needed, and that ecosystem can be built, and I think Rohit has taken the lead. He's shown, he's built his company, sold his company, a lot of other people are interested. There's a lot of hunger, there's a lot of talent, and I'm going to bet my money here.
Wonderful, yes, that deserves a round of applause. But Prakash, you're from Belgaum. Was it very difficult to reach Ankit?
No, not at all. I studied in Belgaum and then went to Bangalore, started my company in Bangalore, been there in Bangalore for about 8-9 years with my startup, and then came back to Belgaum in 2012 and been building and expanding from Belgaum. We found it very peaceful to concentrate on what we are doing in Belgaum, less of a noise, less of iteration. Even when I was in Bangalore, I had hired the talent from Belgaum. So 70-80% of our workforce came from Belgaum. So it was that way quite easy to also shift back. But then I think we are all pretty well connected. Reaching out to anybody in any corner of the world is not all that difficult. There is a very vibrant ecosystem in Hubli. I'm a charter member in TIE Hubli. And in Belgaum, I have a small community of own which I run, spend some time with the startups in Belgaum. So I think all are very well connected. It's not all that hard to reach out to investors sitting anywhere. So that way it was not all that difficult. But yeah, of course, reaching out the right people and then taking the conversation forward and then you reaching to the ultimate final decision. But I think today that dependency of needing to be in a place like Bangalore is not there, especially for a company like ours which was manufacturing and we needed the ecosystem of suppliers and the rest of the ecosystem more than the other ecosystem. So for us, it's been all the way good to, it's been a good decision to shift back to Belgaum. Has helped us grow faster with more economical resources. It's a place of 7 engineering colleges, so education is not a problem, skill is not a problem, talent is available, vendor network is good, real estate is cheaper, and less traffic, maybe 2 to 3 hours extra time for working in your factory or enjoying your time at home. So all the good reasons to be in a place like Belgaum or Mangalore for that matter.
Great. Ravi, you were, started up in Bangalore itself, but you've also scaled it up globally very well. I think your presence is in Middle East and other countries. So how was the experience?
Yeah, just before that, we also hired 30% of our company comes from Mangalore engineering colleges. We come and hire here.
Please put your hands.
And also we worked very early in our startup journey with startups here who helped us in a lot of topics. So we have a lot of association with colleges here and startups here. I mean, that's additionally. Coming back to working across different countries, see, it's a matter of how we approach customers and what is our culture, the way we operate. So one thing we set it up as our base culture is we are going to work with large companies. So how do we interact with them? Our baseline of interaction, we train, we coach all our people who interact with our customers to work in an absolute professional manner and also be as transparent as possible. So this is something all our customers worldwide tell us that they love to work with us because we are trustworthy. They trust us and there is always a clear communication channel. I think that's helped us in all Arabic speaking countries where we don't speak Arabic, but they trust us. And they trust us as much as a local company there. The same in Asia Pacific, we work with multiple countries where we don't speak the language, but we still are able to manage it. I think that's one small cultural thing which we keep in our company.
Wonderful.
That be trustworthy, be transparent, and be professional in whatever you do. That brings a lot of business.
Yeah.
So the reason we're here is because we want to invest here. So I think Rohit, Sanjay are all working towards it. I'll challenge them to bring us back more often, right? Because this time I got a call from Rohit that came saying you have to come and speak. We are very interested in looking at more startups in Karnataka, outside of Bangalore. But let's also be realistic, like a lot more work needs to happen and a lot of work is happening. And hopefully in a year, when you ask the same question, the answer could be different. We'll see.
Yeah, from each panel, targets KRAs are increasing for Rohit from each panelist here. But very time's up. But are there any questions? Just two questions.
Bhavya, before you end, I just want to let you know that we while we have two investments in Bangalore from the second fund, the only other two companies that we've invested in is one is from Belgaum and another one called Agrim, which is from Ujire, which is near Mangaluru, Dharmasthala. And it's good to be away from the noise because they are able to build very peacefully and just resonates with Naganand's point of building. I think home base, nothing like home base.
Yeah, I think back to Uru is already happening a lot here. Great. Yeah, time is up, so you can catch us, catch any of them offline. But great. Thank you so much, panelists. Thanks for being very candid. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the fantastic moderator, Ms. Bhavya Dilip Kumar, and the power-packed panelists that we had, Mr. Naganand Doraswamy, Mr. Ravi, Mr. Ankit, Mr. Prakash, and Ms. Saloni. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time, knowledge, and your perspectives. May I please invite Mr. Prashant Rao Arud, the Tiecon Mangaluru Organizing Chair and the Founder and Executive Director at the Avatar Hotel to kindly come forward to give away the mementos to our panelist and our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have enjoyed this panel, requesting all of you to kindly put your hands together and acknowledge. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prashant Rao Arud, for handing over the mementos. Once again, we thank our moderator and our panelists. Thank you. Well, next we move on to a special address by our banking partner, DBS. And from DBS, we have the senior leader, Mr. Sushant Shetty, representing one of Asia's leading financial institutions supporting business and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sushant Shetty. Over to you.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I think we've been seeing a series of some awesome panel discussions, so I'm not going to keep this long. I'm going to just come out here just as an enabler or an ecosystem partner to come and tell you what more we can do to kind of take this forward, this entire initiative. It's been amazing. We were here last evening as well, and to see the kind of people, energy pouring in, it's quite a surprise even to the people who are locally present out here. So it's great to see this, but it's very, very important to keep it going. So I think that's where we come in. We've committed to stay invested in this whole initiative around TIE and startups in Mangaluru for the next 6 months, a year, and so on and so forth. So it's not something that you come in as a sponsor, you come in as a partner. That's the idea. A little bit about the bank. DBS has been in India for close to 30 plus years now. We're the largest bank or an SBI equivalent in Singapore, backed by the government of Singapore. We also have become a wholly owned subsidiary in India, which basically means that we are locally incorporated in 2019. We are now like any other Indian private bank. We can open as many branches. And during COVID, towards the end of 2020, we took over a 100-year-old private Indian bank called Lakshmi Vilas Bank. And today we have continued to operate all the 490 plus branches across India, having solid presence even in Karnataka as well. So we're the largest foreign MNC bank in terms of footprints in India. Extremely stable and strong in terms of rating. We are a AAA minus rated bank. We've been voted the world's safest bank for the last 17 years in a row. That's because of the robust platform that you kind of deal with. I've already mentioned this. We're there in 350 plus cities and 19 states across India. Go ahead. I think one more feather to the cap was this year we also got awarded the agency bank. So being an MNC bank, you can now make all your direct, indirect and GST payments through DBS Bank. It's no longer a partner bank. We've been working with a lot of companies in and around Mangaluru for the last 2.5, 3 years, largely in the casual, the ice cream belt, and now we want to shift our focus towards the IT exports and startups where we believe we've got the products and propositions to kind of support that. So you'll be hearing a lot more of us in the coming months. I personally would be investing a lot more time and effort to kind of build out this ecosystem in Mangaluru. So we've got a foundation. I don't know how many of you were there last evening, but this is a very exciting thing. It's a foundation which has already committed and invested close to $1 billion. It's an arm's distance from the bank. It runs independently, based out of Singapore, but we've seen some really good investments made by them. These are pure grants. These are not venture debt. These are not equity. These are pure grants given from 2.5 lakhs to running up to $1 million per investments. These are for companies and startups which are into impact and social impact. So please do look it up. DBS Foundation is something I'm extremely passionate about and something that I push forward for every startup or every incubator looking to create impact across India. So these are some of the names: Green Soul, Haq Darshak, Fool, and these are not one-time, grant award winners. Haq Darshak has in fact got it for 4 times, and they're one of our prominent ones. You should also look up Haq Darshak for all the kinds of government schemes that are running. So if you want to know about any schemes that are running for startups in India, Haq Darshak actually helps you apply for those schemes as well. This is something we proactively do for all the startups across India. We've been running, working very, very closely with 100 plus micro VCs across India. So the team actually takes the effort to take startups to the VCs, connect them, and we have these micro events or large format events across. Last week itself, I was in Jaipur. We had 200 odd startups which had come in the room, around 40 odd VCs from across India who were there. And the whole intent is to kind of get startups to meet VCs in these sessions. We've had our own platform called Founded, which is running for the last 4 years, also taken to Singapore after that, where 3,000 plus startups were invited to kind of go out there. There, I don't even talk as much as I'm talking out here right now. I do not talk about DBS Bank. It's a platform created for startups to kind of interact with VCs that we kind of manage from the fund side. All right, I was told to keep it short. I hope I kept it short. All the best to all of you. Thank you so much for having DBS be a part of this event. And like I said, we'll continue to stay invested and start supporting this ecosystem in Mangaluru. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sushant Shetty, for sharing with us how smart financial thinking can power strong businesses, and thank you so much for partnering with Tiecon Mangaluru 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we have the segment Startup Spotlight. Karnataka's leading eco-friendly Erica leaf plate manufacturer exporting 30 million units a month while empowering rural women. Ladies and gentlemen, please call upon stage Agri-Leaf. Over to you.
Hello. Hello everyone. I am Avinash and I'm joined by my co-founder Atishai Jain. We are basically not from Tier 2 city. We are from a Tier 4 city. It's actually not a rural area, it's actually more like a forest and a rural area. We both are tech, dreamt to do something definitely big. Saw a lot of opportunities with Erica leaf. Of course, that's not new. Somebody else have done it for sure. But we took it up as a big project to see its nuances, not just here, but across the globe. And we started to fix problems after problems that would help the international customers, which was the toughest job than selling in domestic. But once we start selling, it was such a sweet spot for us. Our corporate experiences of 10 years definitely has helped us to be more disciplined, to understand the international markets better. The one good thing was we started being bootstrapped for about 3 years, and we knew exactly that we have to raise equity funds at some point in time. That's roughly about 3 years after we incorporated in 2019. We hit the COVID badly because our products used to go for events, stadiums, gatherings, caterers, which was completely shut off. That's when we had to re-anchor ourselves and come up with the new plans of going offline. And then the journey began. We grew better. These numbers are basically the SDG goals that we have already met, which is basically for European and American standards. I would like to cover something else beyond this slide. Me and Atishai dreamt really big, and in 2023 we started to scouting for investments, and 2024 we closed our first investment, which was directly a Series A of $2.5 million. One of the investors is Capital A, and another one is Samarsh Capital. I think Mohan was here in the morning. We were lucky to have these two large investors. They act like a VC, like a PE, to help us go to the next level in sustainable. Sustainable product, dinnerware, be it dinnerware, packaging items, they're really big. I'll probably tell you two anecdotes. One is we got a data that in Bangalore alone, when we did our takeaway bowl, India's first takeaway bowl, 10 lakh kgs of biryanis are sold every day. Staggering amount. You need 12 to 13 lakh of takeaway bowls if they are not dine out. And imagine in India, and of that I think 200,000 kgs are sold through Swiggy and Zomato. We didn't do just a factory. We are the proud doers of Back to Uru. 50 of our skilled, highly skilled, including PhDs, are hired right in a village near Dharmasthala. They are all from Back to Uru, from Dubai, Delhi, Bangalore, everywhere. We have brought in AI-based automations, image-based processing to detect quality and things like that, like all the nuances around sustainability. I'll tell you, preparing plates from eco-friendly products is the toughest thing ever you can do. I think it's easy to do with plastic, but it's very tough to do with sustainable materials. Recently, we gave, with our AI, with the same platform, we gave our solution for Aracanet grading to Camco and TSS. That's how we did a give back of the technology that we developed. to the Arakanat farmers across Dakshin Kannada and Udupi. I think the cooperatives will take it to the next level. We have also patented machines. We are triple ISO certified. One of the very important key thing that our investors liked was complete integration. Unlike you would probably take a small piece of the project or a product and then deliver it, like you buy product and then you sell it, you become probably good in selling in Amazon, let's say, right? Building a brand in Amazon. But we are not that. We have built the ecosystem. We have connected with 10,000 farmers, paying them digitally about 4 to 5 crores annually. And that's something differentiation that we really have brought out. And we would like to become a complete integration right from sourcing, factory, and then customers, not just in India and abroad. I just told you we have a bunch of customers. We are in Blinkit, Zepto. Please take a look at our product. And we were the winner of Zomato Packathon last year, 2025, for the India's best plastic-free packaging made from your own areca leaves. Of course, we have did some modifications to make it really work. So that's our factory. I wish that please visit our factory. It's 70 kilometers from here. And please support us in our next endeavors, where we would like to go much bigger with secondary packaging, with biodegradable, and keeping our mission true to be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash Rao. That was truly inspiring, empowering rural communities while building global business. Thank you so much, Agrim, for presenting. Well, moving on, from the way we communicate, build companies, solve global problems, to how we imagine the next billion-dollar ideas, everything today is driven by intelligence, innovation, and deep technology. The next panel, ladies and gentlemen, is AI, deep tech, and the next wave of startups. This session looks at where the technology is heading next. To lead the panel, we have a moderator, Ms. Surabhi Hodigere, the policy consultant at Vartanidhi. We also have with us joining Mr. Ashwat Alba, the Director of Engineering, Entropy, Mr. Aditya LHS, the founder at Nyayanidhi, Mr. Santanu Bhattacharya, the scientist, MIT Media Lab, Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Managing Partner, C Fund. May I please invite all the panelists and the moderators to kindly step on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause. Handing over the panel discussion for AI deep tech and the next wave of startups to our moderator, Ms. Surabhi Hodigere, the policy consultant, Vartanidhi. Over to you all.
Thank you so much. Decades go by without remarkable days of progress. And then suddenly, we find days where there are decades of remarkable progress that happen. We are living in one such moment. If there is one conversation that has been all-pervasive, whether in this conference or in our lives, it is the conversation on artificial intelligence and to a great extent on deep tech. We have a wonderfully diverse panel here today, a scientist, an engineer, a VC, as well as a founder. We hope to have a very, very fruitful conversation. I'll start with you, Santanu. Amongst all of the companies that you see on a regular basis at the MIT Media Lab, the companies you speak to here in India, what is exciting you most about the AI moment that we are living in?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Last part I could not hear. Could you repeat it one more second?
Of all the companies that you get to converse with, meet, both at the MIT Media Lab as well as here in India, what is exciting you the most about this AI moment that we are living in?
Perfect. My preferred location is usually the last one so that I get time to think about. It's very unfair. You and I should switch. But anyways, first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's an exciting place to be, great ecosystem, great colleges. What excites me most, right? If you think of the two ways to think about it. We have seen the internet when it was created in 1990s. It actually came out of an MIT offshoot. Tim Berners-Lee was a researcher at MIT who had gone to the CERN, and he wanted to transfer files back to MIT. Came out the structure of the internet. The intern, Mark Anderson, built a browser, and that essentially unleashed about 30 trillion worth of economic value in the next 30 years. What we have here is the internet is an inflection point with agentic AI. We are moving from an internet that's transaction to internet that's cognitive. So what will end up happening is we will probably end up creating about $100 trillion worth of economic opportunities in the next 30 years. So the countries of the world, as well as the companies, have an opportunity to what I call restack. Take advantage of the newer technologies, which are 10, 100, 1,000 times better, and build scalable businesses very, very quickly. People who understand that every time the world gets restacked, electricity was a restacking, right? When electricity came in the 1890s and so on, and can build, Ford Motor Company build massive business based on that. People who can take an opportunity to restacking, understand how both the technology and industries are getting reshaped, those are the ones I'm excited about.
Fantastic. Picking up on something that Santanu said, I want to come to you, Ashwath, which is that you run the engineering department for a company that has really built on trust. What are those real-world constraints that you tapped into? And it's a huge market, counterfeit goods. A little bit about your company and then...
Sure. Can you hear me? All right. So what we do at Entropy. Entropy solves a very, we're in a very niche market. We solve a very niche problem. That is the problem of counterfeits in the high-value product section. So we deal with sneakers, bags, leather goods, and apparel, and we operate across almost 93 countries. So this company is where we actually take deep tech and we put that as an application in the hands of our users, right? So they operate in very different lighting conditions, in different environments. They deal with actual real-life scenarios. Not all of this can actually be tested in our labs. So it's a very exciting space, and we actually kind of are able to define what deep tech really is in our environments, because the conditions just keep changing every time, right? We do not have a very fixed testing plan which says, hey, test these 10 things and everything will work fine. Every day, every hour, as our teams keep looking at it, we get newer scenarios. People try to fool the system all the time. So it's a constant cat and mouse game. It's very exciting, very challenging. But yeah, so the constraints are kind of unbounded. We can't really prepare for it, and that's pretty much the magic of deep tech. If you get it right, you can keep evolving with every real world scenario, right? The ecosystem learns, the machine learns, we learn newer patterns, and we keep exploring and keep solving it. So yeah, I mean, multiple constraints, but it just helps us evolve the system better.
I think Nyayanidhi would be very close to that, but before I come to you, I just very quickly want to go to Manoj. As a fund that focuses on deep tech, everybody here has experience in entrepreneurship, so on and so forth. The gestation period for a deep tech company, and this is a conversation we had previously, we're going back to the sciences now. We're going back to innovating through the sciences. What do you look at the companies that come and pitch to you in this moment, in this era? Are you looking at an AI added layer? Are you looking at hard sciences? How do you look at the companies that come and pitch?
So, I mean, interesting question. So looking at AI, I mean, AI today has become a necessary ingredient for it. It's no more a vertical play. According to us, it's more an horizontal play which gets added to everything. So it's more about AI with chemistry, with physics, with biology, just a very generic purpose. So we look at, so today, like you said, sciences have again come into the fore. A good example is, every engineering college, and there are lots of them here, students across streams will look at what job, a software coding job. Today, that is not there. I was at IIT Roorkee last year, and I said, no, now is the time where people should focus on their core sciences, core streams. So today, because of the growth in what is happening in different deep tech areas like mobility, which is being driven by electric mobility, automation, robotics, semiconductor, design and fab side of things, technologies across biotech, drug discovery. So AI has become a necessary ingredient in all of this to make discoveries much more efficient, faster, scalable. But I think the core sciences have become very important. So we as a fund look at technology at the intersection of these sciences along with AI. In terms of, yes, deep tech we do think is a longer game, but then with the intervention of AI, things are improving. We also see that founders many times have already done work. Even before they start up, they have done 3-4 years of work in their college labs or in companies they have worked, and then they start. So there is that foundation which is already there. Like we invested in a space tech company where the company was not formed, but a lot of work was done. So, that kind of gives us that, initial, so it is early stage, but, the time to market is not really always so huge.
Absolutely, very true. Coming to you, Aditya, I think we've all dealt with litigation, legal troubles, and think of it as something that's insurmountable. But a problem that could not be solved as easily without artificial intelligence today is a profitable enterprise to get into. So just want to quickly get your thoughts on your company as well as what are the real problems and challenges that AI can solve.
Okay, cool. So first off, the first question you asked was the opportunity rather across AI, especially focusing on India. Our core thesis or belief is that India is essentially a services game, and it's also a very peculiar trust market, right? It's not as binary as saying high trust or low trust, because in any given scenario, I as the founder would not believe the traction we've had, or that as of within 4 months of launch, the High Court of Karnataka would be engaging with us on meaningfully deep projects, right? So there's a really large pull in India for AI, but it's also understanding how you deliver impact that truly moves the needle, right? And there's a lot of India-specific problems, but the core thesis is very service-oriented, but services is not accessible for the entire population of the country. We're a very underserved market at every small regard, be it legal, be it accountancy, be it financial literacy, whatever it is, we're a very underserved country, especially in terms of services, and we're the largest services economy or pretty much in the entire world. So the opportunity in India is more along the lines of how we can serve people who are never served earlier, regardless, and it's really good in some ways that India has more phone penetration than we have like Microsoft Word penetration, right? Because we just have more people using UPI than we have like Word or PPT or Excel. And that trend implies that you need AI companies that lower the entry barrier in so many ways. And that will enable probably a 4x or a 5x increment in each of these markets itself.
No, that's fantastic. India AI, building AI for India and AI that really solves problem in India has been a big theme in how we've also approached the entire, the AI blow up that's happened. Santanu, just coming to you from a perspective, a global as well as a very India-oriented perspective a dual role that you carry, if I may. Where do you see, or what do you see as the necessary investment that both industry as well as government should be making to ensure that India rides the AI wave?
First of all, we have to acknowledge, as far as India is concerned, that we are not going to have the two models that the world has adopted for AI. The US model for AI, can you hear me? The US model for AI is a lot of money, a lot of compute, and a lot of chaos. The China model is a lot of money, a lot of compute, but limited chaos, right? We are not going to go have that kind of money. No one is going to give us billions of dollars to go build foundation models. So what you have to do, instead of trying to build things that are a quantum jump, which is, proclaiming that we will go build some foundational model, think of foundation models as being the refinery. What we excel in is our specific vertical industry knowledge, thanks to the GCCs, whether it's in banking, healthcare, everything that you can imagine, right? We also have a massively strong digital infrastructure. Think of DPI, UPI, and all of that. That's been built for the past 10 years. We collect more data about people's financial habits, medical histories, and so on than most of the part of the world. So as far as what government should consider, my submission would be forget building that billion-dollar models, because you aren't going to go have that money, nor are you going to go have that compute. Go focus on vertical applications. This town, and I was talking at an earlier today in a roundtable, this town has so many medical institutions as well as an educational institution. I don't see why Mangaluru cannot become the world's, think of, as I said, the models are refineries, the data is the oil. Mangalore can supply the oil as far as, for example, medical disease are concerned, right? It can become the world's most prominent basis for cancer data, heart surgery data, and a bunch of other data on which the AI model should be built, right? A refinery cannot run without the oil. And remember that, as I was saying slightly earlier, you have to go pick your own battle. Our battle should be figuring out how to take that data, take the foundation models, and build the world's best applications. The money comes in applications. As far as the foundation models even today are concerned, OpenAI has no idea how to make money. Yes, you're making money through ChatGPTs and so on, but the opportunity in making money from the applications, where India excels because of its service industry, India excels because of its expertise with GCC, India excels because we have a history of delivering it to the West and to the rest of the world in a predictable manner with a certain price points. I think we should just focus on that. And the government should enable those sort of applications. So for example, if there is a legislation, I'm just making it up, needed to enable faster encoding of medical data, go make that happen, right? You should think from a vertical perspective, look at each vertical, pick three largest in the world are financial services, healthcare, and telco. Just focus on these three, and just say we are going to be the world's leader in those AI applications in the next 5 years.
So India should not focus on building foundational models per se.
No,
Do we have a contrarian opinion on the panel, or everybody is in agreement on that? Okay. In terms of the verticals that we should target, what is it that pushed Entropy to look at the counterfeit market? And do you see a similar sort of unique Indian space that we can occupy in using deep tech and AI to solve problems here in India?
So I think this all started with our founder's thesis on trying to, just like how humans have a unique fingerprint we use for all our biometric purposes. The idea was, can we come up with some kind of a fingerprint for physical objects? The journey kind of started from there. We went down the route of authenticating paintings, which were really high value items. At some point in time, we realized that there is a practical problem out there, and there were two very distinct problems. One was obviously the counterfeits itself, and it's not just the fact that counterfeits existed, but the kind of impact counterfeit market had on humans in terms of materials being used, the ecological impacts of it. So that was a really conscious problem that we wanted to solve. At the same time, there was another interesting problem that came into our area, which was return frauds. And that, as we spoke to more and more people, we realized it's happening globally across pretty much in almost all the cities. So the idea was, how do we kind of solve this? And that was the basis of getting the team at Entropy together, right? We have a lot of bright talents coming together. We look at this problem from multiple facets, not just from a pure tech and engineering perspective, but also we have people whom we call as the knowledge experts. People who have been there in the domain, because domain expertise is a very, very important facet of building deep tech. Right? You need to have the domain experts. Machine cannot do anything by itself. You need to have access to trusted data sets. These two important facets have actually helped Entropy move forward. And I would advise all deep tech companies who are building their own products, while AI has solved the problem of, can I build this? Yes, you can easily build this nowadays with AI, but how can I build this reliably and at scale? So these are the two important things that you need.
Absolutely, and durability of a company, there's so much, everything is feasible. Suddenly we can solve all sorts of problems. Manoj, how do you distinguish, especially at the early stage, how do you distinguish companies that you see will go through the long run and will deliver on the long run versus those that are probably solving for more retail consumer oriented issues or problems? Or solving for, how do you look at companies and see which are the ones that will go the long run, the durable companies? How do you identify such companies for many of the young entrepreneurs in the room here?
So to be true, we are still figuring that out. If that is solved, then all investors will find it very easy. So, but at the same time, there is some art and science, or some, mix of multiple things we look at. Certainly the founder, the sector, and the technologies they use. You look at a mixture of many things, and it is your analysis, and it is not that it is something which has been solved. If this were to be solved, then every company and every investor will never lose, right? So that is a challenge, but yes, the idea is to reduce your failures. So we prefer to look at founders who, have the passion, who understand what they are doing, and not just the technology piece of it, but the larger impact it is creating. And then certainly the sectors we look at, like what is, like in the Indian context today, like Sir spoke about AI in healthcare. So today healthcare is becoming very important in the Indian context. Healthcare is a very large problem which can be solved with enablement of AI to some extent, right? Even to mix, it's certainly drug discovery. Now there are areas in it which are very specific to India, like vector diseases. Now a Western country probably doesn't even need to solve for that. It's an Indian problem in tropical countries, so this is a problem which we need to solve for, and which is a problem of scale. And this is not something which will go away, right? So for example, if you as a company are using technology solving for that, like there's a company we have been looking at which tests for these 3 diseases in a single test in a minute. Now then how you use that data to analyze it better, like AI in radiology. Today everybody across the world is trying to use that, but the Indian data is Indian data. In India we don't have capability to put a MRI or a CT scan everywhere. Now if we can learn better and reduce the use of MRI and CT scan because of its non-availability, and detect people, people who don't need. And then there are devices which are being developed which you can eliminate MRI and CT scan. Like there's a company which uses infrared to identify, brain hemorrhages. So MRI and CT is still required, but 9 out of 10 cases you are able to eliminate. So technologies like that, when we look at and we see the possibility of scale and the depth of the work done, sometimes you feel that yes, this can go the distance. But yeah, I mean, since we come in at early stage, there's a lot more which has to happen.
Oh, absolutely. It's,
we go into every single sector, there is some possibility that the new technologies that have come in front of us can help us solve. But what distinguishes a company that has attempted to solve largely intractable problems, previously thought of as intractable problems, legal, innovation in the legal field could be one of those. How did you go at this problem, and what were some of the constraints you faced outside of the technology?
Very specific to India, legal is fundamentally different than doing legal anywhere in the world, because Indian legal runs on paper, and the toughest problem that we probably had to solve is getting actual live litigation data, right? How do you go and pick up a case that's very local to some, let's say there's patterns of litigation at specific demographics, like Mangaluru will be exposed to a very specific type of litigation, something around port, something around import, yada yada, but at the same time, a Dharwad might be looking at some mining issue, right? Or Bangalore would be looking at something fundamentally different. And all of this paper, at least that's where our moat has come from, it's that it's all in paper, and no one's ever been able to get that paper out of the system onto the internet or onto any database server at all. Even the courts are lagging, which is basically the largest point of delay in the country. If you look at why is justice getting delayed? Justice is getting delayed because we're a paper country. And that has been the largest hurdle, right? So even before we raised venture or we did whatever we did, the first task we actually undertook was we spent 14 months being a translations business in every single court so we could read live litigation data. And you just have to understand fundamental nuances, right? I mean, if people over here get some amount of Kannada, Madale Beku is written by the government in Kannada, for example. Oh, all governments put up all their official documents in regional languages. Now, Madale Beku can get translated to must be done, should be done, mandated to be done. And just the variation in that one word creates so much interpretation differences, especially when you start litigating on all those nuances, right? And understanding language is so critical, but at the same time understanding that India-specific problem is even more critical. Because most people don't want to litigate today because they feel that, hey, justice is so far off, I'm rather okay taking a loss if I'm a small business and something's gone wrong. I'm okay taking that loss because I don't believe in the system to give me justice after 10 years. Right? And to really build a system, you have to go into the mud down there, and at least for us, that was just understanding paper.
It's a very interesting intersection because while you're solving for litigation and legal assistance to be easier, the rise of AI has also led to a lot of deep fakes or conversations on disinformation, misinformation has increased. I'd love to hear from Ashwath on, just your general thought from having worked in the physical sort of, looking at fakes in the physical space. How do we build trust in the AI era?
I think one important aspect over the last couple of years we've realized is, even in our current business, is we need to bring in explainability. We need to tell our customers, all the users, how do we exactly come up with this answer or this response or this solution, right? Only when you have explainability in place, then you can build trust. So that is, in my opinion, the single most critical ingredient to kind of get trust in place, right? And we are doing it day in and day out, so we can see that happen all the time, right? Which is why Entropy, what we do is we provide a certificate which says, hey, if we checked it, we know it's genuine, we give you this certificate, and we also give a financial guarantee, which says that if we are wrong, we're happy to repay you whatever you paid for that product. So that's for me the highest level of trust that we can provide to a customer, and that automatically gives the customer that feeling that, okay, this is not just some other solution which just said some response for the sake of it, right? We are backing it up with some numbers and currency.
The financial backing helps. Yes, go ahead.
That's a very good question. If we don't trust the AI systems, eventually people will stop using AI or stop, using AI in many, many cases. So there are three components of it. Two are sort of must. One is something that we have to do through a transition phase. The first one is, of course, observability, right? Explainability. You observe and you explain. Second part of that, within that context, is auditability. You actually explain step by step how the AI came to that decision, so that at any one step, if it turns out AI made the wrong decision, you can go back and fix it. When you are able to, like the way people reason, why did you do it, right? Having those telemetry built into your AI models is very important. The third one is an interesting lesson I have had many, many years back. When a new technology comes and your clients are afraid that if an AI will make a wrong decision and they'll lose money, a simple solution called providing an insurance is actually an interesting way to handle it. You are a new financial system, you want to try out the AI pilot, you estimate that if AI messes it up, you lose up to 10 million. What do? You actually buy a GA, general insurance, and in the US they're not that expensive, and just say, hey, I'm insuring your outcome in the event you lose money. And initially, my suspicion is that with some of the AI systems, we may have to do that.
I was told not to talk too much about the Mangaluru component because this was the only panel that was going to touch upon everything else, but I can't resist because we have entrepreneurs and legacy entrepreneurs especially in the room, and everybody is wondering, what is AI going to do for me? What is AI going to do for my business? I'd love to get insights from everybody on the panel. Manoj, would you like to start? What could the new innovations do for legacy entrepreneurs, for existing entrepreneurs? What could they take away from this? How do they start? Where do they start?
Where do they start with AI? So I think AI is more, for many of legacy businesses, AI is more like a tool, right? Even if you are I assume that a lot of business around here is manufacturing and, then Mangalore, I don't know if there's a lot of oil.
Port city, Maritime innovation, there's also a lot
So AI is something which is a technology which you can adopt, anybody can adopt in their daily functioning, in the way they manage their businesses, in the way they efficiently manage their resources, and probably which will help them deliver better customer experiences, improve performance, productivity, and so many other deliverables, which as a company, the better you adapt, you perform better and improve your top line and bottom line. That is what it will deliver to a typical business. Now coming to startup founders, let's say SaaS founders. Now people say SaaS is out of business, but I feel that a lot of SaaS businesses, if they adopt AI effectively, they can become an AI solution. Ultimately, AI can improve applications, right? And we have a couple of companies in our portfolio which has been able to do this quite well, and they have improved their performance. Actually, they have done better. They did go through a phase of turnaround, but when they adopted AI and they were able to deliver better performance, and the customers actually accepted it, and they were able to expand their market. So I think it's a tool which and then you can automate things, you can bring in technology. If you are manufacturing, you can bring in robots, IoT, safety, and so many things. We have been investing in companies like that. For example, improving safety aspects in manufacturing, in various others, but your worker performance, the way you manage your worker, their lives, many ways I think AI on a daily basis can improve. It will come with some costs, so they have to do that cost benefit analysis, but I think overall in the longer run they will benefit. The costs will bring down, the investments will bring down day-to-day costs.
There's definitely that opportunity for Mangaluru 2.0, the vision that the team also has, which is for startups to help legacy businesses adopt the AI revolution with the, that is a possibility. You can see many companies that are attempting to do that as well here. So definitely that legacy of businesses in a city like Mangaluru gives opportunity for newer entrepreneurs too. I'd like to ask the same question to Aditya as well on how do your advice to young entrepreneurs in a city like Mangaluru, where should they start?
So context here is I studied in NIT Surathkal.
Studied in NIT Surathkal, okay.
So honestly, like my prof who put me down to like, SMEs in India need a lot of guardrails and just ensuring that they're able to build their business better, which can probably be done by new blood, new talent, and newer forms of technology at the end of the day. But more than anything, I think that Mangalore is fundamentally, and this entire belt has so many educational institutes, it just makes so much sense to have like some capital, unlock more researchers, students and everything, because unlike the Western example of having empowered researchers is so brilliantly at our face, right? We can't skip away from that ever. I'm pretty sure Sir will be able to add more on that side.
No, that's a very important point. I think the role of education institutions in research and even for deep tech companies, the role of research-backed innovation is incredibly important, and our education institutions have to anchor that, and Mangaluru is very well placed to be able to do that. Santanu, your advice to the upcoming entrepreneurs in the room?
Okay, I've done a bunch of startups. I sold two, one to a medtech company, the second one to Facebook. The third one, who as a co-founder or one of the leading founders, went IPO. So I'll give you practical advice, right? First of all, think big, be outlandish. I learned it from one of my co-founders. When our company was 3 people, when I was driving on the road, he'd suddenly say, Shantanu, stop the car. And I'm thinking that I must have run over a dog or something because I was just starting to learn to drive in India. I'd stop, you'd see a building coming up in Whitefield, and he would look up. I said, Ravi, what's going on? He would say, how does a sign on the top of that building look like 3 years from now? Here you have 3 people. He's thinking of getting a 20-story building and putting up our sign. Thinking and dreaming outlandishly is important. The startup founders have more bad days than good days, and unless you're dreaming continuously, you won't make it. That's number 1. Number 2, promote yourself and your company to the extent possible. One good trick is to call yourself world's first in something. So my second company, Solaris, that I sold to Facebook, we are world's first real-time social media engagement company. Bunch of competitors were there. We'd go to a client. They would say, hey, we saw this company seeing us today. My answer question, instead of defending, would be, maybe, but we're the world's first. The others were trying to defend themselves by saying, how come they're not the world's first? So go market your company and yourself. You want the company, right? Again, very, very aggressively. As Indians, we are not taught to do that. It's one of the sort of shortcomings of our educational systems. Those are the 2 things. Dream big, market yourself. Those are practical advices that no one will tell you, and those are very important for succeeding.
Thank you. Just to the caveat, Ashwath, on folks who also want to work at fantastic companies, what is the talent, skilling that needs to be done to work at the deep tech and AI companies of the future?
I think so one is obviously the opportunity needs to be provided. So deep tech companies like ours need to provide that opportunities out there, need to provide mentorship programs. I met a lot of folks in the last 2 days, and I can see that already in Mangaluru, a lot of these open source initiatives going on, hackathons are going on. So the talent is already out there, the know-how is already out there. So one is obviously providing opportunities. I think the second is picking up local problems, right? We should not go and kind of build a solution and then look for a problem to kind of fit it in, right? There are enough local problems if you look around. And the technology is already there with AI. I mean, last couple of years, that is just phenomenally growing faster and faster. So the tech part has now become the easier part. I think what's more important is what is the exact problem, build expertise in that domain, and then the rest of it will automatically follow.
Fantastic. I have 3 minutes. I'm going to do a quick rapid fire and put you on the spot. your experience in Mangaluru in the last 2 days, how optimistic are you that the next big company in AI and deep tech will come from Mangaluru on a scale of 1 to 10, honestly? Would you like to start, Manoj? Sorry to put the VC on the next big AI or deep tech company and a deep tech company. I'll give you 1 year before the next I Summit.
I mean, it can be 10 out of 10, but I would say 7 out of 10.
7, that's good for us. As an NITK Surat alumni, you have to say 10 on 10 for sure.
No, I think it's probably somewhere already existing. It just hasn't come to spotlight, and because that's a larger problem most founders have.
Thank you. A number though. Number.
I mean, I'm believing it exists already, so it's greater than 10.
You need a number? Okay, all right. Listen, it's a time of restacking. Everyone has an opportunity to be 10. So go aim for 10. I always say be outlandish. Go aim for 12 out of 10.
I would concur. I think 10 out of 10, I'm sure it just might happen in the next few months as well. We might not even have to wait for the next I Summit.
We're at a very good average. Thank you all so much. If there are any questions, I believe we have 2 minutes to pick up any questions from the audience. There's always a cold start. Yes, Smita. Get her a mic, please.
My question is to do with copyright. You know, major AI companies say that India is one of the priority areas, and a lot of Indian user data is being vacuumed by AI companies abroad. What are the guardrails that you think that the government of India should put up to ensure that AI models don't hallucinate, don't steal our data? You're talking about medtech and stuff like that. So I just want to know about that part and the fake news. For example, if you go into ChatGPT, I don't want to say ChatGPT, but if you go into any AI model, and if I just type my name and when did I interview Rahul Gandhi, it says I interviewed him in 2021. I didn't, but it says that. So I just want to know what can the government of India do to put up these guardrails?
Thank you. Smita from ANI, editor of ANI. Yeah, please.
So I don't think we can do any regulation around hallucination. That is sadly impossible because that's a feature of the model, right? But I think the law is not yet defined on actual unregulated or deepfake content. And one reason why it remains unregulated today is because the tech is moving too quickly for regulators to catch up. Right? So maybe the second we see some amount of plateauing in how quickly the tech itself is changing, that's when we can expect regulation to catch up. But until then, we're only pulling band-aid solutions from existing older laws, right? Like with the recent Grok incident, probably the only way we can regulate that is by looking at some indecent representation of Women's Act from the 1900s that can still be applied today, but not specifically saying I will regulate AI. We're just doing band-aid solutions for the next few years.
Can I take this one? The hallucination is actually a great opportunity. I was talking about what India can do data, right? Hallucination happens because today's models are essentially a token probabilistic engine that are not knowledge graphs. So codifying that knowledge, and you have to reduce hallucination. If you are building a medical AI, you have to reduce the hallucinations significantly. The way to do that is building the knowledge graphs around them. This is where again India excelled as a BPO initially and then as a KPO. The third thing that will come will be the context graph, which is why do the humans make certain decisions? Tons and tons of ways, right? For example, a context graph would be, I don't submit that medical bill on Tuesday evenings because our rejection rates are high. There may be a person on the other side who rejects more and more if you are working. Now, that no one writes it down, they don't submit on, the people intuitively know that. Codifying that context graph, writing it down, is going to be another set of business improvements on the model that will come. So a lot of the business process specific knowledge that sit in India, because you're the back office for the financial services company, a lot of medtech companies, a lot of telcos and so on. I think those two are the big opportunities. You can actually build billion-dollar revenue businesses, just that someone has to sit down and figure out, one, if they're going to do it, two, how are they going to do it, and what the product space will look like. I think those are great opportunities. In terms of guardrailing the data and so on and so on, my sense is the horse has already left the barn. Closing the door afterwards, yeah, you can do that, but I concur with you saying that the regulations are behind. Regulators cannot catch up fast enough with the improvements in AI. I try to read the important papers in AI every week, and there are 1,000 new papers every week that are important. There's no way I can read them up, let alone a regulator spending time to do that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's all please put our hands together for this fantastic panel of discussion. Thank you so much to our moderator, Ms. Surabhi Hodigere, for seamlessly steering this conversation. And thanks to our panelists, Mr. Ashwat Alva, Mr. Aditya, Mr. Santanu, and Mr. Manoj, for sharing your time, expertise, and sharing your experiences with all of us. May I please invite Mr. R.S. Shanbok to kindly come forward, the CEO and founder at Value Point, to kindly come forward and give away the mementos to our moderator and our panelists. Well, that certainly was quite an interesting panel discussion, and we all know that afternoon sessions can be a little difficult. So can I have everybody put your hands together as hard as you can, maybe wake up ourselves, sure ourselves, and get ready for the next segment that we have in store. Thank you very much once again. Well, up next, we have with us His Excellency Marc Lamy, the Consul General of France in Bangalore. Representing the Republic of France, Mr. Lamy is committed to deepening Franco-Indian cultural, educational, and economic collaborations, supporting international partnerships, knowledge exchange, and vibrant business ecosystems between France and India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Marc Lamy, the Consul General of France in Bangalore. Over to you, sir.
Yes, very good day, everyone, and thank you for welcoming me. I know you had a lot of speeches right now, so I don't know where to start and if I should read my paper or not. So as you may know, I'm not a business person, I'm not an entrepreneur, I'm not a technician. So what I'm doing is I'm talking more about, general affairs. And first of all, as a Consul General, my job basically is to talk to the French, talk to the Indians, and I'm doing most of the time, I would say, matchmaking. So why I'm here in Mangalore? First of all, we don't yet have a very strong French presence. So when I come here, it's my second stay here. I come as a bit a pioneer. And after, what do? I report. I report to my ministry. I report to companies, to our Chamber of Commerce. I report to my ambassador. I report to all the people that might be interested in coming to Mangalore. So why did I choose Mangalore? As a Consul General, I'm in charge of Karnataka, Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh. All the states in India, of course, they are complementary, but also there's a strong competition among the states. So why do I take 3 days of my time to come here by car to spend time with you? really, and I speak always sincerely, which might not always happen for diplomats, but I try to be very straightforward. I really believe things are happening here in Mangalore. There's potential, beautiful environment, there's really momentum. When I first came here, I met the people, they're all here. Now we became good friends, and I can see things are happening. The marketing has been done properly, companies are coming, I visited, the car-sharing spaces, I went to Manipal, I went to everywhere on the coast, and I can see there's basically the ecosystem is in place. You cannot have companies coming and families coming, young entrepreneurs coming, living their life here if you don't have the ecosystem. So the ecosystem, in my opinion, is in place. Now you have to make the things, working together. And when I see this TIE summit being organized here today, and the number of people who are just participating, I know that it's already successful. So, being a French, of course, I'm not a member of the Indian government, which is also very supportive for this area. But as a French, what can I do? I want to bring companies here. First thing, we're going to work with our Chamber of Commerce and Industry to have a delegation of startups or companies, more accomplished companies, to see how they can use this place, maybe in a complementary way from Bangalore, to see what can be done here, the first thing. Second thing is to have more academic exchanges, cultural exchanges with a network of universities, colleges, which are in this area. We already have strong partnerships in life sciences and everything with, for instance, with Manipal. We are also now starting programs with NITE and so on and so forth. So we have to create the condition to make sure that our companies, our French citizens are going to come here and be happy to work, exchange, cooperate with the people in this region. For me, it's very important. So as I said, I'm not a technician, but of course, to come and to work here, to start a company, you need to have a full ecosystem. The ecosystem is not just bottom line oriented. Of course, everybody's talking the AI, what's going to impact my business and so on and so forth. It's of course the first thing you have to do, and you have to do, where you are going to have very soon a tech park, if I'm not mistaken. So this is important because companies will not come if they cannot establish themselves. You need to have also financial incentives, tax exemption and so on, that will help you to come in this area. And I think all this is in place. Moreover, there's all the rest. That means that you are going to come, you are going to stay in Mangalore. Stupid things. Mangalore food, very famous all over India. I spoke with my colleagues in the embassy and they said, in the embassy in Delhi, I said, you are going to Mangalore, the food from Mangalore is very good, why don't you try this restaurant? My colleagues from the embassy. So, that's one thing, the small thing. But it's not just a small story. I have been traveling the whole world. I spent most of my career in China. At a time where Shanghai, for instance, was just a village, and everybody was saying nothing will ever happen in this kind of place. Shanghai, okay, 1992, okay, and then now you see what's happening. There's always a beginning, and we always have to try to understand what's going to be in 5 years, in 10 years, what the place is going to look like. I have discussed not only with business persons since I'm here, even though I meet a lot of business persons, but I think we are sometimes too much bottom-oriented in all our approaches, because you are business persons, you are technicians, you are experts, and you're also entrepreneurs. For me, I'm a diplomat. A diplomat, I have to have a bit more thinking out of the box. When I was in Shanghai, why did Shanghai became Shanghai? Because they already also understood that the top 10 big boss of the largest companies, then they're going to talk business from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. in the afternoon. But at the end of the day, they will say, Mr. Consul General, where can we find an art gallery? Where can we find a lounge where we can chill? And this and that. And that will make that they will do business, they will repeat and everything. So you have a beautiful environment here. Protect it, develop it, and try to put it forward. I know you are doing. I met one of my very good friends here. He's a pioneer in the surfing. You need to have people, you need to have things that are going to attract people to come here and stay here. It's very, very important. It's not directly linked to business, but it's going to create the business. It's going to create the condition for more things to happen. You know, if myself, I know what's going on here, and I can talk to other people because I spend my time to meet CEOs, French companies, Indian companies and everything. If I tell them, okay, Mangalore is really top, you have to go there, you have to check what can be done, of course, it's like snowballing, it will grow, and it will help this place to become what it is already, and also much more. So I don't want to take too much of your time, just what I want to add is, as a French, representing France, here we have, between Karnataka and Telangana, we have more than 350 large companies. Large companies, you know, Safran, we are working together on very, very sensitive and important issues in terms of security, defense, but not only. We cover the whole spectrum, and we're also very, very much involved in tech, in exchanges among startups and contacts between all our French companies, large French companies. I take Thales, for instance. They have constant exchanges with startups. They're incubating startups. They're encouraging Dassault System. They will encourage the companies and so on to develop in India, and they will encourage and they will support Indian companies, Indian startups, and that's also why we try with my colleague here to identify the startups depending on verticals. For instance, I know here in Mangalore, fintech, because of the history of the city in the banking, for the banking system in India, is very important, and maybe the maritime something. So we try to see, according to the verticals, which companies we can cooperate with and also which startup we can introduce here. So I won't take more of the time, just one thing. 2026 has started, and in 1 month, President Macron will be here, meet with Prime Minister Modi for the AI Summit in New Delhi, which follows the AI Summit in Paris. And just what's going to happen, they're going to press a button on the 18th of January evening in Mumbai. It's a secret, don't tell anybody. Yet, well, it was a secret until now. And they are going to launch some things that I hope you are going to participate, you are going to be on board. They are going to launch, they are going to launch and to start officially to kick off the Indo-French Year of Innovation 2026. So the whole year, starting from a few days ago, is now the Indo-French Year of Innovation. So that's why also I'm happy to participate, and thank you very much. So you will see a very short movie, 2 minutes, quite nice, to introduce this platform of innovation, which is a platform, which is a matchmaking platform. So that startups, Indian startups and companies can come and say, okay, I am in this field of work and I want to meet this company and try to cooperate. So please, 1 minute of your time, 2 minutes of your time. Thank you so much. So once again, and I'm done now, just to say thank you to all. It was a really great honor. Thank you for your time, because I know how it's valuable. So for me, as a person and also as a Consul General, I will come, of course, regularly. You know that we have, being based in Bangalore, I have a lot of friends who are from Mangalore, and they're always encouraging me to start to learn Tulu and Konkani. So I don't know if it's really easy, but I think it's, you know, I start from very far. Anyway, I consider really Mangalore not as a second home, but as a place where I have to come, and I have to come with very serious things, but also to be with people, discover the city, feel well here, and also be able to promote and to say how much Mangalore is becoming really an important place, not only in Karnataka, but as I've seen everywhere now in India. So thank you very much, and have a very good day. Thank you very much. And please, thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together and give a big round of applause for His Excellency, Mr. Mark Lamy, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Well, sir, why do we stay for another day to learn Tulu? Why don't we start off just today? Irencha ullar. Yan saukya ulle. If you can repeat that with me. Yan saukya ulle. Yan saukya ulle.
I hope I didn't say something bad, you know.
I wouldn't ask you to do so. You just said that you're doing very fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can see a QR code that's flashing right on the LED, and that is, you can scan the code, you can do your feedback, and also connect with Consul General for further associations and collaborations. May I please invite on stage Mr. Rohit Bhatt to kindly come forward and hand over the memento to His Excellency, Mr. Mark Lamy. Can I have everybody please put your hands together and join me? Thank you. May I also invite Mr. Pierre to kindly come forward and kindly accept this token of appreciation and gratitude from us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rohit Bhatt, and thank you, Mr. Pierre. I hope you all had a good time here. Well, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, before we go ahead, we now clearly see that innovation does not start in boardrooms alone. It often begins in labs, in classrooms, research centers, where ideas are tested, challenged, and refined long before they reach the market. To speak on deep tech startups from lab to land, please welcome Professor B. Ravi, the Director of NITK Surathkal, one of India's leading institutions for engineering, research, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor B. Ravi before you.
Start off. Very good afternoon to all of you here. I've been at IIT Bombay for almost 32 years and now 2.5 years here. I can't believe an event like this is full and we are going strong even after 7 hours, 7.5 hours now. Unbelievable energy here. Number one. Number two, I've been, I think, maybe in 500,000 events like this in my life, 40 years. I don't think I have felt this much at home as if I am with family members ever in my life. I've been sitting quietly, watching, enjoying like an ordinary person. Rohit, all of you, everyone here, including all the consul generals who have been there since yesterday. Unbelievable. Bangalore's moment, I think, is already come. So with that, let me start. I realize we are just 1.5 hours from the beach, but I just Googled, it says, looks like NITK is the only institute in India with its own beach. So if ever you want, I think I'll continue, let me see. If ever you want to have, enjoy the stay by the beach, please, NITK is for you. So I just also realized today morning that there are a couple of flashbacks for me. The first flashback is actually long back in 1996 when we got the first 3D printer in IIT Bombay in my lab, but that's not the point. The point is that I was approached by one maxillofacial surgeon from Mangaluru, Niti Meenakshi Institute, and he said he wants to do what is called as distraction osteogenesis. I didn't know what it means. Now I know distraction means pulling, osteo means bone, genesis means growing the bone. Okay, I won't go beyond that. But what he said was, can you help us to plan the surgery using CAD and 3D printing? So this was the very first case in India where computers and 3D printing were used for planning a complex surgery, which went very well, as I am told. And they wrote some papers on that. We are talking about deep tech, so I thought let me capture you a couple of instances of that. The second example also is connection with this. The boy with the striped T-shirt is Adarsh, who is from Koppa, which is close to Singularity, very close to this place. And we were running a hackathon in IIT Bombay, this was 2015, and the doctor with the mic was saying, when I get patients in my village, instead of sending the patient, and I put a stethoscope and I can't understand whether it's right or wrong, instead of sending the patient to a city for a second opinion, can I send the sound of the patient's heart or the chest breathing to a city for second opinion? That's how these two people got together. They left well-paying jobs, one in HP, one in Intel, and then over a period of 3 years, they developed from a POC to prototype to a product. They won a big competition of about 50 lakh rupees angel funding at that point of time, started a company, did a lot of rural health camps, and today they also won the Shark Tank round 2. They also made it to Harvard Business Case Review. One of the cases from India is this company, smart stethoscope called IU Devices from IUscope. And they're close to about 20,000 sales as of now this year. So these two examples show you what it takes. Deep tech is not overnight success. It takes sometimes 2, 3, 5 years to build the technology. But once you build a technology, you have very good competitive advantage on top of that. But having said that, why doesn't it happen too often in academic institutions? And I talk about these valleys of death. I talked about it even in Niti Aayog to secretaries of various ministries. What happens is in our research labs, we're happy to find a problem, create a proof of concept, what I call as a first valley of death, and write a technical paper and give it to the world. That is what academics do. A few academics will go take one step forward and actually build a working prototype which you can demonstrate, file a patent, and maybe license it to a startup company. But you need someone else who takes it forward to convert a research prototype into a working, saleable product. And that's a tough thing for an academic to do. If you cross the third valley of death, the fourth one, which you have been talking about today, raising finance, building a team, mass production, and of course, distribution, sales, and brand building, all that can happen. The ratio is, of course, a little bit skewed. For about maybe every 10 papers you write, maybe you file one patent, and eventually maybe for 1,000 papers, you get one successful startup in the thing. And the money that you require is in the reverse proportion. You can build a POC for no cost at all, but by the time you go to the final stage, you are talking about $1 million of investment. That's how what is also called in academic circles as TRL, or technology readiness level. You got to go all the way from 1 to 9. And the third valley of death, if you have guessed, is the classical block between the academia and industry. No one wants to cross the third valley of death. And therefore, a lot of ideas remain in the labs. Now, why is the reason for that? If you look at X and Y axis, sorry, I don't mind that much of mathematics. You remember your X axis is horizontal, Y axis is vertical. If you cross those axes, you get 4 quadrants. So knowledge generation is research, knowledge transmission is teaching, and of course, product development is engineering, and product transfer is business. The point is not that. Point is that we think that these are done by 4 different kinds of people. We never think a teacher can be an entrepreneur or a business person. That's the issue with that. Then I went deeper. Why is that like that in India? Then of course I realized that we keep on saying that Lakshmi, that is a goddess of knowledge, and Saraswati, which is a goddess of wealth, cannot coexist. We have been told that in our mythology all the time. I showed it to someone who was very close to Prime Minister, and he said, Ravi, the issue is that bringing these two together is not easy in India. You have to put a lot of force. I said, oh, force, okay. So I thought, okay. So I put a third Devi in this picture. But that's the mindset issue here. If we can somehow break this issue, we can do a lot of wonders. Then I realized, how do you build an ecosystem for innovation in academic institutions? I have done a lot at IIT Bombay. I also built up India's perhaps the best medtech innovation ecosystem, 70 patents, 35 licenses, 25 startups, 15 products in market, 1.2 crore patients touched. I'm a very blessed person. I feel I'm very blessed about that. Having said that, no sir, but having said that, I now realize, how do I build that? I am here to build a non-metro, non-IIT model, which perhaps is far more scalable. I thought NIT Surathkal was a good candidate for that. And I think halfway down my tenure of 5 years, I think, and one of my colleagues from IIT Bombay was here recently. He said, we are all wondering why you joined NIT Surathkal. You could have become IIT Bombay director. I said, but after the trip, he said, okay, now I know why you joined that, and I think you took the right decision. No, there's a lot more conversation there, but I'm just telling you that that this is a good experiment that I am doing, and I feel very blessed about that. But this is what I'm building at NIT now. I realize there are bits and pieces, but they are not connected. So what we are doing now is we are going in anti-clockwise direction from 1 to clockwise. So what I'm saying is I'm sending my students. This week, 100 of my students fanned out and spent 5 days in a village each. Each team of students, every day I dropped off in a bus to a village. I picked them up in a bus again in the evening. 5 days I spent in a village. I'm telling them, I just want you to list 3 to 5 problems. I don't want solutions to start with. If you can spend year 1 of BTech for finding problems, year 2 for solving, year 3 for testing, year 4, you write a business plan, pitch it. I will get you alumni to put a check of 5 to 10 lakh rupees to take it forward. And that's where the whole thing starts. Anyway, it starts from there. So I'm sending them for immersion. And we have technical labs of students. They can do some tinkering. We have put up now we have COEs for interdisciplinary research. Always, problem solving is not a single domain. It's always a collaboration. For POC, we have a Center for System Design, prototype, product. We have an incubator also. But what is missing, startup game, we have not gotten it right. We have 2 lakh startups in India, as we heard today. The issue is how many of those 2 lakh, 200,000 for those 200,000 startups, how many will actually make it to market and become a success story? We want to see far more successes out of those startups. So we'll get that going right. And that is what happens in an accelerator. Technology accelerator, business accelerator. We are trying to combine both under one roof. And once you go to industry and get the partners and marketing, of course you discover new products or product improvements. That's how the holistic circle gets completed. For the ecosystem, we need several stakeholders. Generally, government is for funding and facilitation. That is what we have been hearing since morning. Academia for research and development. Industry for manufacturing and marketing. But in triple helix, we forget about society. We got to go to society for finding out the problems, identifying the problems, and also testing the solutions. So that happens. But we need 4 more stakeholders. We need incubators. We need accelerators. We need investors. Of course, now we know. But very important also, we need the help of media, without which we cannot create success stories which inspire many more startups. I'll kind of give you a couple of flash about the campus. So NITK is blessed to be in a very strategic location between Mangaluru and Udupi, almost midway. We have all kinds of facilities, all kinds of departments, about 7,000 students, very great resource. We're also trying to build the innovation ecosystem with certain elements. I'll show you, flash it by a few pictures. This is one place where we actually solve societal problems. And these are just some examples. We can do drone mapping. We can do depth. One solution is to find a depth and volume of a lake. That's the one. I'm sorry. We are helping the toy cluster close to this place. We have several bikes and even solar-based charging. You have to come to this to the campus to see the kind of beautiful solutions these faculty and students are building for the society around us. We have one of the state-of-the-art lab, R&D lab, where you have about 80 crores worth of equipment for all kinds of material characterization and product testing. One of the best in the country is sitting in NITK right here in Suratkal. Most people don't know about it, but you must come and take a look at that. And we also have an incubator. We were with the Honorable Minister of Education, Dharmendra Pradhanji, just 2 days back in Delhi. And among all NITs, there are about 30 odd NITs. All NITs put together have created about 400 startups, 390 to be precise, out of which 156 come from NITK alone. So again, NITK leads the country, at least NIT system. We had made a new policy for innovation entrepreneurship, basically how to file a patent, how to license it, and how to start a company, and also manage conflict of interest, which is faculty are worried about. This policy, Honorable Minister said, will be adopted more or less in toto by all the NITs in the country. Again, a great honor for all of us. So we have this step here. What we are, and some of the great names, Delivery, Practo, Pink Villa, and many other companies have come out of this startup. I'm very proud to say Rohit Bhatt also started his RoboSoft in this incubator. Can I say that, sir? Thank you very much. So he is our star, okay? You should talk about STEP once in a while also, sir. Okay, so, but beyond that, what we are doing now, watch the picture very carefully. Just right on the right side of the thing, we are now going to put up what we call as a Research and Innovation Park. We have given a name called as RITE, which you can see on the top. What this park will do is to offer all the services of NITK, whether it is a continuing education, whether it is talent acquisition, whether it is a co-location, you want to do testing, product innovation, 16 services will be offered through a single window through this research park. Government has committed 200 crores for this project. If we can put in 200 crores from us, if none of you come forward, I'll take 200 crores loan from the bank and try to manage. But I'm hoping we will get at least 100 CR from the people in the room here. What we are hoping to do in this, we are committed to create 100 startups from this in the next 5 years, and many more measures, patents, startups, and so on and so forth. So this is hopefully going to be a game changer for the entire district. We went to 300 MSMEs, 300 startups, 300 faculty, and 300 alumni companies, about 1,200 touch points, and we determined a set of focus areas, which is basically sustainability, which is agro, which is marine, disaster resilience, and so on, which we combined into an acronym called Samudra. So Samudra is going to be the acronym for the theme of this park. So with this, I'll kind of wind up. So we are fortunate to be in a very strategic location with 25 colleges north and south of NITK. And you know all the numbers, and these numbers have to be updated. The numbers are changing too fast now. We have to update these every 3 months or so. Rohit, I just took from your slide 1 year back, okay? But with all this force, talent to tech hub, I think we are in a good shape. So I'll wind up saying that NITK is proud to be a partner in the growth of the Silicon Beach program, Beyond Bengaluru program, and making Mangaluru the next hot destination, next hot cool destination, I don't know. We have to come up with some nice terms for that. NITK is known to have a solid reputation for engineering. I have been told by recruiters that you hire 100 people from IIT system, after 10 years maybe 10 are left. You hire 100 people from NIT system, NITK in particular, 90 are still loyal to the company and still hanging there after 10 years. That's a very good track record for not only putting engineers in core industry, but also loyally continuing there for a long time. And our goal is basically to aspire for global excellence, but make a difference to local society, local relevance. And we are looking at our campus itself as a living lab. You see the 6S. And by the way, the arrow which you see, the new landmark, it was not there. People have been complaining that in spite of heavy rain, we had a water shortage. We used to close the campus in April, May. I said, what doesn't make sense to me? So we actually created a new landmark in town, which is in the campus, which is a lake, and it's going to be a smart lake. We're going to meter the water, look at the flow, look at the water quality and so on. So it's going to be a living lab in every aspect. We are trying to do that as much as possible. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity. I really feel very privileged to be in this room. Thank you very much.
Totally, you are a true visionary right here. Once again, let's all put our hands together. We genuinely appreciate your presence here today, sir, and the wealth of insights that you have shared with us. Thank you very much. May I please invite Mr. Prashant Shenoy, the charter member, Time Mangalore, and co-founder of Unicode, to kindly come forward and hand over the token of appreciation and gratitude, a memento, to Professor B. Ravi, the director of NITK Surathkal. Thank you, Professor Ravi, once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are away with only 2 panels before we end today. While we go forward to our next panel, let's remember that reaching 100 crore milestone is never about the numbers. It's about the persistence, tough choices, and the courage to keep going when things get challenging. Our next session, the 100 crore journey, lessons in growth, grit, and scale, bringing together founders who have walked that path and are here to share what it really takes to build and scale a lasting business. To moderate this panel, we have with us Mr. Shashir Shetty, the Chief Growth Officer, Nivius, and Thai Charter member. To also joining this panel discussion, we have with us Mr. Vineet Nayak, the founder of Tetrify. We have Mr. Ajay Rao, founder of Emiza. Also, we have with us Mr. Anand Narayan, the founder of Alt DRX. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome this fine gentleman on stage for the next panel discussion, the 100 crore journey, lessons in growth, grit, and scale. Over to you all.
Thank you, Hera. Good evening, everyone. Professor Ravi is always a tough act to follow. I have 3 fine gentlemen here. Diversified startups. They look different, but we have somebody who started a company that's probably a leading communications platform, enabling modern customer experiences, modern contact center experiences. We have somebody who's used tech to his advantage to build a third-party logistics company, and we have somebody who's disrupting real estate by creating a digital real estate fintech company. At the face of it, they look different, right? But what's very similar to all of them, or what's the common pattern here, is all of them spend minimum 10 to 20 years working in corporate before they decided to take a leap of faith in themselves and in their idea and started this company, right? So the objective of this panel, and I know a few people in the room, actually most people in the room, not all of you are entrepreneurs, but I know most of you actually have an idea. Somewhere got very comfortable in your cushy corporate jobs. But at the end of this panel, if we actually get a few of you to take the leap of faith in your idea and in yourselves, I think we would have done a great job as a panel. So I think without wasting much time, I'd just like to the team to introduce themselves here. Vineet, your Mangaluru connection is you're born and brought up in Woodpeak. So I think just a little bit of introduction about you and your company for the audience.
Thanks, Shashir. Good afternoon, namaste everyone. I'm Vineet, founder and CEO of Tetrify. I'm based out of Singapore. But then, like you said, I have connections here because I was born in this part of the region, in Udupi. spent a lot of time studying here across Bangalore, Mangalore, eventually in Udupi for 2 years, 11th and 12th, and then engineering in Nitte. So after that, spent about a year learning stuff and one of the small companies here. I learned a lot of stuff here before I went to Pune with a company called Avaya. So that's my connection here. And obviously, almost every month I'm here to visit my parents. I'm the only child, so that's another connection. My parents are in Udupi, and I keep coming here every month. So that's me.
Thanks, Vijay. Ajay, you have a different connection to Mangalore. You actually worked with All Cargo in your career. Shashi Kiran Shetty is an inspiration and role model to us. So a little bit about your experience of having worked for a Mangalore-based entrepreneur and your company itself.
So great. Good evening. Pleasure to be here in Mangalore. So firstly, my Mangalore connection. I was born here as well. And although I haven't lived here extensively, I used to spend all my summer holidays here with my grandparents. So I have a lot of family here. So Mangalore is extremely special to me and holds a very special place in my heart. But in terms of my own career, I've sort of been a professional for almost 15, 16 years before taking the plunge. And my last stint was with All Cargo. I had a very good stint working with Shashi, learned a lot. And he was partly also the inspiration for me to sort of, go out on my own and start Emisa. And yeah, so with Emisa, we are a warehousing and logistics company primarily focused on consumer brands, enabling consumer brands to sell across multiple channels, across e-commerce, B2B, all of that. You can think of us as the WeWork for warehousing, where we sort of manage multiple brands within a single warehouse and help even the smallest of brands who are just starting out with a launch platform to the largest of brands who have significantly scaled operations. And yeah, we're essentially an infrastructure and services business today.
Thanks, Ajay. My apologies. I should have known that you were born here. I never asked that question. I should have known you were born here. I never asked that question yesterday when we were talking. So my apologies. Anand, I'm not going to make an assumption about your association with Bangalore. I know that you're friends with Prashant.
Yeah. When my dear friend says my connection with Mangalore is my dear friend Prashant. Prashant Arur. If you guys have not been to his hotel, you should go see it. It's one of the best hotels that I have seen. Very, very thoughtfully designed. Avatar, So thank you for having me over. Since this panel is on the 100 crore journey, I was just thinking, how do you identify a founder in a panel who's not yet reached the 100 crore but is hustling? He's the one in the t-shirt. The rest of the one are in jackets, So, so on that note, so I'm half a banker and half a real estate person. The first decade in banking, the later decade in real estate. I am hoping that the next 100 million Indians who invest in real estate will do it digital first. So I want to ensure that every Indian is able to buy at least a square foot of real estate. So we ensure that people can buy and sell real estate like how you buy and sell stocks. You can buy even 1 square foot of Mangalore. You can place an SIP for 1 square foot of Mangalore every month. And that's the journey that we are on at Alt DRX. But thanks again for having me over, despite my t-shirt.
Yeah, thanks. I think we Mangaloreans are great at identifying potential as well. So we are manifesting your 100 crores as well.
Let's go on that thought.
Great. So I think I just want to ask you a couple of questions on, because I think the theme around 100 crores is not so much about the 100 crore itself, but Mangalore is a little early in the startup ecosystem. We don't have a lot of late stage startups. We have a lot of early and mid stage startups. So I think what we are looking for as an inspiration from this panel to see what does it take to take the courage to start, and then what does it take to sustain the thing. So I think that's what we're going to try and cover as a part of this discussion. So we need, I think after having spent 10 years in Avaya, Avaya and Servion, and then I think what inspired you to take over? I don't think there's there's a lot of entrepreneurship in your family before you are a first generation entrepreneur. So what gave you the courage to take that decision?
I think the exposure that I got in Avaya while I was traveling. So my assignment first assignment was in Colombo, and then it was a very interesting assignment. 2 weeks I was there, and I managed to complete a project. And eventually, while I was supposed to come back, there was an attack on the airport. So I got stuck in the airport. So there was a lot of adrenaline, the whole thing, in the whole project. Even while coming back, I got a sign off. So that kind of gave a lot of dopamine, what do you call, stuff that I enjoyed a lot. And then they put me to an assignment in Japan. And I think 9 months in Japan was a turning point. I would honestly admit that changed the way I look at things. Plus, I could connect back to what we do here. They were worshipping spirits, deities. We have the same stuff. They were after excellence, quality, standard of life. All of that was something that I could relate to in this part of the world. And then I think that bug in me started saying, look, if I'm working for an American company that's only focusing on the market that is generating 60 to 70% of the revenue in the US, and there is a huge potential in Asia where digital communication and all of that is happening, and the customers are not really happy. And that's where I think the Japanese really understood that and started building a lot of customization around the whole products around Avaya. And that gave us, or rather gave me a chance to think, oh, there are opportunities that we can build, there are gaps that we can cover, and we can build some innovation around what the local customers are looking for. And I think that probably was a turning point. And then eventually I went to Singapore in 2002, and since then I think I went there with a different perspective, focus around customers, build trust and credibility, and eventually I could see that there is potential for us to do something new on top of what we were delivering while I was in Avaya. So I was since then my journey to look at what can I build, what more can we add to what we are offering as a company in Avaya was there every day. And eventually I got a good mentor, boss, who helped me to take the plunge. And he was my boss in Avaya and Servion, and we both got into it, and we failed miserably the first time. So this is my third startup. So yeah, I think there was a bit of a risk, and I think the failure, I think he will probably talk more about it, but then I think it taught me a lot of lessons there. So I think the Japan was a turning point for me, to be honest, in my journey with corporate life.
That's wonderful. Ajay, I think you spent 20 years in corporate before you started your own company, right? I think just what was your moment of inspiration? I think like it was Japan, and the experience in Japan for Vineet, what was it for you?
I think for me it was just sort of that innate desire to do. See, I come from a business family, and I probably was the only person in the whole family who was not in business. So that is number one. Number two is I was at 40. Sort of the whole thing hit me when I turned 40. Right, it was about 10 years ago, and at that point I realized if I don't try now, I will never try later. Right, because as you get older, your risk-taking appetite drops. And fortunately, I had a mentor at that point of time, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Dilip Nath. And he basically also became an entrepreneur at 40, and then he took his company on the NASDAQ. So that was a great inspiration for me. And of course, having worked at All Cargo and stuff like that with Shashi, that also sort of gave that. But I think largely it was sort of the age factor and sort of feeling that it's now or never. And if I failed, I always have the opportunity to go back into the workforce later. So that sort of propelled me, and by that time I'd already reached sort of leadership positions in most of the organizations. There was no more room to grow. So the only way I could grow personally was by sort of starting my own business.
Okay. And Anand, I think you've also spent about 10 to 12 years in corporate or more before. You also told me that you spent some time in Iran, Middle East, during your...
Not Iran, but yeah.
Somewhere around. So if that wasn't adventurous enough for you, you decided that you needed to come back and solve for the Middle India. Then what inspired you to do that?
When I still remember when I first told my mom that I'm going to start something on my own, she wept. She wept, you'll get a job very soon, don't worry, don't start anything, you'll get a job very soon. So that's how, that's the kind of family that I come from. We all worked for somebody. So I had to do a lot of convincing to convince her, no, this is for good. Yeah, I mean, when I went to Dubai, that was my last assignment. I didn't go thinking that I'll start something on my own. You know, there wasn't a great plan to say, all right, I'll do something on my own. I think it was maybe midlife crisis. I said, you know, that's it now, I'm going to do something on my own. I called a bunch of people. One of my first calls was to a friend in Mangalore and then a bunch of other friends. So it was like a bunch of middle-aged men with midlife crisis got together and started all DRX and said, listen, we should do some shit before we leave here, you know. And that's how it all started for me. It was more an accident of me saying, okay, this is not what I thought my job will be and I could do something better. That resulted in, and then I built, you know, brick by brick, I built everything, you know, along with a bunch of other friends. Yeah, I mean, that's the journey. I mean, a journey of the founder is 95% of the day is, oh, this cannot be done, oh, this is not going to do, oh, this will not work, oh, that will not work, oh, money, paisa nahi hai. I think we work for that 5% which is, yes, this can be done, right? You know, I don't make even 1/100th of the money that I made in my last job. I mean, physically as salary, equity value and all is there. But I think the last 3.5 years has been the most fulfilling part of my journey. So if you're wanting to become a founder, don't come in hoping that you'll make a lot of money in the initial days. There's a lot of sacrifice. But you're successful, you'll make a far greater value. But come in because you enjoy doing what you're doing. And that's a little bit about it. So, accidental founder, so to speak,
I think sometimes it's about leap of faith, sometimes about the more organized God. But I think for the audience here, if you notice, there's a common theme. I think the theme is there was a mentor or there was a friend who took the first bet on them. And for all of you who are on the edge, I think find that friend or the mentor who's taking a bet on you. If not, TIE has a nurture program as well, where people who actually founded companies are helping. I think that do reach out to CEO or Prasanna Shena, who run that program currently. But I'm going to come back to you on that mentorship thing, right? And I'm just going to put a tricky question out there. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to this, right? Does it, just because you worked in a company for so long and you have the experience and the exposure, does it make you better at starting a company? And anybody can answer this, please take a thing. Or is there a competitive advantage when you're slightly a little more younger and you're taking a leap of faith in yours because you're not really scared of the world and there's not too many fears out there because, like you said, what the hell, let's just try and give it a shot kind of thing. So any opinions on that? Anybody can take that question.
So I think that was a misconception that I had, that I was the CEO for so long at these other companies, that how difficult it could be to start out again, right, having all this experience. But that was probably the first mistake that I made. I think being a professional CEO and being an entrepreneur are two very, very different ball games. As a CEO, what happens, especially when you're working in a large company, most of the things you take for granted. You take capital for granted, you take support systems for granted. You know that, you know, even if you do make a mistake, there's somebody there to catch you, right? But as a first-time founder, when you start as an entrepreneur, you have to do a couple of things. One is you have to get down to brass tacks. As a CEO, you have 10 people doing everything for you. You have someone booking your tickets, you have someone making an Excel report for you. So the first thing is you've got to be prepared to really sort of get down to the ground and sort of work. Second is you have to be a lot more mindful because now you're actually going to be responsible for people, right? So you've got to make sure that you're taking care of the people who are now working for you, who are looking up to you, right? So that is the second thing. And the third is, like I said, you come, you think you know everything, but the fact of the matter is when you become an entrepreneur, you have to wear multiple hats. You have to juggle multiple different priorities, right? And being able to really sort of identify and what is urgent, what is important, what is critical. Those skills of how you manage your time, how you manage your money, because resources are very, very scarce, right? And time is the most scarce resource. So you really need to figure that piece out. That was the biggest unlearning and then relearning for me in that whole journey from a CEO to an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, the opinion in terms of do we have an advantage? I think we do have. I believe that we have an advantage because, at least in my case, I knew the market, I knew the industry, and it was all about finding a new game in that industry. At the same time, coincidentally, Singapore FinTech was happening, and we were at the right time with DBS, one of our marquee clients there, to figure out, and Singapore FinTech tag was move fast, fail fast, and I already failed once. And one of the things that we observed at the same time was, you have a brand name in a small place like Singapore, you would get meetings very quickly. If you wanted to talk to a customer, you would be able to do that. And you come out of that brand name and start reaching the same set of people. You won't get meetings, right? Not same person, right? So I think that was a little bit of a disadvantage, but I think we learned over a period of time, it's all about building that trust and connection and what value you have even in a position when you were in a corporate world to that people. If you've created value for them, obviously the relationship will continue. So I would think of both. There's obviously disadvantage, and obviously that will emotionally create endurance and make you stronger to know, yeah, this is, and it'll humble you as well. You're back on the ground. You're starting from zero, and you will definitely struggle. You will actually go back and see, the same guy just a week ago, he was giving me, he was actually going out to lunch and drinks and all of that, but not this week, just because I left that brand, right? So there are both sides of being in the corporate and coming out and starting.
Any point of view there?
I've covered it, but my perspective, I think the first thing that will hit you is the lack of salary. Salary is the biggest addictive drug. I don't think there's anything more addictive than salary. Not even cocaine. But to be ready to lose that de-addiction campaign, so to speak, is a startup thing. I personally think once you've decided to do it, the universe will conspire to make you successful. I think the first few people that you'll go to talk about your idea are people, your friends, your ex-boss and things like that, right? But you'll find people come from the strangest caves in support of you, At least in my journey, while the old friends do play a role, but bigger role is played by strangers, and there's a massive kick that comes out of this, that people who are absolute strangers, you become your cheerleaders. I think once you take the jump, the world will conspire, the universe will conspire to make you successful.
Sure, thanks. I think I just want to ask a question on expansion and what happens once, of course, I think you've taken the leap of faith, you're running the company, you got into the grind, you overcome the initial hiccups. And a lot of companies here are mid-sized startups who are also thinking about expanding, right? I think the first part of expanding, I'm going to come to you with it. I think for those who don't know Vinitha's extended family, about 3 years back, it was on 22 Suyok, my boss, gave me a goal. He said, we need to expand 90% of revenues in India, you need to expand. And in every startup, you come into the state saying, how do we grow our business outside India? And the natural transition is to the US, right? You think about the US. But US is expensive, investments in the US is expensive. And so we decided to invest in Singapore. 100% of the people that we met told us not to invest in Southeast Asia or Singapore. And I was just fortunate that Vinith's extended family and I used to go and stay in his house in those initial days, and I used to pick his brains. And he built his company out of Singapore. So I want to put that perspective out there because I don't know how many people are thinking Southeast Asia versus Europe versus, of course, Europe is really, really tough. I think 2 questions there. How did you resist the temptation to go to the US? Why did you choose Singapore? And more importantly, how did Singapore shape your company?
So first part, right? So the Singapore, I think, again, like I said, Singapore FinTech. Plus, I always believed in terms of digital communication, they were way ahead. Asia was way ahead in terms of what US was doing. And I think we were at the right time with our platform to put that in place. And we saw that in motion with DBS coming to DigiBank in India with Sachin Tendulkar as a brand ambassador. And our platform was used for onboarding and servicing and was integrating to existing contact center. So that gave us that confidence plus validation that this market is there for us. And this client went to Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Hong Kong, all different regional. And again, when you all talk about Southeast Asia, you all think it's just one country, right? It's a tough countries, multiple countries there because 10, 12 countries are part of Southeast Asia. Indonesia is different, Singapore is different. But then I think the Singapore gave us that, the trust and the brand for us to go into other countries with some credibility. That immensely helped us. Obviously, from the value system of Singapore being pragmatism, one of the key things that we started doing is bootstrapped. There was no VC funding to burn. We had to be profitable. Frugal, pragmatism, all those words, right? So we had to be profitable from day first year itself. And the enterprise there, this fintech whole ecosystem kind of helped us to get started being a Singapore company. And the rest of the Southeast Asian countries were step by step. We went with the client, and one client, the local top 3 banks, got our platform on. And I think it became quite easier for us to expand into Southeast Asia. And we didn't even look at US until we pivoted during COVID. So, and again, one of the things that I also learned in my failure is also to be focused. And as a bootstrap company, you don't really have a run rate to expand and spread your wings everywhere. You have to be focused around what market you are going to pick and what market are you going to expand. As you said, the US is going to be expensive to expand. Unless you have a VC investor, you could do that. But at that time, we didn't have. So we didn't really go after those markets. So we were just focused around our markets nearby.
Thanks for that, Richard. I think it's a great segue to Ajay. I think he spoke about constant pivoting as you scale. He also spoke about failure. I think there are 2 distinct things that I heard from your story is how you had to pivot during COVID. I think if you can share how much about scale is about constantly responding to external factors and pivoting. And I do want to touch upon the whole story where you said you ran out of funding and you had to start from scratch. How did that pivot happen? Because that pivot was a more difficult pivot.
So I think that when we started the business, we were more into transportation. So we were actually sort of into part load transportation. And we had raised our Series A for that business as well. And while we were growing that business, it was scaling in terms of revenue. We were burning through a lot of capital. It was a high capital game, and there were a lot of other competitors at that point who were raising more funds. So we got into a point where we literally had just 1 crore of capital left in the bank. And we had to, it was an existential crisis that we had to take a call at that point, either shut it down now or, or go out of business. So we took that call. And so sometimes what happens is that, look, entrepreneurship is also a lot about luck, right? Like you can talk about external factors. So there are always external factors that sort of force you, and sometimes necessity is the mother of invention, right? So at that point of time when we had to shut that initial business down, we realized at that point that the big gap in the market was the e-commerce piece that was beginning to grow, and the SMEs did not have any logistics companies who were really focusing on their needs, right? Especially in an e-commerce focused economy. So we pivoted at that point. It was a very, very tough time. We had to shut down the earlier business plus start this with no capital. So we went from being a funded company to being bootstrapped, right? And right for us, COVID came, right? So that's when we realized, oh my God, now what's going to happen, right? And as luck held it, COVID was sort of a watershed moment, and e-commerce really took off in the country because of COVID, because nobody had a choice. You had to order in. And that was the moment then our business really started to scale, and the whole dream of getting to a first 100 crores, which looked distant, then happened very, very quickly, right? So I think luck definitely has a role to play, but when luck favors you, you need to be ready, and you need to be focused to grab whatever opportunity you get at that moment with both hands and then run with it, right? So that was what it took, a lot of grit. We had, we were able to run for about 2.5 years after that without any external funding. And then we raised capital only, our Series B in 2022. And we built the entire business, and it's an asset business, right? We built that entire business out of cash flows, and we were able to scale it.
That's so heartening to hear. So I think from your expansion perspective, Anand, you're doing something which is not done before, right? It's a slightly new space. You're making real estate investment accessible to the middle class in India. So from your expansion perspective, how difficult is it to get a team? Because you need teams to scale, to believe in an idea that has not been tried before, an environment where the regulatory and compliance rules are just being set. How important was you to get the right team that can help build and help you scale, and a little bit on that?
Sure. The rock star is here, so it's our cue to make space for you. Big fan, Sunil. But on that note, team building is a continuous process in a startup, because there's very little to hold the team together in early days, So it's a continuous process, right? That eventually there is a bunch of core team that emerges. That just sticks around. Those guys are just glued to you, and it becomes a greater responsibility to ensure that you share well, in that process. But I think if you're doing something absolutely spectacular, things that, oh my goodness, you're doing something as spectacular as this. And I think that every founder thinks that what they're doing is spectacular. But I think mine is a little more spectacular, So. I think that if you're on a path like this, where you believe that every single person, when he opens the newspaper to say, all right, oh my goodness, housing is becoming unaffordable, rentals are becoming unaffordable, that means they're not able to, that's your inherent demand, right? People are cribbing and moaning, saying, oh, housing prices have gone up, because you've not bought it. If you bought it, you'll be very happy. You're unhappy because you've not bought it. Now, if I can ensure that every single person, okay, if you can't buy a own thing, you can go onto an app and buy 10 square foot of Bangalore, 20 square foot of Pune, you can sell it when you want to. I think it's as long as the journey is very cool, cool people will come together and help you build it. But it's a continuous process. The core sticks together. Like they say, people come, people go. The core sticks together.
So we are out of time, so I'm just going to take the last round of questions for everyone. So. You're all based in different locations. You have been inspired from Mangalore in one form or the other. Singapore, Mumbai, Bangalore. What is the one thing that you will take from that you don't think you get in Singapore?
Sorry, say again. What did you say?
What's the one thing that you will take from Mangalore and incorporate it into where you are building your company, or where you're going back to?
This is a full toss ball for me, right? So the one thing that I don't get in Singapore is Koreroti. And that's the one that I take from here, right? Every time.
The Koreroti is soul food. For non-Mangaloreans, Koreroti is soul food. You can't build a company if your soul is not satisfied, right? So we can understand that.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Koreroti is always.
Ajay?
For me, one is obviously biscuit roti. That is my favorite. So from Taj Mahal, I'm going to go and ask Prashant to pick up some biscuit roti for me. But I think this visit to Mangalore has opened up my eyes in terms of immense, because we only sit in Bombay, Bangalore and think about that, right? But coming here and seeing the way the city has evolved, seeing the crowd over here, seeing the kind of opportunity and the infrastructure build out, I'm very, very hopeful for India. I think if this is happening here, it's happening all across the country. And I think this is a great time to be living here, a great time to be doing business in this country. And I think the opportunities for the taking, people in this room who are on the cusp of starting out should grab an opportunity. But like I said, just focus, build something very specific, and yeah, go from there.
Well, I had dinner thrice yesterday, so I'm not going to talk about food anymore. But I think I'd like to launch Mangalore as a city on the platform. We have 11 cities that have already gone on the platform. So it will be super cool if somebody sitting in Guwahati can buy 10 square foot in Mangalore. So if you guys are out here who are in the real estate business, do give me a shot and we'll chat up. But buy Mangalore 1 square foot at a time will be a cool thing to do.
Thank you. On that note, we come to the end of our panel. Thank you, Vineet, Ajay, Anand, for your time. I hope we've inspired the next bunch of entrepreneurs from this region. By next Tiecon, we hope to see a few more ideas taking shape and scaling up. Thank you, everyone. That's our time.
Thank you once again, gentlemen. Thank you to our moderator, Shashir Shetty, for steering the conversation with such clarity and depth. We also thank our wonderful panelists for sharing not just stories, but real lessons behind growth, grit, and scale. To Mr. Vineet Nayak, Mr. Ajay Rao, and Mr. Anand. May I please request Mr. Shashir Shetty to kindly hand over the token of gratitude, the mementos, to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands together. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just have 2 segments to go about. Until now, we had a room full of people, but as soon as the star arrived, Mr. Sunil Shetty is here. I think it's a house full right here. How is the energy right here in the room? All right, I think I need to build up my energy. How's the energy in the room? Absolutely. All right, before we go ahead with the last segment, but before that, we have a startup spotlight. Can I please invite Softrosign to kindly come forward and do your presentation? Well, Softrosign is to enable a healthier world through intelligent chipsets and AI innovations that make advanced health monitoring accessible, reliable, and seamless for everyone. Over to Softrosign.
Hi everyone, I'm Jatin, co-founder of Softrosign Technology. Very delighted to be here. So Softrosign is a startup primarily in semiconductor health tech domain. We started operation in one and a half year back in August 2024, and set up by 2 of us. Manish, who is a technical guy in my team, he is right now building a chip. I will talk about the chipset later in the slide. But second, myself, I am the business guy. So I also started as a semiconductor engineer, later took a pivot. I went for my MBA, and right now taking care of business side of things at Softrosign. And now since we are a deep tech company, very early in our journey, we realized that we cannot get success alone. This space is tough, medical device, semiconductor. So we decided to partner with a lot of institutions, both in India as well as outside India. So a couple of institutions that we have partnered with, collaborated in last 1.5 years are listed here. There are a few we are talking to, like Cambridge University we are talking to right now, University of Pavia, Italy. We're trying to understand what are the most advanced research happening in healthcare space and what we can implement and execute in India. Very recently, last year, we also got a grant from government because we being a semiconductor company, there's a lot of push in India right now to build a homegrown semiconductor ecosystem. And we've been fortunate to be part of that journey, got a grant of 1.2 million very recently. Now, I would not talk too much about it. Manish, he is a technical guy, like I said, couple of patent publication in world-renowned journals, right now building a chipset for us. Why we started getting into the healthcare, because what happened in 2018, Manish went for his PhD in Ireland, and he was working with one of the professor, he is well-renowned professor in the healthcare space. And on that PhD, he started building a chip that is used for advanced healthcare detection and cardiac surgery, right? So what you see here is a chip, and you can see the size here on the fingertip. It is one of the smallest chip that can be used for early cancer navigation. So imagine a doctor who is trying to understand how spread out cancer is in the lung. The doctor can actually put that chip on the catheter. It can go inside and can real time help doctor navigate through the inside of the body. And that point of time, it was the lowest noise chip in the world. And he patented that technology. Right now, this technology is under animal trial. So this is Manish doing the real clinical trial on a swine, right? What is happening with this technology right now, it is under human trial in Europe, and it will get commercialized in a couple of years in India. This is a brief about a journey. Like I said, we started in 2024 in Udupi and got a couple of grants as well. Very recently, we raised our first institutional round of 2 million from Blue Hill VC, and very recently, last year in December, we also expanded our space in Udupi. Small illustration of our space and why a lot of people ask us this question, why Udupi? So it started in 2023 when we started understanding the healthcare ecosystem. We got a lot of mentorship from Manipal ecosystem, be it the Engineering Institute as well as KMC Manipal. We talked to a lot of doctors, try and understand how can we combine our understanding of chipset and can solve those use cases which are most prevalent and problematic in Indian medical space. So because of that mentorship, we decided to set up one of these offices in Udupi. Again, just won't get deep into it, but why medical, giving some insight on the medical ecosystem in India. If I look at right now, 63,000 crore worth of device demand in India, 80% being imported. And we saw the implication during the COVID when we saw even the SpO2 device was not available in India because of supply chain disruption. And if you talk about ECG, you talk about PPG, temperature sensor, everywhere you see India is highly dependent on the imported technologies, primarily from countries like China and USA. Again, a lot of data here, but what I'm trying to imply here is right now there are two ecosystems of supplier worldwide. One are US-based company, another is China-based company, and Softrosign is trying to get into that missing gap. We are building a chip which is one of the most advanced in the world, but at the same time affordable for Indian consumer. So this is the chip. This is our first product we want to launch end of this year. The beauty of this chip is single chip can measure multiple vitals. It can go inside a smart ring. It can go inside a cardiac patch. It can go into the smart band. It can give a real-time assessment to a user on his health body vital. On top of it, this chip is gonna be the least power consuming chip compared to what are the solutions available in the market. Why this is important, imagine a cardiac patient, he wants to measure his body vital on a duration of 3 to 4 weeks. He has to charge because battery will drain. This chip is ultra low power, so it will enable that person to use that cardiac patch for a duration of 3 to 4 weeks. Also highly compact, that's why it can go into a smart ring. We are expecting a lot of patents already filed to patent. We are expecting 3 more to be filed in 2026. So gonna be protected with the strong IP. And of course the cost advantage. On top of it, so far I've talked about hardware, but the real insight comes when you can interpret the data which is being generated from the chip. So on top of it, we are building a lot of AI model both for the edge and the cloud. so that we can give a real-time insight to the user on the condition of his cardiac health. So if a person is about to have a cardiac arrest, right? So 15-20 minutes back, he start seeing anomaly in his ECG data. So our idea is if through AI model we are able to alert the user and he can get the medical intervention before something happens, it can actually prevent some of the casualty we see happening these days due to the cardiac arrest. And finally, we just started this journey. This chip is our first product we're going to launch, but we have started talking to a couple of experts in this space, like Cambridge University is one. We are working with them to launch another technology which is related to the energy harvesting. So if you have a pacemaker inside the body, it has a battery which drain out, and then again surgery needs to be performed to replace the pacemaker. We are working on a technology which can charge the pacemaker remotely over the air, right? So in that way, the same pacemaker can sustain for 1 decade or 3 decades, right? So that is one of the promising technology we are working. There is also research happening on the wearable ultrasound that we are working on. So this is our product pipeline right now, but I would like to conclude this presentation with one statement that semiconductor for healthcare is what Softrosign represents, and we would of course require help from all this ecosystem in Manipal and of course investor to get us there to realize our vision for next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Softrosign, for your presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the most exciting part of today, the Tiecon Mangaluru 2026, the last fireside chat, Spirit of Mangaluru. Well, before we move into our final fireside of the day, we are shifting from numbers and technology to something just as powerful, stories. Because the spirit of Mangalore is not only built on business and startups, it is built on stories, voices, roots, and identity. Our Tulu, our Konkani culture, our journeys, and the way we tell them to the world. Today, we are joined by 3 voices who shape how India listens, understands, and remembers. To moderate this fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Shiv Arud, the Senior Executive Editor at India Today, whose storytelling has shaped how the nation sees some of the most important moments of our times. Joining in, we have Ms. Smita Prakash, the Editor-in-Chief of ANI, one of the most influential news agencies in the country. And ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. the one and only Sunil Shetty, who we call our very own Anna, who has taken the spirit of Mangalore to cinemas, to business and global platforms, and who has been immensely supporting startups, and his inspiration has definitely been seen here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Shiv Arud to kindly take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to first of all say that Smita and I are, a part of us today is going to be fanboy and fangirl, because as true Mangaloreans, we are allowed to bask a little bit in the glory of a son of the soil who's gone out there and done such incredible things, not just in the film world, but also in the space that this entire event is about, entrepreneurship. So welcome, Sunil Anna. So nice to see you. I'm having a fanboy moment, I can tell you, without any hesitation at all.
Shiv, you just said you're going to grill me.
Oh, I'm just softening you up right now.
Okay.
But no, I'm going to take the moderator's privilege to first tell a small personal story, with your permission.
Sure.
So when I told my wife a few days ago that I'm going to be...
Shiv, I'm not going to call him Anna, if that's okay.
I'm going to call him Anna. You can call him whatever you want. Okay, to me, he's Anna. So when I told my wife a few days ago that I'm going to be on a panel in Mangaluru with Sunil Shetty, she said, Sunil Anna, I said, yes. He said, just tell him he's very beautiful. So I said, wow, thanks, because you've never said that to me, but sure, I shall convey this to him. And I took a 5 a.m. flight today, by the way, and I was trying not to wake her up at 2 in the morning when I left home, but because I was making some noise while leaving, she still shuffled awake and she said, don't forget to convey the message at 2 in the morning. So if it ever comes up, please treat it as conveyed. So good to be here, everyone. It's fabulous to be back in Mangaluru, and all three of us share that incredible, loving, unbreakable link with this gorgeous, gorgeous city. It's a part of the country that I consider the greatest in the world as well. And both Sunil Anna and Smita need no introduction, but in the spirit of Mangaluru, I think it is important to acknowledge that after what has been an incredible day and a half of conversations that have looked at entrepreneurship, data, the technology, advice from incredibly successful startups and businessmen, the space that we occupy, or half of Sunil Anna occupies at least, is about storytelling. It's about the image of this place that we feel so strongly about. And Smita, of course, again, needs no introduction. She is an entrepreneur in her own right. She's in the business of asking questions and telling stories as well. I do that on the screen every day, and I'm very passionate about it. So I'm going to dive right into it, Sunil Anna, by asking you about Mangaluru. What kind of sentiment does it evoke in you all these years later? How has it shaped your journey? And the reason I ask that is because everybody knows you as a film star, an incredible, beloved, star of the silver screen. Fewer people know you as someone who has very quietly built an incredible business enterprise of your own. You've created incredible value across different sectors in different parts of the country and the world. So what is Mangaluru to you, Sunil Anna?
First of all, thank you. And very, very good evening to all of you. I think if there's anything real about me, if there's anything real about Sunil Shetty, it's thanks to Mangaluru. Thanks to my roots, thanks to where I come from, my Daivas, my Naga, Durgama, the blessings. I think that continues to this day. I honestly believe, I'm in the media business, in front of the camera, never thought once that it could ever be possible. It only happened because of what our DNA is all about. It's about discipline, it's about consistency, it's about trusting. It's not transactions that are important. It is trust that's important. And that's how I think even our community grew. The Tulunad community grew in Mumbai because of that. They became entrepreneurs first because of the support of each other. They had this system called the fund, the chit fund, where 10 of them would get together, restaurateurs or businessmen would get together, create a fund, and that was their mini bank. And whenever they needed the money, they took it out and helped each other. If somebody said, I'm in a wee bit of trouble, they'd say, okay, you take it this time. And whatever amount it went for, that would be distributed within the rest. And it had no papers. It was pure trust. Just word of mouth. And that's how they grew and became entrepreneurs. Toughest phase, where they said, lungi uthao, pungi bajao, inki, get them out. But they were together. If one had the problem, the other would jump in. So I think that's a part of our DNA. The trust factor, the discipline, and also, when you come from Tulunad, when you come from this area, the beaches, we're used to the sway of the tide and the highs and the lows. And probably we learn how to balance ourselves. And that's something that traveled with me, and the habit of I won't say hustling, but working really, really hard. You see our fisher folks, you see our traders, you see our hoteliers. They're willing to work 24/7. When the world is celebrating Christmas and Diwali and New Year, our hoteliers are catering to each and every one of them 24/7. So I think that's what this culture and Tulunadu has given me, and something that I'm very, very proud of. The first thing, wherever I am, the first thing that I talk about is Mangaluru and my beautiful city.
I just want to explore that just a little bit further, Anna, because you mentioned that awful phrase that keeps coming up in politics, and the BMC election has happened today. Not here to talk about that, but a community coming up in a big way in what was at some point of time a pretty hostile political environment. I want to know what being Mangalorean, you've talked about, this wasn't transactional, this was about community, this is about sticking together and things like that. What about Mangaluru, made that possible for people to stick together and create what is now easily one of the most respected communities in Mumbai?
I think surely backing each other. Finance, banking started here. So even people at the helm of affairs made sure that if they would want to employ somebody or if they wanted to build a team, it was never the fluff. It was people who mattered, people who had character, and if you belong to the region, Sundaram Shetty, the late Sundaram Shetty. I mean, I think everybody got a job in the finance world if we had the capabilities. It was thanks to that one man. If it was a restaurateur, my father left and went to Mumbai at the age of 9. No place to go, he ran away. But there was this Shetty gentleman who saw him, believed that he's come from there, and he said, okay, come, I'll give you a job. I don't know whether I can pay your salary, but food for sure, shelter for sure. That's all we needed. So it's this thing about supporting each other, and that's a part of my DNA. The minute I see someone, I walked in here and I went and saw the startups, went and met each one of them, and it was an emotional look at everything. Of course, great quality, but there was that emotion attached to it. And I know I've already told my team, pick up every card and see how you can help them. Fortunately, I've just landed up with a show called Bharat Ke Super Founders. I mean, of course, it's a business show like Shark Tank is, but there's a difference, and it's all heart. If you see the show, it's all heart. It's about actually helping these super founders to do something. And the first season itself, 7 days old, and we've already doled out 148 plus crores. So that's a hell of a lot of money. So I think there also, it's not the business side of me. I'm a businessman by accident. Of course, restaurateur for sure, but got an opportunity and I went into it. So I think it's the culture of supporting each other more than anything else. And the approach of a warrior saying, never say die, I'll work ethics, you're willing to work. That's, everybody asks me about the industry and they say, how come you're never late? I say, because I value time and I value somebody else's time. My man management skills and time management skills, what Dad has taught me, is ultimate. I'm never embarrassed to walk into a set and see that there's no chair. I'd pick up a chair, clean the chair, sit myself, or clean a table or do anything. That's because of the restaurant culture where I come from.
So unlike Sunil Anna, who has a direct connection having been born in this area, Smita and I were not born here, but we trace our roots to the Mangaluru region, and Smita was...
No, I need to add
Yes.
one thing here. You say what? Now, I met Smita 2 years ago? 2 years ago, and she said, we need to do a podcast. I said, yes, I heard. And one has heard so much about her, and just being correct, just being right, taking up for the right causes. But that day, she had slipped. That 1 hour conversation was all presenting me like I was the best human being in the world. Why did that happen? Because of the roots. So that's what I'm saying, the connect of saying, you know what, he is a person like that. And I know he's a person like that because he comes from a place like...
No, but you're being modest, Anna, I have to say.
Honestly, no.
I'll tell you why. The reason you're being modest, and I'm just being the argumentative journalist here, is because of course we love you so much and we have this fraternal link with you being from Mangaluru, but I have done my research and you're one of the few people I know, and a few people across generations, and Smita will agree with me because of the podcast as well, where your appeal has sort of exponentially increased over the years. Exponentially increased over the years. Now you can have, see, you don't do that much film anymore. You're hardly on screen. You're doing your show, your business stuff takes up your time. But have you seen reels of him on Instagram and how the Gen Z looks at Sunil Anna and how that's become like a catchphrase? You can't be modest about that.
Even when I first came into the movie business, wherever I was, whichever street, whichever corner, I would have somebody come up to me and say, "Anada tinpare, iradala boda, do you need anything? Tea, coffee?" Because the restaurants were all around. It's like the nervous system of the body, the nerves of the body, they were all around. So a lot of support there. We support each other, and that's for sure.
I think that also says a lot about people from this place, that they don't lose who they really are. Smita, how has Mangaluru shaped you and your journey? Because you've done it all. You've been a journalist. You've been through that minefield. Now you're a media mogul. I know you're going to hate me for saying it, but she controls one of the most respected media organizations in the country right now. And like Smita, I also was not born here, but trace my links here. We've spent all our summer holidays here, and that's what the magic of Mangaluru is to us. What was it to you? How did it shape you?
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you, Tiecon. And I mean, like I said, I'm not going to call him Anna. But about the Instagram part, I've got to say this. Style pe uske, smile pe uske, height tabiyat bhadki.
See what I'm saying?
I wish we could show it up on the screen. I mean, seriously, I have done research on Sunil Anna through my 11-year-old daughter, but yes.
Okay, this just came out. I didn't prepare for this. But you have to say that he's so stylish. So how can you not? And it's something to do with that Shetty thing, right? Even, I mean, if I was to look at all the film industry people, how can you miss out the Tulunadu guys? Yeah. They are the most stylish of everything. So I'm just doing my little bit in saying that he's the best that we have out there as a representative.
Yes. Thank you, so sweet.
And the podcast that I had, before I get to your question, the podcast 2 years back when I interviewed, and I called up my guy and I said that I have to have him. He said, well, unki koi picture abhi nikal nahi rahi hai. I said, I don't care. I want him on the podcast. And when we talked about everything other than films initially. And both of us wept on the podcast. Both of us cried because he was talking about the loss of his father, and it just rekindled for me because so much of what his experience with his dad was similar to my experience with my dad. What he was saying is, when he talks about in the Udupi, picking up a chair and working like that, where you show, the entire veneer of whoever you were was gone because you were doing service out there. You're in the service industry. When he was talking about the community help, the chit fund, that people will just come, there's no investor makeup or anything, just came and said. It just reminded me of my childhood. We are Horanadus, right? We are sitting in Delhi. Yeah. And so I come from a generation when I used to just say I'm from Mangalore because it was too complicated to say I'm from Karkada or I'm from Puttur because nobody would know where you are. So much so that nobody would even know where Mangalore was. They would say Bangalore. I said no, Mangalore, Merse Mangalore. Wo kahan pe padta hai? Madrasi. That's my childhood. To come from there to say, startup, I'm going and speaking on a startup, I feel so good, right? So, but coming back to the experiences, this is so typical of Mangaloreans, right? What he spoke about his dad, my dad went out from here, worked. He was, as you know, he was in the forge for several years. He was there during the wars, not in regular army, but from the information service, but spent 40 years in the army. And in our house, we were also middle class government officer home, right? We just had 2 rooms and a living room and a kitchen. And anybody who wanted to come from Mangalore, from this entire Tulunadu area, they stayed with us.
And you know, there were people who were taking the USMLE exam to go to the US because you had to take it to qualify. And the only coaching classes in the 70s and the 80s was in Karol Bagh in Delhi. They would come and stay with us for a month.
Like an open house.
Open house. And my brother and I had to shift to the living room so that they could occupy the bedroom. And whatever it was, ganji uta, whatever it was, we ate whatever was made. And we shared. And I used to sometimes ask my dad, right now I'm saying it as a plus point, I was like, kya kya? Like, my exam, I can't study, they are here in our house and we have to sit with them, you know, fold their clothes, keep it inside. But now I understand those values which were inculcated in us, in you, me, you. What we learned in that is that community build-up which you see today here. You know, we are using big terminologies here because we have businessmen out here, entrepreneurs here. But we didn't have those business terminologies. We learned because of what we were taught by our parents. And that is the Mangalore spirit. And when Captain Brijesh Chauta says, back to Uru, here we are, back to Uru. You weren't born here, I wasn't born here, but this is my Uru.
You know, when you say back to Uru, which is a phenomenal rallying cry by the Member of Parliament from here, Captain Brijesh Chauta, who deserves a big hand for not only coining that phrase, but making it a reality. I'm also reminded by what Prashant told me. He was telling me that when he invited everyone to come for this thing, he said most people agreed in 30 seconds flat. So back to Uru is the easiest thing for anyone who belongs to this Uru for sure. The beauty of this place also, Sunil Anna, is that and I'm coming back to your experience, is that you ventured into a place which was like a cultural melting pot, right? We've spoken about the hostility, we've spoken about everything else, but you entered a kind of storm of different cultures colliding at once, especially at that time. How were you able to stay true to the Mangaluru spirit and what represents this particular region? Was that difficult? Was that ever a challenge?
No, it never was, because I kept coming back to Uru. You know, and every time you come back, even today, 4 times, 5 times a year, Ter, Bapanat, Ter, and for all the other festivals here, we are here. Once you're back and you're connected to your roots, it grounds you brilliantly. You forget the world of cinema, you forget the fame, you forget everything else, and you know that's temporary, that's superficial, it's not going to stay, and this is what gives you that mental peace. You know, everybody talks about depression and mental peace, but here having family at home was mental peace. You know, absolutely, that was, you cried on the shoulder of your cousins, your friends, Dorama, Ajja, and that's the only place I wanted to be. I don't even think I'd seen any other place even in the country till I was probably in the 9th or 10th grade. Not because I couldn't, because I didn't want to. I wanted to come back to Uru at any cost, and Dad was a part of the CPC bus service. He had the agency. So the minute exams got over, the only place I wanted to go to was the bus station and drive up to Mangaluru. So I think if you're connected to your roots, you're connected to your culture, unity in diversity, as I say here, whether it's churches, whether mosques, whether the temple itself. I mean, Bapanat temple was built by a Muslim family. You know, so we grew up like that. We looked at the world that way. Now, we were one and equal, and every time we came back, I had 20, 25 of the village kids with me, going to the movies, going to have fruit salad. How can you not? How can you change? There's no way you can. Because reality check is when you come here. And that's why I honestly believe, you know, for parents, it's your holidays that, some holidays that got you here, need to take their children back to their roots to understand where they come from, where they belong, and it'll be a different world altogether.
This strikes a very emotional chord with me. You know, what you talk about being physically back in your Uru to, you know, to revive and renew that relationship that you already hold so dear. But also the open house that you talked about, Smita. My parents moved out of Karnataka to Chennai, like when they got married. And our house in Chennai was like this little outpost nobody else from our community, I come from the Konkani community, nobody else from our community lived there. So our house became like a passage point for anyone traveling for medical treatment in Chennai, and these were people we didn't even know. These were people we were not even related to. But you know, us, the Arurs in Chennai, became like a kind of halfway house to travel elsewhere. So I know exactly what you mean about that. But you know, like Mumbai, Smita, Delhi, you grew up in Bombay, then Bombay as well, but you've been for many years in Delhi now. That's a separate jungle entirely on its own, right? If Mumbai is a hostile melting pot of cultures, Delhi is the power corridors, the meeting point of so many different things. How did Mangaluru help you navigate all of those things?
It helped, and it was some kind of a lesson also in understanding.
Because Anna talks about things like punctuality and you know, never saying no to people from your own, you know, who are traveling the same road as you. Those are very important things.
So it's true. You know, if I've lasted in this business for 35 years as a woman journalist, you have to have discipline. You know, even though I love to say I'm not disciplined, the fact is that unless you reinvent yourself continuously, do something different all the time, you cannot last in this industry. People write you off. Especially you get married, you have children, then you come back. I never left, even when I had children. I was lucky enough to have the support structure of, you know, in-laws, parents. It takes a village to help me navigate through that in my life. But yes, just like you know, Sunil has said about his life in many interviews, that, and everybody else says that about him, that early to bed, will do his exercise, will eat his meals on time, is careful about what he eats. He does all this. This is not an exercise in you know, being looking after your body. It's also your mind. It's how you look at life, and it's everything. You know, since we are at a tech or at the investor thing. So I just want to say that even when we started out doing this, you know, lots of people will give me names about what I do at ANI, but when we started off, I didn't think that we would reach where we are. This has not come about just because of my hard work. There's a lot of my ancestors, you know, their blessings, their sacrifices that I am where I am, or my, you know, what my parents have sacrificed similarly before me. And when we talk, so many investors I heard today, you know, when they were talking, when they were saying what they want, the startups that they want. When we started with ANI, we literally created a product for which there was no market. So there are two ways of doing it. Either you create a product for a market which exists, or you create a product because you believe in your product and you create a market, right? So my product was pre-1991 reforms, right? There was no private television industry. So here I was making a news agency format work for a market that wasn't there. So in the hope, right, that, so I went the tough way, right? Lots of people who will tell you that, it's not going to work. And there were giants who were in the business since Jawaharlal Nehru's time, who, you know, he had given them land, he had given them office space. We were in the private sector. Private sector dream big was considered vulgar till the 90s. I was told, she likes the limelight. You know? Yes, I do. Excuse me?
What's wrong with that?
Bad. Yeah, I like it. I like the limelight. I work bloody hard for this limelight. And I want to create in my company a safe space for more women, more youngsters to enjoy that limelight. Why not? You know, so I genuinely feel that people like us who have reached a certain stature in our profession, we need to encourage, we need to bring in more people, and from this region, because this region has, we are entrepreneurs, yes, but we are quiet entrepreneurs. And one of the sessions I heard people saying we don't market ourselves enough. We don't tell our stories properly. We don't. And you know, one of the, sorry, before I hand over, there's this one person I was speaking, I think I was speaking to Surabhi, that there was, I don't know whether you remember, there was information advisor to Indira Gandhi whose name was Sharda Prasad, right? He was a Kannadiga. And I was all of 8 years when I asked him that, why do you talk to me only in Kannada? I can also speak English, you know? So he was, very sweetly, he said to me, keep speaking in Kannada, you know, keep learning, speak in Tulu, doesn't matter, learn it. I said, none of my friends here speak the 2 languages. And then he said, and he used to encourage people too. He used to encourage people from Tulu Nadu who would come. He would introduce them to publishers. How many books got published during that time? Hardly any, but he helped. My great uncle, U.S. Mohan Rao, who set up Films Division, who did the collected works of Mahatma Gandhi, he did that. His home in Firozshah Road was open to anybody from Karnataka who could come take the UPSC exam. I want my home to be like that. I want my organization to be like that, because we are hesitant. As a community, we are hesitant. So yes, I want to do my bit.
I'm going to explore that theme a little deeper, because I completely agree. And like Sunil Anna, I took a round downstairs at the showcase of some of the startups there, and I was frankly amazed.
Yeah,
I was
phenomenal.
amazed because I had no idea that, I mean, I did have a rough sense, but I had no idea there were such incredible cutting-edge companies employing so many hundreds of people, headquartered here in Mangaluru, and you know, offering their services abroad and things. It's an incredible affirmation of how this is not a 0 point by any means for Mangaluru. It's just what that next step is going to be. And I agree with Smita completely when she says, you know, quiet entrepreneurship has had its place. We live in a brutal new world now where certain dynamics need to change, I think, definitely. And I think this brings in the idea of risk. Because when Sunil Anna talks about what he did and what he has achieved, he's too modest to talk about how many of these things were laden with risk. You know, you were a beloved star at the time when you decided to dip your fingers in entrepreneurship. Like I said in my introduction to you, even now, most people know you as an actor, and the Gen Z knows you as an Instagram star, but you are way, way above everything else is this incredible amount of value that you have created as an entrepreneur. You know, a man from Mangaluru who employs people from all parts of the country as part of his business. So I want to ask you what that risk was like, moving from one thing to the other.
See, for me it wasn't very difficult, because fame does help you in a big way. It connects you to beautiful people. It's about understanding, it's about using it right. It's like she said, I love the limelight, but at the same time build ownership, build a business, because business helps you with creating that valuation. Limelight, you know, especially for people like us who are in front of the camera, might disappear one day. You know, so I'd rather be a part of the value chain than just on billboards. And the idea of getting an opportunity, and I know I'd take the risk, but backing someone who's known as a super founder or a startup today never existed at one time. I had to do it myself, and I failed so many times because I could never focus on that. I was shooting, I came back after 3 months knowing the business wasn't working. But when you get an opportunity with founders, like every little founder that I saw down is someone you want to be a part of. And the minute you get a feeling that, Christ, I wish I was a part of this, you know, that this young kid is creating, means there's something magical about them. It's like in the movies, I wish I was a part of this movie, you know, I wish I was playing this role. They're doing that to you. And that's when the opportunity of entrepreneurship came to me. It helps me now because I give them the visibility, and they're the ones who make sure that the business is up there and running right. And I honestly believe that if founders believe in their story and they're not building to sell, but building to scale, building to empower, makes a world of a difference. You are then going to be successful come what may. Yeah, you might not become that unicorn. Everybody doesn't have to become that unicorn. India doesn't need unicorns. India needs millionaires, so that those millionaires can give millions of kids jobs. And it's about empowerment and nothing else.
A word that kind of jumps out at me from what you just say is also credibility. And Smita, that question I will bring to you, because you function in a space where credibility is everything. We've gone from a situation, and I feel you when you say, Mangaluru, not Bangalore, but Mangalore with an M, to now not having to introduce it with that much detail. People recognize it, they know it. There is a veneer of additional respect that comes from being from the southern part of India, to being from Karnataka, being from coastal Karnataka, being from Mangaluru. I'm not being parochial about this, it's a fact. And we live in Delhi where these things are quite naked and in your face. How much has being from this part of the country and having links from here added to that very important need for credibility in the space that you occupy?
Yeah, so, can you hear me? Thanks. Credibility, yes, for a news agency, it's extremely important. Where I can take, in the podcast, I can do a storytelling, a narrative building, and those kind of things. But for a news agency, is core hard news. There is nothing other than being credible out there. And in this age of AI, where there's so much of fake news, half the time it is like, I'm not going to believe this. First, find out. So even if I'm late, doesn't matter, because as soon as I, as a news agency, in the sense my organization, puts out a story without being 100% certain, that's going to go global. That's going to go on every news network in this country, and it's my fault. I cannot at any point of time then point fingers to say, but it looked real, but it seemed real. I can't. I have to be absolutely certain. So even if I'm late with the news, I don't care. I will send my reporter to do it. And that is something slowly we are kind of figuring out, because our brains are getting wired too. If we are seeing something which is too pat and too pretty, like for example today when I saw the visual of Donald Trump holding the Nobel Prize, I thought it's AI, but we're living in a world where reality is more bizarre than AI now. So I think we are in that strange period. You asked a question about, I think Suni just spoke about wealth creators, the need. So necessary. We are probably the same generation. You are a few years younger than us. But when we were growing up, Shiv, wealth creators were looked upon with a little bit of trepidation. They were not nice people to hang around with. Our parents would tell us, businessmen, don't play with their children because they are wealthy people. They wore branded clothes. We didn't. We had white canvas shoes. I'm not glorifying not having it. I am proud of my middle class roots, but at the same time, I didn't instill that in my children. I want them to aspire to have what I didn't have as a child. I want them to work towards it. So, wealth creation, absolutely right. We have to respect our wealth creators, not crony capitalists. I'm not saying that crony capitalism should get a free pass, but wealth creators have to be appreciated. We shouldn't think that everybody who's become a wealth creator has to be pulled down because he must have done something wrong to reach where he has. That's that attitude that social media is bringing about, which is terrible. Give them, and another thing which I want to say is that the governments should also appreciate that. I heard a term the other day, Mr. Sabharwal used this, that regulatory cholesterol. I had not heard that. That needs to come down. You need to make it easy for wealth creators and unicorns in this country to function, so that there are hundreds of Sunils who come out, hundreds of Shivs, hundreds of Smitas who are out there from this region.
No, you're absolutely right. I think we've come a long way from the time when wealth creators and business persons were seen in a certain way because one automatically assumed that to be where they are, they had to get their hands a little dirty. We've come a long way from that, but like you said, we live in a political milieu where wealth creators are viewed with suspicion anyway. But you wanted to add something to that, Sunil?
Yeah, because...
saw you nodding to what Smita said.
You know why? Because she said about news, she was talking about news, credibility, and how it's important. See, here again, DNA matters. Today, abuse is views. You know, we are living in a world of abuse is views. There's a difference between journalism and paparazzi, which is so damn clear, but people tend to misunderstand. It's about who's first and not about who's right. News is about who's first. Dal de news, let's get the eyeballs, then we'll see it. That's when DNA, that's when I think the upbringing, that's why the culture, that's why the family values, roots, everything matters. You know, so she's showing in all this in her workplace. I'm trying to do that in mine. You know, and I'm Sunil Shetty. I moved out from here when I was very young, not to be something else, and not to be someone else. There is Mangaluru in everything that I do. Sunil Shetty carries Mangaluru into Mumbai. When somebody says, what about Marathi? So I said, what about Marathi? No, you've got to speak Marathi. I said, I don't have to do that. I will do it when I want to do it. Yes, don't force me to speak the language, but at the same time, if that's my karma bhumi, if I learn the language, I will be keeping a lot of people happy. And I speak better Marathi than probably most Maharashtrian kids do in Mumbai today. So we've got to be clear, and that's how clear we are. And that's how clear we've always been, and that's why we've held our own, stood our own, and have that pride. It's not ego. Trust me, it's not ego. I am who I am, but my attitude depends on who you are, is what we Mangalurians say.
Oh, so well said, Sunil. I want to come to the many stories that we heard today. You heard like just a couple of the panels before we came up on stage. And you know, sacrifice, facing setbacks, facing failures is such an important part of anyone's journey, right? We've all seen it. Can you tell us a little bit about yours? How did you face, you know, you talked about how having fame opened a lot of doors for your entry into entrepreneurship, which is incredible, but you must have faced setbacks, you must have faced failures, you must have had to make some sacrifices. How did you do those?
I think, you know, when the switch happened from business to movies, I got an opportunity. I was a martial artist. Somebody saw me on stage. Like they say, you know, the pandemic is what has thrown up so many new founders and so many new startups. When the switch happened from movies to videos and DVDs, suddenly movies weren't working, and they were looking for actors who were mass heroes, and action was something that I did, so they said, yaar, kar le tu, and you know, like every kid.
You danced.
I tried to. With 2 left feet, but I tried. That's because I used to threaten the choreographers, saying, you know what, agar main kharab nachunga aur kharab dikhunga, aap kharab dikhoge. So guru kharab dikhta, acha nahi lagta, so give me what I'm comfortable doing.
So, wait. He's trying to get a free pass on this. So, you know, the dance choreographer must have figured out that he's got 2 left feet or something, right? I'm being nice.
No, but I told him that.
They used to make him dance with his...
Absolutely.
No, and also they used to make him dance with his hands in his pockets.
Yeah. Because my hands and feet won't move together. They want me to move it together, and I'd say, that's not possible, yeah? You know, I'm a fighter, not a dancer. I always said that. Yeah, so, you know, when I started, my first film was Balwan, big hit, box office hit, because I think, and big one in Mumbai, because all the restaurateurs saw it, and the staff, they were all from Mangaluru, so, and they put posters outside the restaurants, and I didn't tell them to. So that's the support that I got. It was a big hit, but the then critique was very big at that time. ran me down, and he says, horrible actor, he should go back to his restaurant, he should sell idlis, he should do this. It's not critical appreciation of cinema, it is let's criticize this guy and run him down. He's not good enough. I had signed 20 films by then, but I was in a state of shock. I acted like nothing had happened because one film had completed that hadn't released, so this was my second up there, and I said, what's going to happen with me? And when I sat back and realized, I said, yeah, I haven't learned my craft, and probably that's the reason. So what do? Let me do something that the others are not able to do. Work on my body, work on my flexibility, and do the kind of stunts that nobody has ever seen in the industry. And I did death-defying stunts. Even if I go and would tell my wife that, she'd probably never allow me to go back to the studio. I've done stunts that even a stuntman would fear. But I did it to establish myself, and that came because of my roots. Fearless, knowing that we came to Mumbai with nothing from Mangalore, established ourselves, so if Dad could do that, why couldn't I do this? At the same time, never felt bad about the fact that the critique then had said he should go back to his Udupi restaurant, sell idlis, sell vadas, and do whatever he did, because that's what I used to do. So I wasn't embarrassed. I was proud of the fact that Dad took care of 2 daughters, sent them abroad, educated them at a time nobody would send their daughters abroad, believing that West means wrong. Forget the fact that he didn't have the money, but he managed. I was proud of that fact. So he believed that he was hurting me, and I was saying, you know what? Ownership, business is what gives me stability, gives my family stability. You don't have yours. You may be an editor today or a journal today, but with time changing, things will change, and that's exactly what happened to him. He made a movie, was a disaster, doesn't exist. And one day called upon me, asking for help, and being the Mangalorean that I am, I went ahead and did it. So for me, that was my victory. We aren't embarrassed about anything that we've done because we've come from the hospitality, business of hospitality.
This is amazing, and I think young Mangaloreans, especially people venturing into the risky world of entrepreneurship, this will strike a chord with them, because I think fearlessness, the appetite for risk, this is something that is a necessary ingredient to take that incredible leap that so many of us don't take, right? But Smita, a word that is overused these days, especially in our world, is narrative, right? Narrative is a word that we hear in all sorts of contexts: political, defense, foreign affairs. India won the war but lost the narrative. Those kinds of things. Now, I want to talk about it in the context of entrepreneurs here, because you talked about how Mangaluru needs to sell itself better, and that's something that is important. What would you say to entrepreneurs here, as a journalist, as an established journalist, about narrative? How do they improve narrative and sell this incredible story better?
Excellent question. But before that, I also want to point out one thing about what Sunil was saying. At the peak of his career, he was doing very well, realized his father's not well. He doesn't have much time. From a successful career, right at the peak when you were there, to step back and to spend time with your parent, when the whole world is telling you, "Are picture to chal rahi hai, kyun nikal rahe ho?" To step back and say, "No, this is valuable for me at this time." That's another upbringing point, which many of us don't realize, right? So he did that, and the more I meet people like him, the more I learn values, which some, of course, my parents have given, my ancestors have given, but more people you meet like this, who've achieved success, but keep their humanity with them. That is to be appreciated. About narrative building, yes, like I touched upon earlier, that Mangalore needs to tell its story better. The second thing is, what I'm watching happening, right? When you're saying, come back here, make this the tech hub, make this the entrepreneur hub. Of course, make it all happen out here. There are people who are, Bangalore is saturated, they want to look at newer places, they would look at Telangana, they would look at Andhra Pradesh, they'd look at Tamil Nadu. You want them to come here to Mangalore. But just remember, if they're coming here to Mangalore, the nature of Mangalore is going to change. You will not be able to protect that small town image, that small town innocence that Mangalore has valued, kept it a tight, dark secret, which we all knew because we were coming here for summers, but it's something that you guys have kept quiet about it. You're going to face this onslaught of people who are going to come. They're going to speak different languages. They're going to be aggressive as compared to what Mangaloreans are, which is timid. Some might argue that there is a different side to Mangaloreans, but I'll leave that aside. But by and large, we are not aggressive like some other, people from some other states. They are going to come here. Are you going to be resisting that? Are you going to be fighting that? I don't expect you to become like what Sunil was mentioning, which happened in the 70s about the lungi thing, or what happened just last week about Rasmalai and Annamalai. We don't want that from Mangaloreans, right? We have seen the Portuguese come here. Everything happened, right? We've seen so many, the Vaishnavite movement, the Bhakti movement, the Shaivite movement, the Jainism aspect of it. We've seen waves and waves of people who came from outside. We kept ourselves tight-knit, we kept ourselves with our values, but we accepted the outside. But the onslaught of outside, the narratives from outside will come, they will clash with your narrative, which is not an aggressive narrative. So you guys who are bringing all these people here, the politicians who are bringing them, the business leaders, the educationists, the people in the medical field who are bringing them, first train the people of Mangalore, the people of southern Karnataka, the people of Tulunadu, of coastal Karnataka, to be more accepting of cultures which are Indian but not necessarily from Karnataka, is my advice, my 2 pence. Tuppence.
Surirana, same question to you. Because an entire generation, the beauty of Mangaluru is there has been a generation that has been deeply entrepreneurial, built incredible companies. We have Rohit ji here who has done incredibly well, and there are so many examples of those. And then there's another generation that has been a little bit more risk averse. And now we see a kind of mixed generation, which is very ideal, who are people very comfortable being professionals, but also those with a high appetite for getting into entrepreneurship, which my generation, sorely lacked, if I may say that. But what is that push they need right now? What would you say to young Mangaloreans listening to you right now?
First of all, the government has to wake up and understand that there is tremendous possibilities and scope this side of Karnataka. And you're not just looking at giving them space to come and say, come set up a shop here and come in here. There is a complete lifestyle that you have to give them, which does exist here. You talk, like I said, unity in diversity. You talk about cultural, you talk about social awareness here. There is a hell of a lot of that. Even if you see from a family perspective, right from children in school, parents and medical facilities, there is everything here. If the government doesn't end up supporting you, nothing works. Infrastructure has got to work, connectivity has to work. You've got the port, you've got the Konkan and the Vande Bharat out here, you've got an international airport, you've got road, you've got everything. But it's the government that has to believe that, no, we're going to work on this in a very, very structured manner. It's not about taking care of the land sharks that are there and building it in pockets and building anywhere and everywhere. It has to be evenly spread right from one end of Mangaluru to the other end of Udupi and Manipal and beyond, and see proper growth. So there has to be a plan, because it's a beautiful mix of rural and urban lifestyle. And If you see real estate, beautifully priced today. You see homes, larger homes. Who in their right senses wouldn't want to come here? You have the resources, you have the educational institutions, so everything is there. It's only the will of the leaders, and that's why I said, even when yesterday they were saying, sir, make an appeal because the municipal elections are going on, nobody takes this seriously. If you don't take your municipal elections seriously and you don't have grassroots leaders who will become the leaders of tomorrow, how do you expect to build this country when you are forgetting your own home? And that's something I said very, very clearly. My job is, as someone whose karma bhumi it is, to make sure that the guest who's invited me to his house, I have to take care of that. It's the educated who are dumping garbage on the streets, and it's the uneducated who are picking it up. So these are the things that happen. It is only the political will that will bring about this change.
I'm very glad you talked about political will. We're out of time, but
yeah, no, it has to.
It has to.
It has to.
Yeah. He was talking about the BMC election, right? I'm sure many of them would have tweeted about Mamdani, and talked about, waxed eloquently about Mamdani, but will not vote for about the local election. And it's got to happen at the mayor level. It's not enough for an MP to say, make that. It has to happen at the corporation level. So we need, I'm already saying we, but I think Mangalore needs more airports, more ports, it needs better roads, it needs better hotels, it needs more of everything. We can't rely on infrastructure which was 10 years old. Yes, the roads are fabulous, but what is the addition to those roads? Like you and I drive in the north, we take the highways. Every 10 kilometers, there are, restaurant hubs which have got everything going, and they're selling the products too out there. We need all that. We need, firstly, entire Dakshina Kannada area needs more airports, more connectivity. Otherwise, it's impossible. It's nice to have people come and say, we want to invest. And, entrepreneurs, and we need to provide more than that. The country needs to provide. Why should wealth creators, companies be providing basic things like transportation to their staff? Public transport is something that each one of us should be able to take. There are no walk paths in Mangaluru, if you notice. There's no place that you can walk. There's one Kadri Park, and then there might be small little parks. Why? Why are we not walking in this city? In Delhi we have several. You need to have a cycle track. You need to have a metro. You needed a metro 5 years back.
No, even if you see, you drop yourself from the airport, come down, and you have the backwaters. You can connect through the water. I mean, that is the USP of this place. This is the surf capital of the country. This is, you see paddle, you see everything happening. Then, at this level, at the Mangalore level, you need the town planners, the urban planners, the architects, the developers to come together with everybody else here and say, let's plan this city, and it's possible. It's got just about everything ready to explode. Every 500 meters, you have this ancient, beautiful temple that reminds you of who you are, where you come from, what your roots are. Education is practically free, 100% literacy, food. You don't see any issues with all that, and that's because people are working on it. Now let's get the government and people who believe that they want to be a part of India and politics and growth and trillion-dollar economies to start saying, it's not for me, let's do it for us.
No, I'm so glad you talk, and government, political will is a good note to end this session on, because, we have an example sitting right here in Captain Brijesh Chauta, who's also fighting a difficult uphill battle. He's one of many people, but he's doing it in Delhi. And it's not easy. Having covered 3 elections myself in Karnataka, Smita's covered many more, is that coastal Karnataka and the Mangaluru region, suffers from a political paradox which we all know very well because of the 2 big parties. There are various contradictions, there are various, cross purposes, as a result of which Mangaluru, in my view as a journalist, has not got its full due because one does not want to benefit the other, and there
It's
have been
not
all
got
these
its due
problems.
at all.
Yeah.
I don't even say it's got nothing.
Yeah.
It's grown on its own.
Completely on its own. Yeah.
It's because of the people who've gone outside of Mangaluru, come back and contributed. That's the difference. Why you see a difference.
When you're talking about politicians, I must say this, that it's a grouse that I have. I've been in this profession for 37 years now, right? I've been working as a journalist. Not one chief minister of Karnataka has, when they come to Delhi, has invited me to the Karnataka Southern. Not once. Chief ministers of all states will call me, give me, what do you think is happening, what's not happening, give me interviews. Even when I cover elections in Karnataka, no, they will call, and I'll happily take names if you want me to. They will call all the North Indian journalists. I'm the only editor, chief editor from Karnataka. But the current chief minister of Karnataka has never given me an interview. He gave me during elections, 2 elections back, he gave me when he was campaigning. This is not a Congress versus BJP thing that I'm pointing out. This is just have that pride in our own people. It's not that I can't get it. I've interviewed Deve Gowda when he was Prime Minister. That's a different matter. I'm talking about chief ministers. And he didn't know that I'm a Kannadiga till the interview was over. Only then did I tell him that I'm a Kannadiga. So he didn't give it to me because I'm from Karnataka. But what I'm saying is, and I sat in front of his house for 4 hours on a footpath waiting for an interview. So people who think things come easily for us, they don't. It's not even people from our own state who make it easy for us. So we really have to struggle hard. But it's not with the Biharis, It's not with the Malayalis. It's not with the Bengalis. If Mamta Di comes to Delhi, she will speak with the Bengali journalists. If Stalin comes to Delhi, he will speak with the Tamil journalists. Catch that with a Kannadiga.
But let me just say, in the tiny world of media and journalism, which is vastly Delhi-centric, Mangaloreans are not doing so badly. Smita heads, one of the world's largest news agencies, and yours truly heads India's largest news network. So we're not doing so badly.
And I
think we should be nice to ourselves on that.
I have to say
and
this.
kudos to you, because both the networks we are talking about make a lot of sense. Everything you all carry, it is news that is genuine. And I say that, and I honestly say this, because otherwise you wonder sometimes now.
Let's put him on the mat, Sunit.
This is not allowed.
Yeah, it's allowed. Can I take a couple of seconds to put him on the mat?
Yeah.
Tell me what you like about Karnataka food, with that horrible column you have of overrated food. He goes on about Tondekai being the worst food ever. Is it the worst food ever, Manoli?
Who likes Tondekai? Seriously?
Me, seriously.
Who likes it? Okay, a show of hands. Who likes Tondekai?
I love it.
You love it, right? He hates it.
You don't like Manoli?
This is why you call Mangaluru fearless. If you can eat Tondekai, you really have no fear.
No, but you know what? Come home sometime and I'll give you the burnt Manoli and then try it. Charred, It's charred, it's black, it's burnt, but you love it.
With some garlic in it.
Absolutely.
I wanted to end on the note of food. You preempted me and you put a bad taste in my mouth.
You're a TV journalist. You need dissonance on this panel.
Please, Mangalore, please don't export Tondekai and your Tondekai recipes outside. And
but why?
I speak from a community where Tondekai is beloved, and I am considered an outcast because I consider it absolutely terrible. But I will end by asking this one last question. Food is one sort of unanimous draw for everyone from Mangaluru, right?
Yeah. So tell me your best.
No, you first. Okay. Smita, name 5 dishes that you would come to Mangaluru for.
So, what I don't get back in Delhi, that's the food that I crave for. I crave for patrode. And
Same.
Not besi the patrode. I like that kallalita though, which is so unhealthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want patrode, I want basade huli, I want kujje koddel. I want Chitranna, I want Manoli or Tondekai, whatever. I want Sautekai Palya. You don't get Sautekai back there. I can go on and on, you know, you don't get good chakuli, you don't, and they call it muruku, which you Tamilians call it. But muruku is not chakuli. I miss kodbale, I used to like Godi halwa before I started being called Godi journalist. So I give up on Mysore Pak. I'll end with Mysore Pak.
Yeah, food. And what will you serve us if we come to your house apart from that horrible thing you just mentioned?
I will serve that first to you, get you to try it and say it's horrible in front of my wife. Oh mom, more so mom. You know, no, see, I like my semai pear. I like ajadina kori. I like bangda the way mom makes it, you know, it's baked. There's nothing about Mangalore I don't like. I can go on and on. Bajil, sajjige, everything. Kori roti, yes, but everything that is Mangalorean has my heart.
Since you asked me that same question, I will say, apart from the thing I mentioned, everything else is something I would travel to Mangaluru.
And the next time we are here, I'm going to change that. And he said, I never knew that this existed here.
We'll have Mr. Arur serve that for lunch next time, right?
No, please. It will be the only reason I don't travel.
You know, I have to tell this, when he was talking about the bus rides when we were children, it's like something that I miss is not taking the state. I mean, I guess I don't miss it so much, but we used to go by Shankar Vittal bus. Yeah, you remember that?
Shankar Vittal, Pinto, CPC.
Yeah.
They used to say,
Yeah. And we used to do that, right, poi right.
That's what I'm saying, right.
Okay, we've, I think, done double time on this session, but nobody's complaining, obviously. Thank you very much, and huge round of applause for Sunil Anna and Smita.
Huge round of applause for Tiecon and what you've managed to do. You know, in the last 2 days, every friend of mine who's been here has called me and said, amazing place, yeah. What a lovely place. That stay, kudos to you and always with you guys.
Thank you very much. That conversation was enriching. That conversation was amazing. That conversation was nostalgic. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for Sunil Shetty, Smita Prakash and Shivarur. May I please invite Mr. Lalit Rai, the DC head, Mangalore and Infosys BPM, Sonali Malya, practicing CS at PN Pi & Co, and Sudesh Karan, the director, Karuna Infra, and charter member, Thai Mangalore, to kindly come forward and present the mementos to our dear guests on stage. Throughout the ladies and gentlemen, we have spoken about finance, we are talking about technology, about AI, about funding, about startups and so much more. But I think it's the right way to end Tiecon Mangaluru 2026 is by telling the story straight from heart and feeling rooted and where we go forward from. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Sunil Shetty, Smita Prakash and Shivarur, for being what you are, for taking your talents right from this ground to the world and still being proud of your very land. Thank you very much, and we are so proud of everything that you do. May I please request Mr. Sunil Shetty to kindly stay back on the dais. May I please invite all the organizing members, all the organizing committee members of Tiecon Mangalore to kindly step forward. We have something special for you, sir. Requesting Tiecon Mangaluru organizing committee members, all the committee members to kindly quickly come forward and join us on the stage. Sure what's happening right now, but I'm going to hand over the mic to Mr. Shyam Hebbar. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to take a moment to make a special announcement here. We are honored to welcome Sunil Shetty as an honorary member of TIE Mangaluru. We are also pleased to share that he will take on the role of Chief Evangelist for Silicon Beach Angels. Also, he will be a leading force for the startup ecosystem of the Silicon Beach region as its brand ambassador. Please join me in welcoming Sunil Shetty to this journey with TIE Mangaluru. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shyam Hebbar, for that wonderful announcement, and we once again welcome Mr. Sunil Shetty to TIE Mangalore. Thank you very much. Let the claps keep going. Come on, everybody. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close this evening, we need to thank, acknowledge and appreciate our sponsors. May I please request Mr. Rohit Bhatt to kindly stay back on the stage to give the mementos, a token of gratitude to all our sponsors. Our banking partners, DBS, Mr. Sushant Shetty to kindly come forward, or any representative from DBS to requesting to kindly come forward. Platinum sponsors, Nivea's part of NTT Data. Platinum sponsors, Featherlight. We also have Neo Wealth Management. Hospitality partners, the Avatar Hotel, for giving us the best at what you do. Diamond sponsors, Nuama Private, Vertex Managed Workspace, Karnataka Bank Limited, Peninsula Del Mar, and L Code. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly be seated for a while. We are not done with the event yet. It's just going to take another 5 minutes to wind up. So you've waited for so long, requesting you only to wait for another 5 minutes and to be a part of us. Once again, we thank all our sponsors. Without your support and your partnership, this event wouldn't have been what it is today. We once again thank our banking partners, DBS, Platinum sponsors, Nivea's part of NTT Data, Featherlight, Neo Wealth Management, the Avatar Hotel, the hospitality partners, Diamonds partners. We have Nuama Private, Vertex Managed Workspace, Karnataka Bank Limited, Peninsula Del Mar, and L Code. Once again, thanking all our sponsors. Thank you so much for your participation. Before we officially bring this incredible day to a close, may I invite the man who has led this entire journey of Tiecon 2026. May I please invite on stage Mr. Prashant Rao Arur, the founder and executive director at the Avatar Hotels and the organizing chair at Tiecon Mangalore. Over to you, Mr. Prashant.
Thank you, Ira. Thank you so much. I'm still reeling from that last panel with Sunil, Anna, Shiv and Smita. What a panel that was. I mean, if we had our wildest dreams of how good that panel could come out, it goes way beyond that. And one thing that Smita said in that panel was that you need a village to bring up a child. So also another anecdote we have is that Thai is about entrepreneurship. So Tiecon itself is an entrepreneurial venture. We have to use resources and put something together. So if you need a village to bring up a child, then you need a Mangalore to bring out a Tiecon. So my whole vote of thanks is a very long list. Kindly bear with me. There were a lot of hands in the pot. So first of all, let me thank, and I hope he hasn't left yet, I thank our MP, Captain Brijesh Chauta. He makes it a point to pop in whenever he can, even when he has other work to do. He goes out and comes back in. He's been senior several times during our Tiecon yesterday and today. I want to thank Sri Sudeep Srivastava ji, Joint Secretary, Mighty, Government of India. Very nice of him to take the time to come down here and be with us today. I have to thank Ms. Meenakshi Arya, a very young AC of Mangalore, who delivered a fabulous speech at the Avatar Hotel last night. She was fantastic and we all enjoyed hearing her thoughts. I want to thank their excellencies, the Consul Generals of Israel who spoke last night, and the Consul Generals of Denmark and France who are with us today. It gives a great impetus to our destination to know that there are foreign companies and foreign councils working on collaborations and opportunities for us. I want to thank the chairman of KDM, Shri B.V. Naidu, who in a lovely panel this morning started the day on a really, really positive note. I want to thank his CEO, Sanjeev Gupta. Sanjeev speaks a lot on stage, but he does so much more work off stage. So I want to appreciate Sanjeev and his team as well. It's Gaurav, Punjabi, Vaishak, and a bunch of guys. I can't name them all, it'll be all night. But thank you so much for your hard work, KDM. You work very hard behind the scenes and we appreciate, as Thai, we appreciate your work. I want to thank all the wonderful speakers, my friends, our connections, all the organizing members opened their Rolodex and hunted for the best possible 30, 40 names who could come and inspire Mangalore. I think we did a fairly good job, you would say, of putting some fantastic speakers. Everybody, I can't name you all, there's too many names, but each one of you, thank you for taking the time, as a courtesy to us to come down to Mangalore, spend the whole day, listen to other speakers. Your energy, it wasn't like you came in and you ran out. Your energy during the entire event was incredible to watch. I want to thank all the wonderful journalists who came as well. Smita ji, I mean, your energy, your easy access, how wonderful you carry yourself. It was wonderful to watch. Shiv is absolutely right. Took 30 seconds for him to say, yes, I shall be there. That was it. One line reply. And I just called him 3 months later to get the details done. I want to thank all the people who paid as delegates to come and attend this event. We know that it's a new platform and that a fair amount of trust has been placed in us. You all booked really in advance. We sold out. As of yesterday evening, we sold out this event, which I didn't expect in the first version of a Tiecon. It was wonderful to have the room full and, looking like a place where serious business could get done. I want to thank all the invitees. There were a few people we invited as Thai because they were important pillars of our society. We wanted them in the room yesterday and we wanted them in the room today. We're going to work with all of them to build a cluster seed mechanism where we will raise money to fund startups here and to build, we want to build at least 5 unicorns here in the next 5-6 years. And so all of us will have to participate in order to make that happen. I want to thank all those people who came to, who set up in the startup expo below. We had 25 plus startups from the region. I went and walked around very briefly, not enough time I must say, but each one, and there were 4 or 5 that I hadn't seen before either. They were wonderful looking startups. I'm very excited that a lot of these guys will go places. We've already funded 5, 6 of these startups, and we'll find ways to fund everybody else who's prepared to stand up and be counted and demand funding. I want to thank all our sponsors. It's already been done with sponsor mementos, so I won't go through the whole list again. But thank you so much. We are building a platform for good in Mangalore here, and you guys are being counted on the right side of this. I want to thank Nilesh Nayak and Avatar Hotel for doing all the logistics. All the speakers found their cars, were shipped from here to there, didn't miss their planes were scheduled and rescheduled. Thank you, Nilesh, and the Avatar team for handling all of that. I want to thank the team from TMA Pi. I want to thank Adesh and his team for hosting this large format event today. I want to thank all the press who turned up today. I want to thank our charter members at TIE. Thank you so much. You are the silent force that was running this organization. Every time we needed help, you all popped in. I'm thanking you all last because I'm thanking you all the most. Thank you so much. I want to thank all the AMs at TIE. Many of you are yet to start up. You're considering your first startup. I hope with this event you got the right idea of what you want to do. I want to thank TIE Bangalore and TIE Global specifically. We were born out of TIE Bangalore. Thank you for carrying us for a year. Thank you, TIE Global, for having faith that Mangalore and the coast, which we discovered last night is a 30 billion economy, will be able to support its own TIE chapter. Thank you so much. I want to thank the Silicon Beach program. TIE does all the planning. Silicon does all the execution. Thank you, Silicon Beach program. You guys have been wonderful. And you have a lovely email list, by the way. We need that email list in future as well. I want to thank, although he didn't organize the event, I want to thank Salim from Trescon. When he heard that we were doing this, he's a charter member at TIE Mangalore and he used his good forces in our favor. Thank you, Salim, for your generosity. I want to thank our investor in residence, Shailaja Rao. She was down there running the whole startup expo as if, there was a startup pitch event going on and everybody is getting a check today. Thank you so much for introducing everybody to each other. I want to thank our executive director, the phenomenal Mr. Akhilesh Bhatt. He's here somewhere. Thank you, Akhilesh. We love you. Thank you for all the hard work. I want to also thank your left and right arm. I want to thank Sushma and Vignesh on your team. Thank you so much. I want to thank Proto and Gurudat, and I want to thank Sahana. Thank you. I think the TMA Pi Hall has never looked so wonderful in its life before. It looked absolutely spanking today, and a big credit of that goes to Gurudat. We did the art on this together, but what a wonderful job is done of execution. I had to come in early this morning and kick some things out of the way, but we got there in time. I already thanked the logistics people. Who else do I need to thank? I want to thank Alter Media for the live event coverage. They were running around the room, shooting everything. You'll see the content for the next 12 months. I want to thank Sonali and Azan, although they are our charter members and our AMs. We feel like we should specifically mention these two names. You've been running around all day. Thank you so much. Azan on the console, Sonali with the little chits that keep coming to the stage. I want to thank the people who sponsored the beverage last night. One call, Diageo, Praveen Someshwar said, I'm sending you a case. Samsara sent us cases, Kingfisher sent us cases, Sula sent us cases. Thank you so much. We really appreciate how easy it was to raise this. I want to thank Credai. I don't think Mangalore has looked so red in its life. Every billboard in the city was covered. Thank you, Credai, and the Avatar who gave us 2 billboards. Thank you so much for all those red color in the city. We packaged this program thanks to you guys. I want to thank Work. We have 3 white buses in the city with Tiecon billboards traveling on them. Thank you, Work. Thank you so much. I want to thank one and all for making this event a massive success. I thank you for shining the spotlight on the startup ecosystem in Silicon Beach. We executed our very first Tiecon with a high bar and a stellar lineup, agenda and networking plan. Our work is now cut out to harvest the benefits of it for the region and return with a higher bar for the next edition of Tiecon Mangalore whenever that happens. We're not committing to Tiecon every year, not yet. But whenever we do another Tiecon, we hope to raise the bar further. Thank you. Good night. All of you have a wonderful weekend. Thank you. Thank you, Hera, of course.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close Tiecon Mangaluru 2026. Are we not done yet?
Sorry, there's one other announcement. With the conclusion of this very first Tiecon, okay, Rohit will make an announcement on the conclusion of this very first Tiecon that we had. I think it's an important one. You're going to be wanting to stick around for this one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. This is, more relevant to all the TIE members out here. TIE Mangaluru was formed in 2023, and I was its founding president. And TIE has this whole thing of transitioning the presidentship, from one person to another person every 2 years. So I was the president for the first year when we were a satellite chapter of Bangalore, and then I was a president for 2-year term, and that 2-year term ends in March 2026. Okay, end of March 2026. So, we are very pleased to announce that, Shyam Prasad Hebbar, Shyam, yes. So, Shyam Prasad, Hebbar will be the incoming president of TIE Mangaluru. Yes. So, Shyam was one of the founding members of TIE, and he was also the vice president of TIE Mangaluru, during these 2 years, and he's taking over the presidentship of TIE Mangaluru from 1st of April 2026. So thank you everyone for your support, and I'm welcoming Shyam as the president-elect as of today.
Thanks, Rohit. I believe you have placed a benchmark now, so I don't think we can beat that. So I want your help to make sure that this is going to be continued, and he will be a part here, and past president is always there to help the next coming people. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Shyam Prasad Hebbar, and also congratulations to you. All right, to Tiecon Mangaluru 2026. Can we all have a 3 cheers? Hip hip hooray, hip hip! Can we have it more louder? Hip hip! And one last time with all the energy that you have, hip hip! Thank you so much. This is Hera Pinto signing off. Hope you all enjoyed this event as much as I enjoyed hosting it for all of you. See you very soon. Thank you very much.
All TIE members and all our partner KDM, please, please join us on the stage. TIE and KDM, please, Silicon Beach program, please, everybody in the ecosystem, please come.